million chance. Yet, on the very day of reporting to Mingju Academy, there are already 2 S-level awakeners living in Villa 64. It's truly unbelievable. 2. Do you also have an S-level ability awakener? Lucci caught the key point and asked. That's right, Sister Baijiu is an S-level fire ability awakener. Su Ling raised her head, her tone filled with pride. And I am an A-level light ability awakener. How about that? Isn't it incredible? She thought to herself, if the other party knew that the two of them were an S-level and an A-level, they'd definitely be so shocked they'd jump off their bench. However, to her surprise, Lucci did not react as she had imagined. He merely let out a slightly surprised "oh" and then continued browsing the forum for interesting videos. Seeing that the other party was not startled, Su Ling felt a bit dejected. Pouting, she asked Lucci discontentedly, then what level of awakened ability user are you? An A-level wind ability awakener. So that's it, I understand now. Su Ling finally understood Lucci's behavior. It turned out that the other party was also an A-level ability awakener, so hearing what she said didn't feel particularly special. Baijiu observed Su Ling's expression from the side and found this little girl's competitive spirit truly amusing. She gently patted Su Ling's head, stood up, and walked toward the kitchen. Emo Chang finished washing the dishes and happened to catch a glimpse of Baijiu walking over in slippers. Under the light, her jade-like feet appeared even fairer, and the red on her nails was particularly captivating, drawing attention irresistibly. Emo Chang quickly turned his head and splashed water on his face to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. Watching Baijiu walk up to him, Emo Chang asked seriously, is there something else? I heard you're an S-Class Ice Ability Awakener? Correct. I am an S-Class Fire Ability Awakener. Want to spar a bit? Baijiu raised an eyebrow and proposed her idea to Emo Chang. S-Class Fire Ability Awakener? Sure, I have no problem with that. Emo Chang thought for a moment and immediately agreed to her request. It was rare to have a free opportunity to hone his skills, so how could he refuse? After half a month of training, his strength had already reached level 1 advanced, making him a rare match among those of the same level. As an S-level Ice Ability Awakener, he was very curious to see the strength of an S-level Fire Ability Awakener. Alright, then follow me. There's a basement level below, specifically designed for battles. Baijiu led Emo Chang to the underground arena. The arena was spacious, more than enough for the two to spar. Put on the standard combat suit and choose a weapon that suits you. Safety first. She reminded Emo Chang while picking up a combat suit and heading toward the changing room. After the two were ready, they each stepped onto the arena. Emo Chang held a jet black straight long blade, while Baijiu gripped a silver-white longsword. The two exchanged glances without a word, their legs suddenly exerting force. With a loud bang, they charged toward each other like meteors at incredible speed, stirring up gusts of wind in the surrounding air. Emo Chang, gripping his long blade, swiftly struck as he approached, the blade carrying a hint of frosty power as it slashed toward Baijiu's neck. Baijiu showed no signs of backing down, swinging his sword forward as a terrifying fiery aura enveloped the blade. At the moment the sword and blade collided, mist rose and evaporated between them. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of collisions rang out continuously as Emo Chang's slashing speed grew faster and faster, to the point where only the shadow of his blade could be seen in the air. Baijiu's eyes sharpened as he bent down to dodge a strike, quickly retreating. Flames engulfed the entire sword as he swung it horizontally forward, sending a crimson crescent of fire slashing toward Emo Chang. A faint blue light flashed in Emo Chang's eyes, quickly forming an ice shield in front of him to block Baijiu's strike. Thick smoke billowed, and Emo Chang's figure instantly vanished within the haze. Chang Fire Seal. With Baijiu's explosive shout, a fiery character Chang appeared above the smoke. With a single-handed press, the Chang Fire Seal in the sky rapidly plummeted like a meteor, descending with a terrifying force. Bang! Smoke filled the center of the arena, and fire elements instantly covered the central area of the stage. As the smoke cleared, only scattered sparks remained on the ground, while Emo Chang's figure had vanished without a trace. Not good. Baijiu thought to herself, her sword held horizontally behind her back. The piercing sound of metal scraping erupted from behind, as if it were tearing through her eardrums. Emo Chang's gaze slightly sharpened, inwardly marveling at the opponent's reaction speed, able to respond in such a short amount of time. When he saw Baijiu forming a fire seal to prepare for an attack, he deftly slipped into her blind spot, seizing the opportunity to circle behind her and deliver a fatal strike. Unexpectedly, the opponent just glanced at his original position and immediately determined his location. Emo Chang had to admit that this person's combat level was extraordinary. For directions fire formation. Baijiu shouted coldly, as four flames blazed fiercely from her body. Emo Chang realized the situation was unfavorable, so he simply abandoned the attack, gripping his long knife and retreating swiftly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. For blazing fires surrounded him out of thin air, and if he took a step forward, these flames would follow closely. These flames are connected by a high-temperature fire line, and recklessly stepping in would undoubtedly lead to danger. This spell is quite intriguing. Watching the approaching flames, Emo Chang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The Four Directions Fire Formation is a spell I created myself, designed to turn passivity into initiative. Once you enter my fire formation, escape becomes Nearly impossible, Baijio said proudly. Creating one's own spell requires exceptional insight, something an ordinary person might not grasp in a lifetime. Creating one's own spell? Mo Chang closed his eyes in deep thought, completely unconcerned about the approaching flames. If the ice element is concentrated at a single point and then released in one strike, would it also be effective? Mo Chang murmured softly to himself in his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Traces of ice elements gathered at his fingertips. Suddenly opening his eyes, he flicked his finger, and an icy blue thread danced in the air. Frost finger. Mo Chang pointed his finger at a cluster of flames ahead. A pale blue beam shot out from his hand, piercing straight into the fire. The flames began to freeze from the bottom, and before long, they transformed into an irregular ice sculpture. Looking at his masterpiece, Mo Chang's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Gathering ice elements at the fingertip, a single strike freezes all things. Though not a profound self-created technique, it excels in simplicity and practicality. One corner of the four directions fire array was broken, greatly reducing the threat to Mo Chang, to the point of being negligible. He looked at the white-haired woman before him and said calmly, "Feel free to use any techniques you have. Let me witness your true strength." Baijio was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then revealed a knowing smile, as radiant as a celestial being, her smile exuding unparalleled charm. "Alright, since you want to see my true strength, then watch closely." Baijio's entire body ignited in flames, with faint phoenix cries emanating from within her. "If you can't withstand it, remember to call it off in time. This state is difficult for me to control." Bang! Baijio stomped fiercely on the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The surrounding air distorted from the scorching flames emanating from his body. Mo Chang stepped into midair, the blade of his weapon covered in frost as icy blue spread across its surface. His pupils, originally a deep black, shifted to an icy blue as he stared coldly at the incoming Baijio. Clang! 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 The weapons of Mo Chang and Baijio clashed repeatedly, the sounds echoing one after another. Clang! Finally, the weapon, unable to withstand the strength of the two, broke with a snap. Mo Chang dropped the broken blade in his hand, his muscles tensed, and he clenched his fist to strike at his opponent. Baijio was equally unyielding, her delicate, boneless hand meeting the incoming fist head-on. A muffled bang. Mo Chang took a few steps back, his palms numb from the shock. As soon as he touched the opponent's fist, it felt as if he had struck a thick steel plate. These hands appeared slender and delicate, yet hitting them was like striking a heavy hammer. He had to handle this carefully. Mo Chang sighed inwardly, ice had already formed at the joints of his fists. "Be careful." With a loud shout, Mo Chang charged forward again. This time, he was not forced back by the opponent's fist, as the ice on his hand neutralized part of the force. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of fists colliding echoed continuously. The expression in Mo Chang's eyes gradually turned exhilarated, he hadn't fought so freely in a long time. Baijio seized the opportunity and delivered a sidekick with her lower leg toward Mo Chang's waist. Just as the opponent's leg was about to strike him, Mo Chang shifted his body to the side, dodging the blow. At the same time, his hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Baijio's calf. Instinctively, he gave it a squeeze. Baijio, who was about to throw a punch, froze midair. Surprise flashed across her face, quickly replaced by a deep blush. Her voice, tinged with shyness, rang out, "You scoundrel, let go of my leg." Realizing the situation had taken a bad turn, Mo Chang hurriedly released her leg and anxiously explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't even know why I squeezed it." The more Mo Chang spoke, the redder Baijio's face became, until finally, it resembled a fully ripened apple. Noticing the subtle change in the situation, Mo Chang simply kept his mouth shut, afraid that saying anything more might anger the other party. "Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll make you regret it." Baijio had no intention of sparring further at this moment and just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Something like this happened. Baijio must be really upset. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Chang glanced self-deprecatingly at his own hand and muttered under his breath, "I need to find a chance to properly apologize. After all, she's a girl, and being unintentionally taken advantage of must feel really frustrating." Mo Chang took off his combat uniform, tidied up the arena a bit, and then returned to the living room. Entering the living room, Mo Chang discreetly scanned the area but did not see Baijio. He guessed she might have returned to her room. Thinking of this, Mo Chang also returned to his bedroom, pondering how to apologize to her. After all, they were roommates, and resolving conflicts early seemed very necessary. Su Ling's gaze fell on their rooms. After a moment of thought, she recalled noticing the expressions on Baijio and Mo Chang's faces from the very beginning. A woman's intuition told her there must be a story here, but she didn't dare to ask. Baijio's gloomy expression when she first came out made her feel afraid. She definitely didn't want to face an angry sister Baijio. As for Mo Chang, being a girl, it was inappropriate for her to enter a boy's room to ask. Glancing at Lu Qi, who was still browsing the forum, Su Ling sighed helplessly. Baijio lay on the bed, her face buried in the pillow, making muffled sounds. Her legs were bent, and she kept slapping the bed. After a moment, she lifted her head, revealing an unusually flushed and charming face, her eyes full of shyness, making one irresistibly want to hold her in their arms and gently caress her. That Imo Chang is such a big jerk, a scumbag, Baijiu criticized mercilessly. He's quite handsome, and his cooking skills aren't bad, but I never expected him to dare pinch my leg. He's just too awful. He said it was subconscious, but I think he had ulterior motives. Absolutely not. Next time I get a chance to fight Imo Chang, I must avenge this and crush his hand in return. Since childhood, apart from her father, Baijiu had never allowed any other man to touch her body. Even that so-called fiancé had never received a kind look from her, let alone any intimate contact. Every time she thought about Imo Chang grabbing her calf, Baijiu's cheeks would instantly flush crimson, and her heart would pound uncontrollably, as if all the blood in her body were boiling. She took deep breaths, opened the window, and let the refreshing summer breeze brush against her face, finally calming her racing heart. If anyone else had touched her calf, even if she didn't kill them, she would have definitely made sure their hand was crippled. But with Imo Chang, she only felt a mix of shame and annoyance, without any real desire for revenge. Baijiu, oh Baijiu, could it be that you haven't eaten meat for half a month and got won over by his cooking? She rubbed her delicate face with her hand, pouting like a pitiful little fish. Snap out of it, Baijiu, don't let his cooking blind you. She didn't know how long she had been rubbing her face, but the moment she let go, all she felt was a tingling numbness. Standing on the balcony, she gazed down at a room lit up below, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Her jade-like hand lightly tapped the railing, the crisp sound reminiscent of cicadas in summer, soothing and melodious. Although he's a bit of a troublemaker, I have to admit, among the peers I've met, his skills definitely rank in the top 3. Moreover, during our sparring, it seemed like he still had some cards up his sleeve. The freshman welcome ceremony, I've got an idea. Baijiu murmured softly, her gaze still fixed ahead, though her thoughts had already drifted far away. Her crimson-colored beautiful eyes shimmered like rubies in the night, and her slightly adorable demeanor was irresistible. Beep beep beep, she glanced down at her wristband, stuck out her pink little tongue, and said with slight displeasure, sorry, if it were useful, why would we need the police? Imo Chang sat on the chair, feeling extremely restless. There was no escaping the fact that he had taken advantage of Baijiu, but how should he apologize to her? He had just sent an apology message to her wristband, but Baijiu hadn't responded. He didn't dare send another one, fearing it might disturb her and make her even angrier. Imo Chang scratched his head vigorously, trying to come up with a suitable way to apologize. A gift? No, Baijiu seems very wealthy, she definitely wouldn't care for something so ordinary. An apology requires sincerity. That's it. He suddenly stopped scratching his head, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes as he thought of a brilliant idea. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the academy will hold a welcome ceremony for new students. He can get up early to prepare a hearty breakfast for Baijiu. Didn't she praise his cooking as delicious? This would be a perfect opportunity to express his apology through food. Imo Chang's lips curved into a slight smile. All of this was simply to maintain a good relationship between roommates, absolutely nothing more. Yes, definitely nothing more, he was a gentleman, after all. After deciding on the method of apology, Imo Chang lay on his bed, opened his wristband, and began browsing information about Mingzhu Academy. He needed to thoroughly understand this school. Teacher Wang Ping and Senior Lu Taichung had both said that Mingzhu Academy was very interesting, and he wanted to see what made it so intriguing. After browsing for nearly an hour, Imo Chang had a rough understanding of Mingzhu Academy. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just as others had said. Personally exploring something is indeed the most accurate way to understand it. The student ranking system at Mingzhu Academy is not just for show, each level upgrade comes with significant benefits. For instance, their current D-level students are at the lowest rank, with privileges limited to only the most basic ones. Once promoted to C-level students, they can enjoy a 10% discount when exchanging items at the Academy's Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is an institution dedicated to managing rare resources, and its items can only be exchanged using points, which can be earned by completing tasks or through school distribution. The Treasure Pavilion also has a priority system for exchanges. When two people want the same item, the one with higher privileges and more contribution points gets priority. This may seem unfair to lower-ranked students, but that's the reality. Those powerful students, having completed multiple tasks, naturally accumulate more contribution points and are entitled to such conveniences. If anyone wants the same, they can compete for it. Mingzhu Academy does not oppose this. B-level students enjoy a 20% discount, while A-level students not only receive a 30% discount but also gain access to the most secretive organization of Mingzhu Academy, Shadow. Shadow represents the elite combat force of Mingzhu Academy, with each member having completed countless arduous missions, the difficulty of which is beyond ordinary imagination. As for S-level students, the data in the wristband indicates that they reside on the lakeside island within the Villa district, shrouded in dense fog that only those above the 9th rank can penetrate. Without the Academy's approval, anyone who trespasses on the lakeside island will either have their powers crippled or be directly executed. The lakeside island is the most mysterious place in Mingzhu Academy, with less than 1% of the academy's total population granted access. S-level students also have the right to attend high-level academy meetings and vote, wielding far greater authority than ordinary teachers. According to the data on the wristband, D-level students need to earn 100 contribution points to advance to C-level, 500 points for B-level, and a breakthrough to 1,000 points for A-level. However, the conditions for advancing to S-level are not explicitly recorded. Mo Chang only learned that this decision is made unilaterally by the academy. Speculation on the forum suggests that only those who have brought supreme honor to the school might be granted S-level privileges. Mo Chang shook his head, thinking to himself that this had nothing to do with his current stage. Instead, he decided to focus on improving his strength. He took out a B-level source energy crystal from his spatial ring, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his journey of cultivation. At 7 in the morning, Mo Chang finished his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, put the B-level source energy crystal back into the spatial ring, and got dressed before leaving the room. Today, he planned to make a pot of century egg and lean pork congee along with lotus seed soup to apologize to Bai Jiao. He spent over half an hour shopping at the supermarket, and by the time he finished everything, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Bai Jiao groggily pushed open the door to her room, and a burst of fragrance immediately wafted in, intoxicating her senses. Wearing slippers, she followed the aroma. Downstairs, from the second floor to the living room on the first floor, where she saw 2 large pots placed on the table. The enticing smell was coming from them. "You're awake." Mo Chang walked out of the kitchen, a calm smile on his face, his tone steady, and his eyes seemed to sparkle like starlight. "I specially prepared this breakfast for you. Go ahead and try it." "Specially for me? You didn't put anything in it, did you?" Bai Jiao looked at him with a suspicious expression, instinctively stepping back, like a cautious little fox. "You're overthinking it. It's because I accidentally bumped your leg during yesterday's sparring, so I thought I'd make breakfast to apologize." Mo Chang waved his hand, his tone slightly anxious, worried that Bai Jiao might misunderstand his intentions. Bai Jiao instantly thought of last night's events upon hearing the word leg. Her face flushed red, and she grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at him. "I already told you not to bring up what happened yesterday. Why are you mentioning it again?" "You must be doing it on purpose," she said, her tone tinged with embarrassment. Mo Chang caught the pillow, and his peripheral vision unintentionally caught a glimpse of her flushed face, leaving him momentarily silent. He placed the pillow back on the sofa and tried his best not to look at her. Once he had calmed down a bit, he softly said, "I'm sorry, I won't bring up yesterday again. Breakfast is ready, eat it while it's still hot. We still have to attend the freshman welcome ceremony at 9. Oh." Bai Jiao sat down at the dining table, opened the pot lid, and was instantly captivated by the aroma. She scooped several large spoonfuls of preserved egg and lean pork congee and began eating with delight. "Ah, it smells so good. Bai Jiao, what are you eating? Chang, did you make breakfast?" At that moment, Su Ling and Lu Qi came out of their respective rooms. Seeing the delicious food on the table, their eyes were immediately drawn to it, unable to look away. "Bai Jiao, you're secretly eating something delicious behind my back, so mean." Su Ling pouted and complained. "Don't be mad, come over and eat together." Bai Jiao scooped a spoonful of meat porridge and brought it to Su Ling's lips. Seeing her satisfied smile, he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief in his heart. "I want to eat too, brother Chang." Lu Qi looked at Mo Chang, his eyes glimmering with longing, his tone excited. "You can just eat this." Mo Chang pulled out a bucket of braised beef instant noodles from behind him and placed it directly on the table, completely indifferent to Lu Qi's feelings. What a joke this. Century egg and lean meat porridge, along with the lotus seed soup, were his apology offerings. He had no right to distribute them casually. If Lu Qi wanted some, he'd have to go ask Bai Jiao. Hearing Lu Qi's stomach growl at the sight of the instant noodles on the table, Bai Jiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Why don't you too? Join us? There's so much here, Su Ling, and I can't finish it all anyway. Besides, it's no big deal to eat a little less in the morning." Lu Qi's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly shouted, "Miss Bai Jiao is truly amazing," before picking up a bowl and starting to serve himself. Mo Chang shook his head slightly at the sight and quietly served himself a bowl of lotus seed soup. After breakfast, the four prepared to head to the freshman welcome ceremony. Mo Chang and Lu Qi wore comfortable clothes and sat on the sofa patiently, waiting for the two girls. They had known since childhood that girls usually take a long time to get ready for such events, so they had no complaints. "How do I look, Mo Chang, Lu Qi? Am I dressed nicely?" A light and lively voice suddenly rang out. The two looked toward the sound and saw Su Ling wearing a black chiffon dress with a hemline reaching her knees, making her look charming and adorable, exuding a summery vibe. Her hair was styled into 2 ponytails, and her playful movements made her especially eye-catching. You look great. Very energetic." Lu Qi gave her a thumbs up and praised her generously. Mo Chang also nodded, secretly thinking that Su Ling was the most adorable person in his eyes. Her adorableness was completely unpretentious, naturally pure. "Hee, Sister Bai Jiao is about to come out. Don't blink, okay?" Su Ling said, then went downstairs on her own. Just as Mo Chang was pondering her words, a figure emerged from his blind spot. Bai Jiao was dressed in a silver-white dress, simple and elegant, without intricate patterns, accentuated by graceful red lines that exuded poise and grandeur. She tucked her snow-white hair behind her ears, and her jade-like skin came into Mo Chang's view. The fiery red open-toe high heels clicked melodiously on the stairs, and her flawless feet shimmered under the light. Mo Chang admired Bai Jiao, marveling in his heart that she seemed like a masterpiece sculpted by nature itself, breathtakingly beautiful. "Does this outfit look okay on me?" Bai Jiao blinked her flame-like crimson eyes, gazing at them with captivating charm. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly, blending innocence with a touch of allure. "Bai Jiao, you look stunning." Su Ling excitedly walked over and took her hand, her moist eyes reflecting Bai Jiao's figure. Mo Chang also nodded in admiration. He had to admit, Bai Jiao's outfit truly suited her, making her already stunning beauty even more enchanting. Her lively eyes seemed capable of stirring hearts, causing ripples across the calm lake within. "In that case, let's head out quickly." She raised her fair wrist, glanced at the time, and spoke to Su Ling and Mo Chang. At the doorway, her gaze shifted, and a hovering flying car materialized from the spatial ring on her finger, landing steadily on the empty ground in front of the four of them. Bai Jiao opened the rear door and got in with Su Ling, leaving Mo Chang and Lu Qi standing dumbfounded in the wind. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drive," Bai Jiao reminded them when she saw the two remaining motionless. Mo Chang patted Lu Qi's shoulder, gave him a half-smiling look, and then took the front passenger seat. "I'm really just a hard-working employee." Lu Qi lamented helplessly, ultimately unable to escape the fate of working for others. He then sat in the driver's seat and began operating the hovering flying car. Although he had never personally driven this car, he had seen it in action many times. Moreover, his father owned a hovering flying car, so he was already familiar with the relevant knowledge. Pressing the button, the hovering flying car slowly ascended. With Lu Qi stepping on the accelerator, the entire vehicle shot forward like a beam of light. Mo Chang hadn't yet closed the car window, and the sudden high-speed motion brought a gust of wind that made his hair flutter and stung his cheeks painfully. He quickly rolled up the car window, finally feeling much better, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qi gradually slowed down the car, turned to look at Mo Chang, and said with a suppressed laugh, "Brother Chang, your hair looks like a bird's nest, ha." "Sorry, Brother Chang, I've undergone strict training. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, ha." Mo Chang's face turned red and then white with anger at his words, his fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Bai Jiao and Su Ling's slightly twitching cheeks in the rearview mirror. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Bai Jiao and Su Ling had also noticed Mo Chang's messy hair, but since it wasn't very clear from the back, the moment Mo Chang turned around, they couldn't hold back anymore. I can't hold it in, I really can't hold it in, Sister Bai Jiao, it's too funny, ha." Su Ling laughed so hard that tears were about to fall, her body bent over, and her hands kept slapping the seat. Bai Jiao was slightly better than Su Ling, but not by much. She covered her mouth with her fair hand, her eyes curving into crescents as she giggled uncontrollably. "Sorry, Mo Chang, I just thought of something funny." Sister Bai Jiao probably thought of the same thing, didn't you, Sister Bai Jiao? Su Ling wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. I thought of that too." Bai Jiao tried hard to control her expression, instantly regaining her elegant demeanor, and said in a calm tone, Go ahead and keep pretending. Do you really think I don't know this joke?" Mo Chang turned his head, pursed his lips, and while secretly complaining in his heart, began tidying his hair in the car's mirror. Beep beep beep. Mo Chang's bracelet beeped. He raised his wrist to check and found it was a message from Bai Jiao. "Remember to help me open the door when we get off later." Mo Chang smacked his lips and muttered under his breath, "You just made fun of me, and now you want me to open the car door for you? If I really do it, wouldn't that make me a little puppy? No, wait, I shouldn't speak too soon, or I might end up eating my words." He secretly added in his heart that even he didn't know why he had such a premonition. If Lu Qi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely suspect whether his big brother had been possessed. After all, Brother Chang had always been unwavering, and he had never seen this kind of attitude before, truly never. And even a little temper too, it actually seems kind of cute. Bai Jiao saw that he still hadn't replied to the message, sighed softly, and his gaze fell on Mo Chang. The corners of his mouth quietly lifted, unnoticed even by Su Ling beside him. Before long, a massive rectangular building came into view of the four. This was the Grand Auditorium for welcoming new students, located in the comprehensive management area of Mingzhu Academy. Below, the crowd was bustling and lively. Although there weren't many people arriving in hover cars like Mo Chang and his group, they were not entirely absent either. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Qi skillfully controlled the hover car to land steadily on an open space. Opening the car door, Mo Chang and Lu Qi stepped out together and stretched lazily. Although the seats were quite comfortable, the space was still a bit cramped for two young men who were 1.8 meters tall. Mo Chang glanced at Bai Jiao in the back seat and saw her playfully sticking out her pink tongue. Cursing lazybones in his heart, Mo Chang walked to the back, personally opened the car door for her, and thoughtfully used his hand to shield the doorframe to prevent her from accidentally bumping into it. Lu Qi, imitating Imo Cheng's actions, walked to the other side to open the car door for Su Ling, though he didn't shield the doorframe like Imo Cheng did. Seeing Su Ling's somewhat puzzled expression, Lu Qi whispered a few words in her ear, resulting in her lightly punching him with her small fist before ignoring him. "You're the short one, Su Ling retorted in her heart. Bai Jiu stepped forward, her smooth, delicate leg coming into Imo Cheng's view, followed by another glimpse of Snow White appearing in his sight. Imo Cheng suddenly felt something was wrong, shouted "oh no" in his heart, and quickly activated his vortex ability to cool himself down while silently reciting the clear mind mantra. "What's wrong?" Bai Jiu saw him close his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed, and thought he might be feeling unwell, asking gently with concern. Nothing's wrong. Let's hurry inside. It wouldn't be good to be late, it's already almost 9 o'clock. Imo Cheng waved his hand to indicate he was fine, but he didn't dare to look her directly in the eyes. Bai Jiu didn't think much of it, nodded slightly, and pulled Su Ling beside her as they walked forward. Imo Cheng and Lu Qi followed behind them, like bodyguards for two goddesses. The spacious auditorium was brightly lit, packed with people, and bustling with excitement. Imo Cheng glanced around briefly and estimated that the auditorium could accommodate over 2,000 students. The students seated in their spots were either chatting, browsing forums, or holding hands with their faces almost touching. "Where should we sit? It looks like there are still plenty of empty seats," Imo Cheng asked the two girls. If it were just him and Lu Qi, it wouldn't matter where they sat, but now they were accompanying Bai Jiu and Su Ling, so naturally, they had to follow their lead. Bai Jiu didn't answer but silently walked to a spot slightly closer to the center and sat down. Su Ling, as expected, sat right beside her. Looking at the two empty seats on either side, Imo Cheng felt a bit troubled, wondering if it would be inappropriate to sit down without their permission. What if he upset them? What would he do then? Even Lu Qi remained silent and still. "Two little security guards, hurry up and sit next to us to protect us." Bai Jiu's melodious voice rang out as she pointed to the seats beside herself and Su Ling, signaling the two to sit down. Clearly, Imo Cheng was overthinking. With Bai Jiu's permission, Imo Cheng plopped down next to her, while Lu Qi sat steadily beside Su Ling, protecting the two of them. "Hey, did you see that beautiful woman who just walked by? She was absolutely stunning. I noticed too, she was really gorgeous. If only that beauty were my girlfriend, how great would that be? I think you're dreaming. I'd rather believe that the beasts have gone extinct than believe you could be with that beauty. That twin-tailed little girl is so cute, she's totally my type." A group of people sat in their seats, their eyes fixed in the direction of Bai Jiu, discussing fervently, their gazes revealing greed and desire. "Why is it so noisy?" A man with sharp features, blonde hair, and blue eyes frowned and said coldly to the person beside him, "Go and see what's going on." "Yes, young master," the person beside him responded and walked away. Shortly after, he returned to the blonde man's side and whispered a few words in his ear. The blonde man's expression instantly became intriguing, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as his fingers lightly tapped the armrest, seemingly pondering something. "Let's go. I must see just how beautiful this stunning woman truly is." He stood up, gave instructions to the people beside him, and then walked toward Imo Cheng and his group. At that moment, Lu Qi suddenly stood up, his face twisted, and said tremblingly, "Brother Chang, my stomach hurts a bit. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" Imo Cheng sighed, got up, and quickly led Lu Qi toward the restroom. After all, the freshman welcome ceremony was about to begin, and time was of the essence. The blond man approached, swept his gaze around, and immediately spotted Bai Jiu, who was sitting and chatting cheerfully with Su Ling. He was momentarily stunned. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Her snow-white long hair flowed like countless strands of silver, and her crimson eyes were filled with endless allure. Since childhood, Shin Changfeng, who had been spoiled, always adhered to one belief when it came to things he desired: they must become his. Such unparalleled beauty, simply the most perfect creation of the Creator, such a woman should rightfully belong to me. He thought to himself, determined to make Bai Jiu his own, and immediately stepped toward her. "Hello, two beautiful ladies, may I sit next to you?" He slightly bowed, placing one hand gently on his chest, and spoke softly to Bai Jiu and Su Ling. Bai Jiu and Su Ling's conversation was interrupted, leaving her somewhat displeased. She turned her head to see a well-dressed man with eyes full of intense emotion. It couldn't help but make her feel a bit nauseous, and she replied in an unhappy tone, "Sorry, this spot is taken. Please don't interrupt my conversation with my friend." Although she felt somewhat angry, she still maintained her composure, as the freshman welcome ceremony was about to begin, and she didn't want to cause trouble. The blond man raised his eyebrows slightly in disbelief upon hearing his request being rejected. In the past, every woman he encountered had been eager to cling to him, but today he was met with indifference, which truly surprised him. However, instead of getting angry, a different kind of desire ignited within him, and his urge to win her over grew even stronger. "Perhaps you two don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Changfeng, an A-level lightning ability awakener, a native of Mingzhu City. My father is also a level 7 ability user." He stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, confidently looking at the two of them. Shin Changfeng had already imagined their surprised expressions upon hearing his name and learning that he was an A-level lightning ability awakener. However, 10 seconds passed. Shin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, only to be met not with admiring gazes, but with the two of them looking at him as if he were a fool. Are you done talking? If you're done, hurry up and leave, stop bothering us. Su Ling said disdainfully, her eyes full of contempt. An A-level ability awakener, what's there to show off about? And a local of Mingzhu City? Why not just say you're a toilet lamp keeper? Shin Changfeng's face instantly darkened, his breathing grew heavy, and his hands clenched tightly. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, being left aside and even despised? The most infuriating part was being called a toilet keeper. Since birth, he had never experienced such a situation. Always growing up with a silver spoon in his mouth, today's encounter was practically the first in over a decade. He raised both hands and stretched them forward. Since the soft approach didn't work, he would resort to force. As for the recordings of his actions by those around him, once the matter was resolved, he could hire internet trolls to distort the facts on forums, and the issue would naturally be taken care of. Flames gathered in by Zhou's palms, but in the next second, they vanished without a trace. Her eyes caught sight of a figure rushing over quickly, and a smile instantly bloomed on her face. What do you want to do? A cold voice from Mo Chang came from behind Shin Changfeng, as if he were in a 10,000-meter ice cave, making one involuntarily shudder. He had just taken Lu Qi to the restroom and stepped out for a breath of air, only to see someone harassing Bai Jiao and the others. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, he hurriedly rushed over. He quickly arrived beside Shin Changfeng, stopping the other party's further actions. Do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, take your filthy hands off immediately. Shin Changfeng roared angrily, purple energy swirling in his palm. Oh, a lightning ability awakener, quite rare indeed. Mo Chang saw the electricity in the other's hand and sneered, his eyes full of mockery. You're courting death. Shin Changfeng clenched his other fist and turned to strike fiercely at Mo Chang's abdomen, terrifying lightning gathering around his fist. Bang! Mo Chang's palm formed frost, effortlessly blocking the blow. The icy barrier left him unharmed, while the opponent's fist was numbed from the impact. Mo Chang released the hand gripping the opponent, and before the other party could react, he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Shin Changfeng's waist. With a bit of force, Shin Changfeng flew backward entirely. Is that all? Just like He Feng, the strongest skill is talking. Mo Chang clapped his hands and mocked. Watch out. At that moment, Bai Jiao urgently warned, her eyes anxiously fixed on the fist heading straight for Mo Chang's head. Upon hearing this, Mo Chang's gaze sharpened, and he slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the punch in time. Feeling the wind from the punch brushing past his hair, Mo Chang's lips curled into a cold smile. He struck fiercely with his elbow, while his other hand clamped tightly over the opponent's mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. MMM. MMM. A piercing scream tried to escape Shin Changfeng's throat, but under Mo Chang's silencing grip, it could only turn into a muffled whimper. Shoot, stay quiet. Mo Chang lifted his icy blue eyes, coldly staring at the person before him, his voice as sharp as a blade. This is the price of an ambush. He bent his leg, his muscles instantly exerting force, and kicked out. The person in his hand rolled on the ground like a ball for several circles before stopping. Cough, cough, cough. Are you Mo Chang? The S-Class Ice Ability Awakener. Shin Changfeng slowly climbed up from the ground, his hand resting on the nearby seat to barely maintain his balance, fear evident in his eyes. Is he the Mo Chang who's famous on the forum? Look at that aura, there's no doubt he's an S-Class Ice Ability Awakener. This ice element is terrifying. Is he really the same age as us? Why are my legs trembling even from this distance? Those near Mo Chang instinctively stepped back, afraid of accidentally provoking him and ending up like Shin Changfeng, who was kicked away with a single blow. Some female students farther away took out their wristbands and began filming Mo Chang from all angles, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Some even rubbed their legs together, drool unknowingly dripping from the corners of their mouths, as if they had already fallen into a trance. In an unremarkable corner, a blue-haired woman in a white gauze dress stood with a thoughtful expression, her gaze fixed intently on that tall figure. At the front, Wang Shui anxiously said to Su Wan beside her, "Isn't that Mo Chang? Should we go help him?" "No need. Don't you know his strength by now? Let's just watch quietly." Su Wan gently stroked Wang Shui's hand, comforting her. Mo Chang didn't care about what others thought of him. As long as the people around him understood him, that was enough. He didn't concern himself with anyone else. "That's right, it's me. How do you plan to take revenge on me?" Mo Chang looked at Shin Changfeng and asked in return. Mo Chang, you're joking. How could I possibly take revenge on you?" Shin Changfeng said with a smile on his face, speaking amicably. "We are all students of Mingzhu Academy. Our common enemy should be the beasts, not each other, right? From what Shin Changfeng is saying, are you suggesting we turn hostility into friendship?" Mo Chang couldn't quite figure out the other's intentions, his eyes showing a hint of caution. "Of course, this is what we call no fight, no acquaintance," Shin Changfeng said nonchalantly, as if the injured person just now wasn't him but someone else. At that moment, the lights in the auditorium suddenly dimmed, and the surrounding crowd quickly returned to their seats, not daring to make a sound. The freshman welcome ceremony is starting. We'll meet again, Mo Chang. Shin Changfeng left these words, pulled up the person on the ground, and returned to his seat. After rushing back from the restroom, Lu Qi saw traces of a fight around and asked, Chang, did someone cause trouble? Tell me who it was, and I'll teach them a lesson. It's nothing, I've already taken care of it. Hurry back to your seat. Mo Chang said helplessly, holding his face. Hello, students. I am Zhang Yuan, the third dean of Mingzhu Academy, you can call me Dean Zhang. Mo Chang had not fully sat down when he saw three people appear out of thin air on the stage. Leading them was a silver-haired man with a composed expression and a steady demeanor, resembling a slumbering lion. As everyone knows, abilities are divided into two major categories, one is physical enhancement, and the other is elemental control, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. To my right is Chun Yilong, the head of the physical enhancement department, and to my left is Yuan Qing, the head of the elemental control department. His voice was deep and powerful, and even without a microphone, the students present could hear him clearly. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Zhang Yuan raised his hand to signal for silence, and the sound abruptly stopped. He then continued, You are the 90th cohort of students at this academy. 100 years ago, the war lasted a full decade, and it was only 10 years later that Mingzhu Academy was truly established. The war has been dormant for 90 years, and no one knows whether it will break out again. Some of you may have witnessed the so-called beast tides, but I must tell you, that is not war. True war is when cities crumble, rivers of blood flow, and humanity faces possible extinction. The significance of establishing Mingzhu Academy is to better educate you, so that you possess sufficient strength and the ability to protect others in the future. Charging forward fearlessly and persevering is the spiritual force passed down among us Dasha people. In the face of calamity, it is the most direct and effective blade. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. We must become the kindling that burns away the darkness, until the entire sky is illuminated and the disasters of the world are cleansed. Zhang Yuan clenched his fist and spoke righteously. The audience below was silent, their expressions solemn. In the academy, they are rivals, but when disaster strikes, they are citizens of Daxia, comrades on the same front, and pillars of support for each other. Mo Chang stared at Zhang Yuan, his eyes sparkling brilliantly, his heart surging with emotion. His hand tightly clenched under the seat, and he felt an immense pride in being a citizen of Daxia. Next, I want to announce something. This weekend, the academy will organize a grand hunt for the freshmen. Of course, teachers will accompany you to ensure your safety. Additionally, here's a little insider tip. The higher your ranking in the hunt, the more generous the rewards will be. Zhang Yuan kept everyone in suspense, and the previously heavy atmosphere immediately became lively as the crowd below began whispering among themselves. Mo Chang was about to ask Bai Jiao and the others for their opinions when he suddenly felt something soft, cool, and slightly ticklish moving against his calf. He looked down in confusion, and the scene before him made his heart race, his cheeks flush slightly, and left him utterly shocked. Bai Jiao's smooth, delicate foot was entwined around his leg. Coincidentally, he had chosen to wear a pair of black knee-length shorts for comfort today, causing his leg muscles to press closely against her jade-like foot. Dong dong dong. Mo Chang could feel his heart pounding violently. He nervously whispered, What are you doing? Are you messing around? Let go of me. Isn't it obvious? I'm teasing you. Are you feeling shy? Bai Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips, resembling a sly little fox as she teased Mo Chang. Just now, in front of all those students, you taught a lesson to the guy who tried to hit on us. You were so imposing, full of manly charm. So why have you turned into a shy little boy now? Bai Jiao's words landed like a gentle blow, making Mo Chang's heart tighten. Mo Chang wanted to retort but was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only pull his legs back, looking helpless. Seeing this, Bai Jiao stretched out her legs. At 1.7 meters tall, she had a pair of long, snow-white, straight legs that easily touched Mo Chang's calf. Mo Chang's expression grew increasingly astonished, and he whispered, Stop teasing me. There are so many people here. If someone sees, they'll misunderstand. Let go of me. Let them see, it's no big deal, Bai Jiao said, her gaze sharp as she stared directly at Mo Chang, a teasing smile playing at the corner of her lips. Feeling the delicate warmth against his leg, Mo Chang's cheeks flushed slightly, and his heartbeat began to quicken. Sitting in his seat, he immediately closed his eyes, the vortex of his abilities surging within him. The earlier heat gradually subsided, and the abnormality in his body was alleviated. Bai Jiao glanced at him, her smile growing even more pronounced. Her foot began to gently rub against Mo Chang's leg, her soft toes even clasping the edge of his calf. Damn! She's really audacious. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Chang thought to himself, as the situation, which had slightly eased, became increasingly tense. He began to fully activate his ice-based ability to suppress the discomfort in his body, and strands of icy power started to radiate outward. Bai Jiao's thigh suddenly trembled, and upon closer inspection, ice crystals had formed on her calf. She quickly pulled her leg back and brushed off the ice crystals with her hand, muttering, "Humph, everyone else would be dying for me to do this, but in your eyes, it's like a death sentence. So boring." Her fingers circled her abdomen as she thought to herself, "But I wouldn't do this for anyone else." "Bai Jiao, what are you talking about?" Su Ling asked in confusion upon hearing her voice. Nothing, I was just thinking about the hunting event." Bai Jiao appeared slightly flustered, her gaze flickering as she avoided looking directly into Su Ling's eyes. Although she dared to tease Mo Chang and even claimed she wasn't afraid of being caught, it was ultimately just bravado. If she were truly exposed, she'd undoubtedly be the first to flee. Su Ling seemed a bit skeptical but didn't dwell on it. She reached out to hold Bai Jiao's arm and said sweetly, "Then, Sister Bai Jiao, you must protect me when the time comes." "Of course." Mo Chang glanced at Bai Jiao and saw her with Su Ling, which made him feel slightly relieved. He gently patted his chest and silently sighed to himself, indeed, women are dangerous creatures. During the remaining time, Mo Chang was spared from Bai Jiao's harassment. It wasn't until the freshman welcome ceremony concluded and the academy's senior staff had left the stage that he quickly stood up and hurriedly fled the scene. "Brother Chang, what's going on?" Lu Qi looked at Bai Jiao and Su Ling, asking in confusion. He was sitting next to Su Ling, having spent the entire freshman assembly either dozing off or completely unaware of everything Mo Chang had gone through. The three returned to the hovering flying car and found Mo Chang already seated in the front passenger seat, staring straight into the distance, appearing somewhat absent-minded. "Brother Chang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Qi got into the car and, noticing Mo Chang's pale complexion, asked with concern. "I'm fine. Just drive. Oh, by the way, let's stop by the supermarket first. I need to buy some groceries." Mo Chang turned his head to reply, but his gaze avoided looking back again. Lu Qi responded, and after everyone had fastened their seatbelts, he started the hovering flying car and headed toward the supermarket. Bai Jiao sat in the back seat, her eyes seemingly wandering outside the window, but her peripheral vision occasionally swept toward Mo Chang, as if pondering something. The timing was perfect, and a harmonious and beautiful scene flowed within the hovering car. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Mo Chang and the others walked in together, their striking looks and unapproachable aura instantly making them the center of attention. Bai Jiao and Su Ling blinked at Mo Chang and the others, their watery eyes seemingly speaking volumes. Mo Chang immediately understood their intentions and, with no choice, nodded, "Take whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for it later." He currently had over $1 million in savings and wasn't worried about the two spending it all. Moreover, the source energy crystals for cultivation could still be used for a long time, so there was no immediate need to spend money. Bai Jiao and Su Ling revealed a knowing smile, then dashed toward the snack section to begin a major shopping spree. Meanwhile, Mo Chang led Lu Qi to buy some vegetables and meat. When they arrived at the seafood section, after a brief moment of thought, he decided to purchase 5 pounds of live shrimp. He was confident that with Bai Jiao and Su Ling, the two little foodies, there would be no leftover shrimp. He had personally witnessed their impressive ability to clear plates. That morning, despite the large bowls of preserved egg and lean meat congee and lotus seed soup, he and Lu Qi were full after just 2 bowls, while Bai Jiao and Su Ling managed to eat 5 big bowls each. Mo Chang couldn't help but wonder how they managed to maintain such perfect figures. Could this be the legendary never-gain-weight physique? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. After buying the groceries needed for the next few days, the two of them headed to the checkout. After placing the packed groceries into the trunk, they walked toward the snack section to check out the results of the two girls' selections. When Mo Chang saw Bai Jiao and Su Ling's spoils of war, he couldn't help but be startled, taking several steps back. The two of them were carrying 5 or 6 bags each, and the snacks on the shelves had almost been completely cleared out by them. Even the passers-by not far away, seeing this scene, couldn't help but admire their appetites. "Can you really finish eating all this? You mustn't waste it," Mo Chang advised earnestly. He wasn't worried about the money but was afraid they might waste food. "These snacks? Sister Bai Jiao and I can finish them all in just a few days. Don't worry, we hold a deep respect for food," Bai Jiao said, blinking her sparkling big eyes. Her long eyelashes made her look incredibly charming, making one feel an irresistible urge to hold her in their arms and protect her forever. Mo Chang thought for a moment and decided to do Bai Jiao a favor first, planning to bring up his request to her later. He sighed lightly at the two of them and said, "Alright, fine, you can buy them. I'll pay for it this time, but only this once." Hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Mo Chang in disbelief. He couldn't recall his brother Chang ever being this easygoing. "Then we'll continue shopping, hee." Bai Jiao and Su Ling exchanged a smile, carrying their shopping bags as they ran off into the distance. After the two women's figures completely disappeared, Lu Qi rubbed his eyes, feeling that Mo Chang seemed somewhat unreal at the moment. He hesitated and asked, "Qingji, are you running a fever? I feel like your mind isn't quite right. How did you come to that conclusion?" Mo Chang's face instantly darkened, his voice lowered a few tones, and a surge of impulse to hit Lu Qi rose in his heart. "Look, Qingji, today you ran off from the auditorium, which was already a bit unusual, and then just now you spoke so gently, almost like you were talking to a girlfriend. Baijiu and the others are indeed quite attractive, I can't blame you for that. Anyone would be tempted. But Chang, you should just go for one, you can't want both. At least leave one for me, don't you think? Lu Qi said earnestly. Mo Chang held his forehead with both hands, silently admiring Lu Qi's imagination, then said in a deep voice, rest assured, I absolutely don't have the thoughts you're talking about. If I did, I'd be a dog. To make himself appear more convincing, he even raised his hand upright, his gaze showing a hint of solemnity. Lu Qi glanced a few times, feeling that Mo Chang's demeanor didn't seem fake, but he still couldn't fully believe it. Let's go settle the bill. They'll come over after finishing their shopping, Mo Chang said calmly, putting his hand down and leading Lu Qi toward the cashier. After waiting for a while, Baijiu's figure reappeared in Mo Chang's line of sight. She was carrying more than 10 bags, each one packed to the brim. Through the white plastic bags, Mo Chang saw chips, jerky, nuts, cookies, milk candies, a whole pile of snacks. These large and small bags of snacks must have cost at least 1,000 yuan. Mo Chang couldn't help but regret the words he had said earlier. But he understood that once spoken, words are like spilled water. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only bury it in his heart. After paying the bill and seeing the 1,000 yuan vanish from his wristband, Mo Chang felt a pang of pain in his heart. Thank you, Mo Chang. I'll remember your kindness and repay you in the future, Baijiu said with a cheerful smile, sitting in the back row and noticing the lifeless expression on Mo Chang's face. Not teasing me casually is the biggest repayment you can give me, Mo Chang said with a slight pout, his tone tinged with a bit of fear. I swear, from now on I will never tease you again. That's better. Baijiu agreed readily, but secretly began plotting in her heart. He, just kidding. Only a straight guy like you would believe a beautiful girl's words. With someone as adorable as you, not teasing you would be such a waste. Su Ling noticed Baijiu's smile gradually turning strange and nervously shifted to the side. The once familiar Baijiu now seemed particularly unfamiliar in her eyes. See, Sister Baijiu, your smile is really scary. Su Ling stammered nervously. Ah, is it? Baijiu immediately snapped out of it, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth and pretending to be calm, though inwardly she scolded herself for losing composure. Hearing Su Ling's words, Mo Chang couldn't help but get goosebumps. After the hovering flying car returned to Villa number 64, Mo Chang quickly left under the pretext of training, leaving the lonely Lu Qi to do the hard labor for the two girls. Mo Chang sat on the floor of the gravity chamber, took out a grade B source energy crystal from his spatial ring, placed it in front of him, and began absorbing it by channeling his ability vortex. Rich energy continuously surged into his body, washing through his limbs and bones. Only when the grade B source energy crystal became completely dim and lifeless did Mo Chang slowly stand up, clenching his fists and feeling as though his body was filled with boundless power. It takes me over a week to fully absorb a grade B source energy crystal. This is my current cultivation speed, Mo Chang muttered to himself. This grade B source energy crystal was the same one he had started absorbing at home earlier. After so many days of effort, he had finally completely absorbed all the energy within it. Since breaking through to the first tier advanced level, I haven't trained properly. Today, I finally have some free time. Mo Chang pressed the button, and a terrifying force surged behind him, but it was no longer as unstoppable as before. He slowly straightened his waist, his upright figure standing proudly in the gravity chamber, his gaze firmly fixed straight ahead. As time passed slowly, Mo Chang's body remained unbent, standing motionless in place. Not long after, half an hour had passed, and Mo Chang's body swayed slightly, though not too much. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Last time, he had barely managed to hold on for half an hour before giving up, but now he was already making progress toward the goal of lasting an hour. Mo Chang gritted his teeth, his gaze growing even more resolute. Clenching his fists tightly, he tensed all his muscles and exerted his strength. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and the faint outline of his abs made him appear even more restrained and ascetic. Almost there, he muttered under his breath, stealing a glance at the time displayed on his wristband. His voice was laden with exhaustion. Crack, crack. Warm blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. Veins bulged prominently on his neck and arms. Thud. Finally, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, Mo Chang collapsed onto the ground. His body felt as though it was crushed under the weight of thousands of pounds, rendering him completely immobile. Whenever he tried to struggle to his feet, he would be pushed back down the next second. He raised his hand to condense a shard of ice and flung it with all his might, hitting the machine's button with precision. Instantly, the mountain-like force dissipated. Mo Chang stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and leaned against the wall, trembling as he walked out. His legs were swollen and aching. Without relying on this method, he would likely collapse from weakness. Bang! The door to the gravity chamber was opened, and the three people lying on the sofa eating snacks couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw Mo Chang in that strange state. Heh, go ahead and laugh. You'll have your turn to train in there eventually, Mo Chang said coldly, looking at the three. Baijiu's eyes suddenly lit up. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, slipped on her flip-flops, and dashed toward Mo Chang with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Whoa, don't come over here. Mo Chang instinctively waved his hand as he saw her approaching, but his legs stumbled, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the punishment, but the anticipated pain never came. Instead, he felt a soft elasticity against his chest and his nose caught a faint, pleasant fragrance. How should he put it? It was unexpectedly comfortable. Mo Chang slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was an exquisite, beautiful collarbone. The fair skin carried a faint blush, glowing under the light like a piece of captivating jade. The sound of a rapid heartbeat echoed in his ears. Yet, it wasn't just his own, it also belonged to the stunning beauty before him. Mo Chang slowly turned his head and caught sight of Bai Jiu's delicate face, flushed with a deep red. Her unique girlish scent wafted from her neck, a fragrance that could only be described as natural body scent, perhaps. Her skin was soft and silky, and lying against it brought an unparalleled sense of comfort. It even seemed to ease the fatigue within him from his earlier training. Bai Jiu had initially intended to help steady him, but her arm moved a fraction too slowly, and as a result, she collided into Mo Chang's chest. Now, she appeared utterly flustered and at a loss for what to do. Mo Chang, you big pig head, why don't you quickly let go of Sister Bai Jiu? Su Ling was the first to react and hurriedly spoke. Ah, right, sorry. Mo Chang hastily stepped back a few steps, pressed his palm against the wall, bowed to Bai Jiu, and looked full of remorse. With Su Ling's call, Bai Jiu's wandering thoughts finally returned to reality. She covered her face with her hand, her face full of embarrassment. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After she finished speaking, she quickly darted upstairs like a little rabbit, her dress gently fluttering in the wind, breathtakingly beautiful. Mo Chang, aren't you going to explain yourself properly? Su Ling approached, her eyes slightly narrowed, hands on her hips, and spoke to Mo Chang casually. An accident, it was all an accident. Mo Chang looked at Su Ling seriously, stammering as he responded. Do you think I'll believe that? Come on, tell me, how far has your relationship with Bai Jiu Jie progressed? Su Ling revealed her little tiger teeth and asked confidently. Yeah, Changge, how far have you two gotten? Have you? Lu Qi spoke as he pressed his two thumbs together, slowly moving them closer. Mo Chang was getting a headache from the wild imaginations of the two in front of him. What on earth was going on? After thinking for a moment, he looked at them and said seriously, Bai Jiu and I are not in the kind of relationship you're thinking of. You've misunderstood. What just happened was purely an accident. You're trying to fool kids here. Sister Bai Jiu hates being touched by others, especially men. Last time, some clueless guy tried to grab her hand, and he almost ended up with a crippled hand. Do you think your words are believable? Su Ling circled around Mo Chang, her gaze sweeping from bottom to top, from left to right, her tone as calm as water. Mo Chang was also somewhat puzzled. Bai Jiu hated being touched by others the most, so what was going on at today's freshman welcome ceremony? She had even taken the initiative to tease him. At the freshman welcome ceremony, Bai Jiu even. Mo Chang blurted out, but was interrupted by a light cough. Ahem. Bai Jiu walked out of the room, her face devoid of any expression, yet she stared at Mo Chang intently, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. Mo Chang's heart tightened. He was certain that if this matter were leaked, Bai Jiu would definitely find an opportunity to deal with him. He couldn't help but shiver, his gaze unfocused, not daring to look directly at her. Su Ling looked at Bai Jiu. Although her expression was perfectly composed, having grown up together with Bai Jiu, she was one of the people in this world who understood her best. That trace of panic in Bai Jiu's eyes had already betrayed her. However, Su Ling said nothing and instead felt secretly delighted. Mo Chang was handsome, could cook, and had both strength and talent. Most importantly, Sister Bai Jiu did not seem to dislike him. As for that fiancé she had only met a few times, Su Ling was the first to disapprove. Marriages arranged by families were often for the sake of benefits. Even if the other party were outstanding, she still preferred the pairing of Mo Chang and Bai Jiu. Seeing that he was safe, Mo Chang fled the scene as if escaping for his life. Bai Jiu returned to her room, collapsed onto the floor, and gasped for breath. Fortunately, she had been eavesdropping earlier. If Mo Chang had really revealed her actions, how could she ever face Su Ling again? A wave of fear surged in her heart as she patted her chest, causing the round, snow-white beauty to tremble along with the motion. The only pity was that this stunning scene had no audience to appreciate it. In the cafe of Mingzhu Academy, Yifeng arrived there based on the message on his wristband. Through the window, he saw a blond man with his back to him, leisurely savoring the drink in his hand. Xin Changfeng, you didn't ask me here just for coffee, did you? Just state your purpose. Yifeng sat down in front of the blond man and said coldly. As far as I know, on the day of registration, you were beaten up by Mo Chang and his companions in front of many people. It was even recorded and posted on the Academy forum. Congratulations, you've really made a name for yourself. Xin Changfeng lowered his head, mocking Yifeng as he stirred his coffee with a spoon, his gaze never once landing on the other person. Our young master Xin isn't any better. Trying to hit on a beauty, only to be instantly subdued and kicked away. Your fame now is no less than mine. Yifeng was not angered by Xin Changfeng's words, instead, he countered with the other party's embarrassing incident. Kid, watch your tone when speaking to our young master. A man stepped forward, his arms wrapped in bandages, his face dark as he spoke. Oh, I remember now, you and your master were both kicked away by Mo Chang. Yi Feng remained calm, completely unfazed by the threat in the man's tone. Shin Shanfeng had a similar experience, both having been beaten by Mo Chang. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so he didn't believe Shin Shanfeng would make a move against him. You may leave first. I have something to discuss with Yi Feng. Shin Shanfeng set down his coffee, his tone indifferent, revealing no trace of emotion. Yes, young master. As expected, his guess was correct. Shin Shanfeng had likely summoned him to deal with Mo Chang, Yi Feng thought to himself. Seeing Shin Shanfeng being humiliated this morning yet able to chat and laugh with the other party, he had instinctively assumed it was out of fear. Little did he expect Shin Shanfeng to conceal his intentions so deeply. Understanding that the situation at the time would not benefit him, he decisively let it go, only to strike with thunderous force after making a calculated decision. Such a mindset was truly dangerous. The purpose of me messaging you to come here, I believe you've already guessed it. Then I won't beat around the bush. Regarding dealing with Mo Chang, Yi Feng, shall we cooperate? Shin Shanfeng saw the other party remain silent and took the initiative to speak. Yi Feng thought for a moment, nodded, and calmly asked, So, Shin Shanfeng, what do you have in mind? His sharp gaze fixed on Shin Shanfeng, secretly on guard. If Shin Shanfeng intended to deal with Mo Chang within the academy, he would immediately leave, or even report him to the teacher. After all, Mingzhu Academy's rules clearly prohibit intentionally harming fellow students, and he had no intention of becoming a scapegoat alongside Shin Shanfeng. Yi Feng, no need to be so tense. Do you still remember the hunting event the dean mentioned? Shin Shanfeng said with a smile. Are you suggesting taking action against Mo Chang during the hunting expedition? Yi Feng frowned slightly. I just enjoy talking to smart people. As far as I know, the hunting location is a mountain range inhabited by beasts. At that time, we can join forces and find an opportunity to teach Mo Chang a lesson. Once we return to Mingzhu Academy, he won't dare do anything to us. Shin Shanfeng spoke as he pulled a square metal block out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Transparent energy surged from within the metal block, forming a barrier that enveloped the two of them. Shin Shanfeng, you really are generous. Yi Feng looked at the metal block in front of him, his eyes glimmering with desire. This is just a small expense. If Yi Feng wants it, I'll give it to you. Shin Shanfeng waved his hand, leaned back in his chair, and said nonchalantly. The energy protection device's barrier not only isolated internal sounds but also resisted external attacks, capable of withstanding the full force strike of a third-tier ability user, with a value of over 1 million. Although he casually offered to give it away, he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Still, for the sake of success, he gritted his teeth and endured it. After all, he had 3 more of these devices, so losing one wouldn't matter much. Yi Feng put away the energy protection device, a joyful smile appearing on his face as he said to Shin Shanfeng, We need to come up with a specific plan, otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it will all be in vain. Mo Chang's indiscriminate ice element attack is entirely designed for clearing the field, Shin Shanfeng said with a confident smile, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, I have a method that guarantees success. We'll just... That idea sounds good. Then here's to a successful collaboration, Yi Feng said, already imagining Mo Chang begging for mercy in a few days. A wicked smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Achoo! Mo Chang sneezed, rubbed his nose, and felt a bit annoyed. Who's talking about me behind my back? As an awakened ability user, he believed catching a cold was impossible, so the only reason for sneezing must be someone secretly discussing him. As for who it might be, he guessed it could be Bai Jiao or Su Ling, with Bai Jiao being the most likely. After all, he had been quite close to her today. Bang! Mo Chang pushed open the door and walked out of the bathroom. The freshly changed white t-shirt clung to his slightly damp skin, faintly revealing the perfect muscle lines of his arms and abdomen. Bai Jiao had just come downstairs and was greeted by this blood-pumping scene. She felt a liquid trickling from her nose and hurriedly ran to the table, using a tissue to block her delicate nose. Su Ling, on the other hand, didn't react as dramatically as Bai Jiao. She merely blushed slightly and turned her head away, not daring to look at Mo Chang. Brother Chang, your physique is amazing. Lu Qi stared directly at Mo Chang's abdomen and loudly praised him. You've got a way with words, keep it coming, I don't mind, Mo Chang responded half-jokingly. Bai Jiao heard Mo Chang's narcissistic remark, slightly raised her head, and sneered, with just those tiny muscles, what's there to show off? Then why did you get a nosebleed? Mo Chang retorted mercilessly. That was because I ate too many chips and got overheated. Bai Jiao reluctantly came up with an excuse. Oh, I'll take your word for it then. I'm going to cook now. You guys should eat fewer snacks, dinner will be ready soon. Mo Chang reminded them, carrying the groceries toward the kitchen. Catching a glimpse of Mo Chang's figure already entering the living room, Bai Jiao finally let out a small sigh of relief, her previously tense body gradually relaxing. All of this was clearly observed by Su Ling. I want to see when you all will slip up, Su Ling thought to herself. At 5 in the afternoon, the dishes were served, and Bai Jiao and the others were filled with anticipation. These plates of delicious and visually appealing food were simply too tempting. Alright, all the dishes are served, you can start eating now. As soon as the words were spoken, the three people at the table could no longer hold back and eagerly picked up their chopsticks to serve themselves. The stir-fried shrimp is so delicious. Nonsense, clearly this sweet and sour pork is the best. Rubbish, braised lion's head meatballs are the most amazing. Seeing this childlike argument, Emo-chan shook his head helplessly, scooped a bowl of rice, and sat down on the bench. Classes officially start tomorrow. According to the wristband, my classroom is in the Ice Elemental Abilities building. You all should be in different buildings, right? Baijio and the others nodded, but their mouths didn't stop moving. Hey, what I wanted to say is, I won't have time to cook for you tomorrow, so you'll have to figure out your own meals. Mo Chang's tone grew a bit heavier, making Lu Chi and the others realize the seriousness of the situation, and they all stopped what they were doing. Now there are two options. 1. I transfer money to you, and you handle your own food at noon. 2. Baijio and Su Ling, each of you pair up with someone and go to the restaurant together. Baijio said casually, I'm fine with anything, let Linger decide. I choose the second option. I'll pair up with Lu Chi, and Sister Baijio can pair up with Mo Chang, Su Ling softly said after some consideration. If it weren't for what happened earlier, she would definitely have chosen the first option and gone to the restaurant on her own. But after observing the situation all afternoon, she changed her mind. For Sister Baijio's happiness, she was willing to work hard, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Hearing Su Ling's choice, Baijio was stunned and asked in surprise, Linger, are you sure? Of course it's true, Sister Baijio. Besides, transferring money is such a hassle. Isn't it better to just go to the restaurant with someone? Su Ling responded with a determined tone. Baijio wanted to speak but hesitated, ultimately nodding silently to show her acceptance. Lu Chi, do you think this works? Okay. Then it's decided. After dinner, everyone should rest early. We still have class tomorrow, Mo Chang said, and then said no more. The corners of Su Ling's mouth slightly curved upward as she lowered her head to eat, the movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible. After dinner, Mo Chang returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and prepared to cultivate. Just then, a crisp notification sound from his wristband interrupted his thoughts. Mo Chang opened the message, and his previously good mood instantly plummeted. Student Mo Chang, you injured a fellow student during the school's freshman welcome assembly, violating the rules of Mingzhu Academy. Considering that you were the passive party and this is your first offense, your contribution points will not be deducted this time. We hope you will abide by the rules during your future time at the academy. Mo Chang's face turned pale, his mood as unpleasant as if he'd swallowed a fly. But after a moment's thought, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he said in a relaxed tone, since I, the passive party, didn't lose any contribution points, then Shin Changfeng, the one who started it, is definitely in trouble. In a room of the student dormitory, a blond man saw the message on his wristband and the contribution points turning negative, falling into deep thought. I'll give you a few more days to enjoy yourself. When the hunt begins, I'll make sure you know that I, Shin Changfeng, am not someone to be trifled with. The next morning, after finishing his training, Mo Chan walked out of his room and was about to freshen up when he noticed Baijio coming down the stairs. She was wearing a white hoodie on top and a short white skirt below, her long, fair legs swing in front of Mo Chang, making his heart skip a beat. Mo Chang glanced at his own black hoodie and gray casual pants, thinking to himself that this clearly looked like a couple's outfit. However, he didn't say much, since the other party didn't seem to care, why should he overthink it? Morning, go have breakfast after washing up, Mo Chang mumbled while brushing his teeth. Baijio groggily nodded, her eyes squinting into slits. She wobbled eastward one moment and tilted westward the next as she walked. Worried she might fall, Missouri Chang quickly went over, gently held her shoulders, and steadily guided her to the bathroom. Hurry up and wash your face, you're like a little lazy cat, Mo Chang said as he prepared water for her and even thoughtfully squeezed out some toothpaste. Thank you, Baijio said after washing her face, feeling a bit more awake, and thanked Mo Chang. Where's Lu Chi? Why hasn't he gotten up yet? Su Ling's voice sounded from behind the two of them. Maybe he's still asleep. Why don't you go wake him up? Mo Chang suggested. Didn't you say we can't enter someone else's room without permission? It's fine, I'm his guardian. Trust me, nothing will go wrong. If there's an issue, come to me. Mo Chang patted his chest, assuring Su Ling. Thinking to himself, Lu Chi, as your good father, I will do my best to create opportunities for you to find a partner. No need to thank me. Mo Chang felt secretly pleased, thinking that being a father to a brother must truly be a nationwide mission. Su Ling didn't think much of it, picked up a broom, and slowly walked toward Lu Chi's room, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Sorry, Lu Chi, as your father, I've let you down. I will miss you. Mo Chang muttered softly, but the corners of his mouth unknowingly lifted into a smile. Ah, what the hell? Help, Chang. Someone wants to kill me. Lu Chi shouted in pain from the room, his voice mixed with a woman's laughter. Lu Chi, perseverance leads to victory. Come on, I believe in you. Mo Chang shouted passionately from the sofa. Your relationship is really great. Lu Chi has a great personality, and he's also my good brother. Mo Chang saw that Baijio had already finished handling his matters and stood up, heading toward the door. Sunlight spilled onto Mo Chang's face, making him look radiant. Bai Jiu followed behind him, momentarily lost in thought. After breakfast, the two parted ways in front of their respective ability towers. Mo Chang followed the navigation on his wristband to his Class Year 1, Class 3 of Ice Elemental Abilities. The moment he stepped in, Mo Chang drew the attention of all the students present. As an S-Class Ice Elemental awakened, he had easily defeated two opponents during the freshman welcome ceremony. Coupled with his stunning looks, it was almost impossible for him not to stand out. Mo Chang took a seat in one of the back rows, marveling at the high-tech atmosphere of the classroom and silently admiring the luxury of Mingzhu Academy. Scanning the room, he noticed that each class had only 20 seats, with ample personal space for every student. An Ice Elemental Awakened has one noticeable trait, an icy, aloof demeanor that makes them seem unapproachable. Hello, students. My surname is Gu, and my name is Gu Yuan. I am your instructor and advisor for Year 1, Class 3 of Ice Elemental Abilities. I will be responsible for your classroom learning, various tasks, and class management. Feel free to ask me any questions, no need to be nervous. A man in a white shirt walked in. He looked to be just over 30, with a kind face. A pair of black-framed glasses further accentuated his refined demeanor. Teacher Gu, what level of ability user are you? A student raised their hand and asked. Me? I'm just a level 6 ability user, barely meeting the minimum requirement to be a lecturer at the academy, Gu Yuan replied warmly. Hearing this, Mo Chang almost lost his balance in his seat. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself by holding onto the desk, avoiding embarrassment. Level 6. The Principal of Blue Ocean. City's #1 high school was merely a level 6 powerhouse, yet at Mingzhu Academy, this level was only barely qualified to be a lecturer. One had to admit, Mingzhu Academy was truly impressive. Additionally, this year, the Ice Element Ability Awakeners have been divided into 7 classes, with students randomly assigned by the system. I will select a class monitor for this class to manage the group. Everyone is encouraged to actively participate in the election, and the final decision will be made through voting. Gu Yuan's tone was light, with a constant smile on his lips, as warm as a spring breeze. Mo Chang felt the surrounding gazes all focused on him. He slowly lowered his body, trying to avoid their attention. Isn't Mo Chang the great master in our class? I think we should just let Mo Chang be the class monitor. A student stood up and shared their opinion with Gu Yuan and the others. Yeah, this class monitor position has to go to Mo Chang, no question about it. I've seen Mo Chang's videos on the forum. If Mo Chang becomes the class monitor, I have no objections. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the classmates began nominating Mo Chang one after another, making him feel a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Since everyone agrees on Mo Chang, why don't we have him stand up and introduce himself to everyone? Gu Yuan said, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Mo Chang felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Struggling to lift his heavy legs, he slowly stood up from his seat. The long-awaited academy life suddenly felt dull and uninteresting at this moment. You, the leader, don't let me catch an opportunity, or you'll understand what true bone-chilling cold feels like. Mo Chang silently memorized this person's appearance. In his heart, if there were similar combat activities in the future, he would definitely seek him out first for a friendly exchange that he would remember for a lifetime. This is Mo Chang, our new classmate. Come on, introduce yourself. Gu Yuan leaned one hand on the podium, extended the other hand toward Mo Chang, and said with a smile. My surname is Mo, given name Chang. Mo as in ink, Chang as in accomplishment. I'm an S-Class Ice Ability Awakener, currently at intermediate level of Tier 1. Mo Chang spoke in a detached tone, deliberately lowering his reported strength by 1 level. Although there weren't many enemies in the academy, one should always be cautious. Apart from the closest people, it was always safer to underreport one's strength in other situations to avoid being overheard by those with ill intentions. Gu Yuan revealed a faintly mocking expression, carefully scrutinized Mo Chang for a moment, and nodded, saying, intermediate level 1 strength. It seems that Mo Chang hasn't slacked off during the 1-month vacation. Mo Chang met Gu Yuan's gaze, secretly on guard. This teacher Gu didn't seem simple, his eyes appeared to penetrate all deceptions, leaving one with nowhere to hide. Since everyone believes that Mo Chang is capable of being the class monitor, let's have him take on the role for Class 3 of the 1st grade. Mo Chang reluctantly nodded and collapsed into his seat, both physically and mentally exhausted. This fatigue was of the soul, far heavier than the weariness of the body. Everyone should know the origin of superpowers. A century ago, the dark purple meteorite brought great upheaval to humanity. An unknown virus spread far and wide, and it was during that time that monstrous beasts appeared, Gu Yuan said slowly from the podium. Most humans turned into bloodthirsty creatures, similar to the zombies you are familiar with, while only a few were immune to the virus. Later, the source energy that emerged between heaven and earth can be understood as the planet's self-rescue mechanism. Among the surviving humans, some awakened superpowers, and the battle to counterattack the monstrous beasts began from that moment. As for those who did not awaken superpowers, their physical constitution was also enhanced due to the source energy. Gu Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried a penetrating quality, allowing every student in the classroom to hear him clearly. Various nations once formed teams to venture to the meteorite's crash site in Antarctica, but not a single person returned alive. Later, humanity sent 5 ninth-tier powerhouses to investigate, and in the end, only one of them, burning through their life force, managed to drag their dying body to the outskirts of Antarctica to deliver a single message. The Antarctic region is off limits, there lies a strange spring. Since then, the Antarctic has been designated by human authorities as a forbidden zone of life, barring anyone from entering. Hearing this, the students in the audience gasped audibly. Even ninth-tier powerhouses had perished there. Just how terrifying could that place be? Mr. Gu, will the strange spring resurface? A student asked curiously. No one can be certain about this, but rest assured, we humans now have 7 10th-tier powerhouses. They are the backbone of human civilization's progression. Gu Yuan's voice gradually grew louder, eventually shouting passionately. Bang! Gu Yuan slammed the table forcefully, and a clear palm print immediately appeared. Thud! Mo Chang, startled by the sudden noise, accidentally kicked the metal table corner with his toe, causing tears to well up in his eyes from the pain. Mo Chang, do you have something to say? Gu Yuan immediately noticed the source of the sound, realizing he had just lost control of his emotions and had been slightly indulgent. I'm fine, I'm really fine, Mo Chang answered shakily, but his face twisted like a pretzel made it hard for anyone to believe him. He rubbed his moist eyes with his hand and saw the blushes on his classmates' faces, their palms tightly covering their mouths. Without needing to think, Mo Chang knew he had embarrassed himself again. My wristband's camera function was left on after recording a video this morning, and it seems to have captured it. Damn, bro, send me a copy secretly, thanks a ton. 2 faint voices sounded in the distance, but unfortunately, Mo Chang, sitting in the back row, didn't hear them. The pain greatly diminished his perception. Let's continue with the class. Ring ring ring. By the end of class, Mo Chang was the only one injured. He began to wonder if he was having a streak of bad luck today. Mo Chang, come with me. Gu Yuan picked up his water cup and said gently to Mo Chang, then walked out. My life is so miserable. Mo Chang sighed and followed with heavy steps. There's a chair here, have a seat. No need to be so nervous. Upon arriving at the office, Gu Yuan pulled out a chair from the side and placed it next to him. Mo Chang looked around. The office had only Gu Yuan's desk, and surveillance cameras in all 4 corners provided full coverage. He sat upright, his legs pressed together straight, resembling the posture of a model student. Seeing him so serious, Gu Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and said casually, Why are you still so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. In class, you hid your true strength. Actually, you should be a high-level tier 1. Am I right? Mo Chang suddenly clenched his fists tightly, reflexively stood up, and took a few steps back. A hint of blue light flashed in his eyes, emitting a faint chill. Then, as if realizing something, his tense body gradually relaxed. Gu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, then snapped his fingers. The ice elements in the office instantly dissipated completely, as if they had never existed. Mo Chang, don't think of me as a bad person. I have no ill intentions toward you. I can tell at a glance why you're hiding your strength. It's because you don't want anyone to discover the big hunt this weekend, right? Gu Yuan, being very astute, immediately saw through Mo Chang's little trick and said calmly, That's right. Didn't the dean say that the higher the ranking in the hunt, the more generous the rewards? Of course, I need to make some preparations. Mo Chang's tone was serious. You're very smart and cautious. These 2 qualities will help you survive longer and go further in this world. I have high hopes for you, Mo Chang. At the end of the month, there will be a competition between the classes. As the class leader, I believe you can lead the class to achieve excellent results. Gu Yuan took a sip of water, carefully observing Mo Chang's expression. I will do my best. Please rest assured, Teacher Gu Yuan, Mo Chang replied calmly. That's all I need to hear. The class that wins first place will have the opportunity to represent our department in competitions against other departments. This is a reward granted by the academy. Alright, the next class will be combat training. Hurry up and get ready. I'll take you to the professional training room shortly. Mo Chang responded briefly and quickly walked out of Gu Yuan's office, secretly marveling at the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Gu Yuan. Those eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, left him feeling completely exposed. While strolling through the corridor, Mo Chang was captivated by the academy's environment. Without a doubt, the scenery of Mingzhu Academy was truly beautiful, with vast greenery and parks infusing the campus with boundless vitality. Ah! Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Sorry, I didn't notice someone at the corner. Mo Chang looked down and saw a girl knocked to the ground by him, immediately reaching out to help her up. I should be the one apologizing. It's my fault for not watching where I was going and bumping into you. The girl lifted her head, and Mo Chang saw her clearly, a head of blue hair, watery eyes, and a beautiful face that made her look pitifully fragile. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll be leaving now. If you ever get injured in the future, no matter how much the medical expenses are, you can come to me. I'll take responsibility. I'm Mo Chang from Class 3, Grade 1. After saying that, Mo Chang let go of his hand and hurriedly ran towards the classroom. Delaying too long wouldn't be good, it would be troublesome if he ended up late for class. The blue-haired girl watched Mo Chang's departing figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She opened her wristband and checked the message Mo Chang had sent. Mo Chang went to teacher Gu Yuan's office. Well done, next time you hear from him, make sure to inform me immediately. After sending the message, the blue-haired girl gradually disappeared around the corner. As Mo Chang ran, his mind was filled with questions. The hallway was clearly spacious, so why did he bump into her? Logically, she should have noticed in time. Moreover, there was only teacher Gu Yuan's office in that direction. So why was she there? He hadn't seen this girl in class before. Although it was just a casual glance, Mo Chang was certain she wasn't from his class. The striking blue hair was far too noticeable for him not to remember. Mo Chang silently marked her with a question in his mind, while suppressing the matter deep within. After all, his priority now was the combat endurance training in the next class. Finally, before class started, Mo Chang followed the wristband's instructions and arrived at the combat endurance training room, where rows of launchers were placed in the center. The gun barrel gleamed with a cold light, and the thick muzzle was aimed directly at his head. As everyone knows, ice-type abilities combine control, burst, defense, and other capabilities, and impact resistance training is designed to enhance your defensive skills. All students, each of you will face a launcher. Once activated, use ice elements to form an ice shield to block the marbles fired by the launcher. If you can't block them, it will hurt quite a bit. Gu Yuan walked in with a cheerful smile and addressed the students. From his gaze, Mo Chang caught a hint of schadenfreude. Whoosh! Gu Yuan pressed the button, and the launcher swiftly shot out marbles. Some classmates, caught off guard, were hit by the marbles and rolled on the ground in pain. Mo Chang formed an ice shield in his hand, but the powerful impact forced him to take a few steps back before he could barely steady himself. Damn, getting hit by these marbles must hurt like hell. Mo Chang glanced at the classmates lying on the ground and, noticing the cracks on the ice shield, couldn't help but gasp. He activated the source energy within his body, and the vortex of ice-based powers spun rapidly. A larger ice shield appeared in front of his palm, its thickness doubling compared to before. Knock, knock, knock. Endless marbles struck the ice shield. Mo Chang exerted force on his ankle, his leg muscles bulging as he barely managed to stabilize his retreating body. The higher the strength of the ice shield, the greater the chances of survival when facing ranged weapons in the future. It will also provide better defensive effects against other supernatural attacks. To put it bluntly, the ice shield is the foundation for every ice-type ability user and one of the most important techniques. These marbles may cause pain, but they won't be fatal. Even if your hand gets broken, the rescue capabilities of Mingzhu Academy can quickly help you recover, so students, keep pushing forward. Gu Yuan walked up to a launcher, one hand forming an ice shield while the other swung leisurely, guiding the student in front of him. Gather all the ice elements in your body into one point, condense them into an ice shield, and don't let it scatter. Mo Chang listened carefully to Gu Yuan's words, but accidentally, the ice shield was shattered by a barrage of dense pellets, leaving his body exposed to the onslaught. I'm doomed. Feeling uneasy, Mo Chang hurriedly twisted his limbs to dodge. His feet seemed to move like the wind, agile and light, and all the marbles aimed at him were completely avoided. The surrounding classmates were stunned. While they were here getting beaten up and left powerless, he seemed to be dancing, making them question their own existence. Gu Yuan looked in Mo Chang's direction, and upon seeing the scene, he was so shocked that he almost spat out the water he had just drunk. Mo Chang sidestepped, flipped backward, bent down to evade, and repeatedly jumped side to side. Each move was executed perfectly, and not a single marble managed to touch him. Mo Chang, this is impact resistance training, not a dance performance, Gu Yuan shouted at him, waving his arms in the air. At this moment, Mo Chang was in a heightened state. Hearing the teacher's voice, he slightly turned his head to meet Gu Yuan's gaze, faintly sensing a trace of cunning. Whoosh! Just then, a marble shot out from the launcher, heading straight for Mo Chang. By the time he reacted, the marble was already upon him, leaving him no choice but to take the hit. Bang! Mo Chang fell to his knees, his body curled up, arms clenched tightly, enduring intense pain. He couldn't help but complain inwardly about Gu Yuan. This was obviously intentional. Gu Yuan's gaze had already betrayed him, deliberately distracting him while he was focused on dodging. But there were also factors within himself at play. If he had been more focused, he wouldn't have been disturbed by the other's words. Ultimately, he was too easily influenced by others, which is the most undesirable trait in combat. He must pay extra attention to this in the future. Mo Chang silently warned himself, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he shakily stood up from the ground. His teeth bit into his lower lip, and terrifying ice elements continuously surged into his palm. Condense! Mo Chang whispered, his voice calm as the icy blue light in his eyes flickered briefly, unnoticed by anyone. With a wave of his hand, an ice shield as solid as thick steel instantly formed in front of him, protecting his entire body and blocking all the marbles. This ice shield consumed about 70% of the source energy within him, while the remaining 30% was deliberately concealed strength, sufficient to deal with the marbles before him. He reinforced the ice shield by channeling a large amount of ice elements from the center outward, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even if cracks appeared, they would only be at the edges. Gu Yuan looked at Mo Chang with satisfaction and nodded. He understood that this was impact resistance training, not agility training, which is why he interrupted Mo Chang's thoughts. Everyone, watch carefully how Mo Chang condenses the ice shield. Observe attentively. The center of the ice shield has developed cracks, which naturally affects the surrounding areas. Therefore, the most critical part you should focus on is the center of the ice shield, Gu Yuan said earnestly to the students, adjusting his glasses. With Mo Chang's demonstration, other students also gained some understanding. During the subsequent marble bombardment, the number of injuries decreased to just a handful. By the time the class bell rang, all the students could barely withstand the first speed setting of the launcher, their eyes filled with gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of affection. Faced with such gazes, Mo Chang suddenly felt uncomfortable and hurriedly left the classroom. After checking the schedule on his wristband, he realized the upcoming time was free for him to use as he pleased. The sun hung high, its scorching rays falling on his cheeks, and he muttered to himself, it's almost noon. I'll head to the fire elemental ability building and find a spot to wait for Bai Jiu. Mo Chang found a shaded spot, leaned back on a lounge chair, and closed his eyes to rest. This spot faced the main entrance of the fire elemental ability building, ensuring he could see Bai Jiu the moment she came out. Besides, he had already sent her a message on his way here. Before long, the sound of footsteps reached Mo Chang's ears, gradually approaching. He lazily opened his eyes, and Bai Jiu was standing gracefully beside him. You've been living quite comfortably, old man. If I hadn't come, were you planning to sleep here until the afternoon? Bai Jiu pouted and said discontentedly. Comfortable? Not at all. I was inexplicably assigned as class monitor, called to the office after class, knocked over a girl, and during combat training, I was hit by marbles so hard I almost threw up my breakfast. Mo Chang vented all his morning grievances to her, but Bai Jiu's attention was focused on just one point. Knocked over a girl? Tell me the details. Mo Chang recounted the incident word for word and even shared his doubts with Bai Jiu. I find it strange too. Why was she there, and why did she bump into you? This all seems suspicious. Bai Jiu rested her chin on her hand, her face full of puzzlement as she spoke. Anyway, next time you see that girl, you must be careful. She's the type that easily deceives innocent boys, Bai Jiu said seriously. She'll first tempt you, show concern for you, and make you gradually fall in love with her. Then, when you're hopelessly in love, she'll kick you away, leaving you in utter despair. Your life will lose all hope, and you'll end up wasting away. Mo Chang listened to her analysis, speechless, as he rubbed his forehead, secretly admiring her imagination. Have you been watching too many TV dramas? I'm telling you, you need to stay away from those brainless shows, or you'll make your already not-so-smart brain even dumber. As soon as Bai Jiu heard herself being called dumb, she immediately raised her small fists in indignation. You're the dumb one. You're a big fool, and when you get tricked away, no one will come to save you. Don't worry, I've already marked her with a question in my mind. I'll be very cautious the next time we meet, Mo Chang said coldly, his gaze sharpening as the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Alright, stop overthinking. Let's go eat first. I'm starving after my morning classes. Do you have classes this afternoon? Bai Jiu asked. No, Mo Chang replied indifferently, hands in his pockets as he headed toward the cafeteria. A black and white pair of figures walked through the campus, their striking looks turning them into a moving scenery. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at them. In the cafeteria, Bai Jiu excitedly pointed at the food. I want this, and that, and give me extra rice, please. Thank you, Auntie. Hurry up, I'll find a spot and wait for you, Mo Chang said softly. Auntie, stir-fried pork with green peppers, kung pao chicken, and a regular portion of rice will do, he replied without backing down. Picking up his tray, Mo Chang glanced around the restaurant and spotted Bai Jiu in the corner. A group of boys near her seemed to be eating but were actually sneaking glances at her. He didn't believe Bai Jiu hadn't noticed. After all, her observational skills were extremely sharp, and no one's actions could escape her eyes. Perhaps she simply wanted to avoid getting herself into trouble. Thud. Mo Chang had just put down his tray when he saw Bai Jiu transfer the green peppers from her plate to his. What are you doing? I don't like green peppers, but I don't want to waste food, so I have to ask you to take care of them, Bai Jiu said innocently. Well, you sure like eating meat. Stir-fried green peppers with meat, yet you dumped all the green peppers into my plate, and I haven't seen a single shred of meat, Mo Chang retorted helplessly. Oh, come on, I'm begging you, pretty please, Bai Jiu clasped her hands together, lightly swaying her head and blinking her big eyes. Ah, forget it. Mo Chang shook his head helplessly, 1,000 words turning into a long sigh. The people around, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think to themselves, this display of affection is so overwhelming, we're practically full from it. It's midday, and we haven't eaten much, yet here you are feeding us dog food. Look at their eyes, they look like they want to eat you alive, Bai Jiu teased softly, her voice only audible to Mo Chang. Eat your food and stop talking so much, Mo Chang responded calmly. Fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Bai Jiao stuck out her little pink tongue, her mood slightly downcast. Steel-hearted straight man, I hope you never find a girlfriend in your life. Bai Jiao sulked inwardly. Mo Chang lowered his head to eat, sneaking a few glances at Bai Jiao out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that she seemed a bit down because of what he had said. After some thought, a sudden idea struck him. Slowly, he raised his hand and, under Bai Jiao's shocked gaze, transferred the shredded meat from his bowl to her plate. Didn't you say you like eating meat? Have some more. Mo Chang said with an unchanging expression, as if he hadn't just done something out of the ordinary, then continued to focus on eating his meal. Oh, thank you. A blush appeared on Bai Jiao's face, her gaze evasive, not daring to look directly at Mo Chang, her voice soft and sweet. Although Mo Chang was focused on eating, he couldn't ignore Bai Jiao sitting in front of him. Her rosy little face made his heart tremble slightly, and he even felt an urge to reach out and pinch it. What's wrong with me? How could I have such a thought? He wondered to himself, then shook his head vigorously. Seeing his strange action, Bai Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're eating, why are you shaking your head? Did you hit your head during morning training and damage your brain? Are you going to eat or not? If not, give me back the meat. Mo Chang said as he reached out to take the meat from her bowl. Bai Jiao quickly moved her tray to the side, using her small arm to block Mo Chang's chopsticks, and said aggrievedly, Wrong, don't take my meat. Mo Chang originally wanted to tease her, but seeing how protective she was of her food, he found it quite amusing, and even felt much less tired. Hurry up and eat. I still have things to do after I go back. Then can you let me have the chicken too? Bai Jiao stared at the Kung Pao chicken in Mo Chang's bowl, her eyes sparkling, as if a rogue had spotted a beautiful woman without clothes. Come on, let me see what's inside your head. Mo Chang reached out and lightly tapped her on the forehead, then withdrew his hand under her resentful little gaze. Damn it, this person doesn't know how lucky they are. The people sitting around them saw this scene, shook their heads in frustration, and couldn't help but pick up their plates and walk away. Mo Chang thought to himself that he was just smiling and staying silent. Women only slowed down his blade drawing speed. Here, take this. Didn't you say you got hit during your resistance training? This is a topical medicine, and it works pretty well. After finishing the meal, Mo Chang was about to return to the villa when Bai Jiao grabbed his sleeve from behind, took out a glass bottle filled with black liquid from her spatial ring, and stuffed it into his hand. This pitch black stuff, are you sure it works? You're not trying to poison me, are you? Mo Chang teased. He knew that Bai Jiao, being a wealthy woman, had no reason to deceive him. His words were merely meant to tease her, as payback for her inappropriate behavior yesterday. Watching Bai Jiao's cheeks gradually turn red, Mo Chang felt amused inside, though he maintained a serious expression on his face. Love or not, I don't even have much myself, and you still say it's fake. Truly ungrateful for a kind heart. Bai Jiao huffed, reaching her arm forward. Mo Chang swiftly sidestepped, dodging her small hand, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Since it's something gifted by the wealthy Bai Jiao, how could I refuse? I wouldn't dare disappoint the generous Bai Jiao. Alright, I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Mo Chang walked straight toward the villa area, waving his arm in the air with a light chuckle. Just wait and see what's coming for you. Bai Jiao muttered softly, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance until it disappeared from view. Back at the villa, Mo Chang called out a few times, but no one responded. The others had classes in the afternoon, leaving him the only one free at this hour. Lying on the sofa, Mo Chang stretched lazily in comfort, then suddenly remembered something and took out his communicator from his pocket. I'll make a call to check how mom and dad have been doing these days, he thought to himself. Beep, 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 the phone rang, and it was soon answered. A middle-aged woman's voice came through the communicator. Hello, Xiao Chang? Why are you calling mom at this hour? Are you short on money? I'll ask your dad to transfer you some more in a bit. No, it's fine. I have enough money. You don't need to transfer any. I just wanted to chat with you, Mo Chang said softly, his voice tinged with a trace of choking emotion. The only people in the world who are unconditionally good to you are your parents. So, how are things at the academy? Is anyone bullying you? Zhao Yunrong asked with concern, her tone full of a mother's worry for her child. It's fine, I'm doing great. Has anything happened over there? He hesitated about whether to mention the incident where he had beaten up 3 people just after the semester started. After pondering for a while, he decided against it, thinking it wouldn't be good to affect his image in his mother's eyes. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. The day after you went to Mingzhu Academy, something major did happen. A few members of the Blood Fiend Society mysteriously committed suicide. Even Xia Longwei from Blue Sea City personally went to handle it. I heard they died in some alley, and several nearby streets were cordoned off as well, Zhao Yunrong continued. Mo Chang listened to the news his mother shared, feeling a bit puzzled. Why would members of the Blood Fiend Society commit suicide? Could it be that their tracks were discovered, leaving them no way out, and they chose this course of action? But this doesn't align with the usual behavior of the Blood Fiend Society. If discovered, they would typically massacre innocent civilians immediately. Mom, is that street close to our house? It's still a bit of a distance from the Chung family home. At least nothing has happened on our side, Zhao Yunrong replied. You and Dad need to be extra careful. Even if that street is unsealed, don't go there. What if there are still some hidden dangers that haven't been uncovered? Don't you agree? Mo Chang reminded her solemnly. For uncertain risks, if they cannot be resolved, the best approach is to stay away and avoid getting close. Alright, I'll listen to you. When your dad comes back, I'll bring this up with him, Zhao Yunrong agreed. With his parents' assurance, Mo Chang's worries gradually eased. After chatting for a while, the call was eventually ended by the other party. His mom also had to work, she had just happened to be free earlier, which was why she had time to talk with him. All of a sudden, Mo Chang became a loner again. Bored, he had no other way to pass the time except for cultivating. How is the matter progressing? In a small rental room, a person wearing a purple mask spoke indifferently to the person kneeling on the ground. The voice sounded like a ghost from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Sir, the matter has been handled, but this newly developed reagent will take a very long time to fully take effect. Time is not an issue. We've already waited for decades, waiting a few more years doesn't matter. The new era will eventually arrive, and we will become the masters of Blue Star. The masked man roared, raising his hands to the sky, his expression beneath the mask twisted with madness, appearing extremely eerie. He had installed a signal jammer in this rented room to ensure that no sound would leak out and to interfere with certain detection devices. This was precisely why he chose this place as a small base. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. The person kneeling on the ground followed with loud cheers, their head repeatedly striking the floor like a piledriver, leaving faint red marks on the floorboards. I can feel your devotion. There's no need to kneel anymore. Stand up, the man said coldly. Thank you, sir. Your plan will surely succeed. He trembled as he stood up, gazing at the man before him with a face full of reverence, though a faint trace of fear flickered deep in his eyes. Does anyone else know about this? The masked man stared directly into his eyes, his tone icy. And no one else, just me and you, sir. His expression turned frantic as he lowered his head, not daring to meet the man's gaze. Though it was summer, he felt as if he were in a freezing cold pool, his legs trembling uncontrollably and cold sweat forming on his forehead. This matter is of great importance, absolutely no one else can know about it. To ensure the safety of the plan, you must die as well. The eyes beneath the mask were as cold as a venomous snake, speaking slowly. Please don't kill me, sir. I swear I won't say anything, please spare me. He tried to retreat, only to discover that his body was completely immobilized, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Looking down, his ankles were enveloped in an icy blue glow, tightly restrained by solid ice. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't break free. Despair surged into his heart, filling his eyes with fear. Only the dead can keep secrets. Your life will be given to the organization, this is your honor. When the organization ultimately unifies Blue Star in the future, you will be one of its heroes. He slowly stepped toward his victim, his footsteps echoing like the death knell in their ears. His palm formed into an ice blade, and as his victim cried out in horror, the taste of blood is still so alluring, ha! He inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic scent that would repulse most people, and burst into laughter. Removing his mask, he revealed a face covered in scars. The crisscrossing marks on his cheeks made his already grim visage even more intimidating. He turned around, his gaze fixed intently in one direction. His lips parted slightly as he murmured a few words under his breath, then vanished from the room. Imperial City, Imperial Academy. You mean to say my fiancé didn't come to Imperial Academy but went to Pearl Academy instead? A handsome young man stared at the person before him and spoke in a low voice. His almond-shaped eyes shimmered like autumn waters, his nose was high and straight, and his features were so exquisite that they were even more beautiful than a girl's. Yes, young Master Ruoyan. According to the information I've gathered, Miss Baizhou left the capital a month ago and took a flight to Mingzhou. The man referred to as young Master Ruoyan lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly considering some important matters. Although they were in a park, there wasn't a single person in sight, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Before they arrived, the surrounding crowd had already been dispersed by his subordinates, leaving only the two of them. The man kneeling on the ground felt anxious due to Ruoyan's silence, knowing that his young master's temper was unpredictable. If he angered him, he definitely couldn't bear the wrath. Young Master Ruo, if you find it inappropriate, we can put pressure on the Bai family to force Miss Baizhou to return, and if necessary, we can take more forceful measures, he suggested cautiously. Before he finished speaking, Ruoyan's leg swiftly kicked out, the foot enlarging in his view until it pressed against his cheek. He was kicked several meters away, lying on the ground, not daring to move. With his strength, blocking this kick would have been a piece of cake, but he dared not do so. The man before him was the young master of the Ruo family, while he was merely the captain of the Ruo family's ability user hunting squad. Having resigned from his previous position, he now served as the young master's bodyguard, tasked with ensuring his safety. Besides him, there were other bodyguards hidden in the shadows, their purpose being to eliminate all dangers in their infancy. Did I tell you to waste your breath? A cold voice came from ahead. It was my recklessness. Please punish me, young master. He quickly bowed his head and apologized. deduct all of this month's resources and get lost. Ruo Yan said coldly. Yes, young master, he responded immediately, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a gust of wind behind. Ruoyan lingered in place for a moment, then walked to the lakeside, leaning on the railing and laughing heartily. Ah, Baijiu, oh Baijiu, you finally done something good. If you hadn't gone to Mingzhu Academy and instead came to the Imperial Capital Academy, I would have had a headache for a long time. I hope I never see you in this lifetime, and don't return to the Imperial Capital. Otherwise, our engagement will absolutely not proceed, and I really will kill you. His marriage was decided by the heads of the two families, and neither his father nor Baijiu's father could intervene. He was like a puppet being controlled, manipulated by the higher-ups of the family. Since childhood, he had yearned for freedom, acting on his whims and detesting being constrained by others. This was also why people described him as unpredictable. When he learned at the age of 16 that the family had arranged a marriage for him, his heart surged with anger. His childhood had been dictated by his family, devoid of any joy, and he would never allow his love life to be controlled by others. Therefore, upon learning about this matter, his first thought was to run away, as far as possible. Only by doing so could he avoid being forced to do something he despised. However, as one of the prominent families in the imperial capital, the Ku family rendered his small maneuvers completely ineffective. Every time he thought he had successfully escaped the family's surveillance, someone would appear before him the next moment and drag him back. Later, the family arranged for him to meet Baijiu. He had to admit that Baijiu's appearance was indeed stunning. Her snow-white long hair was unforgettable at first glance, and her fiery eyes exuded an irresistible charm. However, such beauty was merely eye-catching and not enough to move his heart. As the hope of escape grew increasingly slim, a bold idea emerged in his mind. As long as he found an opportunity to set a trap and kill Baijiu, their engagement would be automatically annulled. Although the likelihood of this was extremely small, it was still a possibility. However, Baijiu unexpectedly went to Mingzhu Academy instead of the Imperial Capital Academy, which allowed him to narrowly escape a disaster. This also made it impossible for his plan to proceed, but instead brought him a sense of relief. After all, the less trouble, the better. Trying to deal with the Bai family's young lady at the Imperial Capital Academy would be as difficult as a child fighting an adult. The subsequent handling and clearing of suspicion would be extremely cumbersome, and if discovered, he would face the fierce retaliation of the Bai family. If the senior members of the Ruo family prioritized the interests of the family, they would undoubtedly abandon him at that time, leaving him in a desperate situation. Baijiu, just stay in Mingzhu City obediently. I will try my best to ensure the Ruo family doesn't pressure the Bai family. Don't come back, and it's best if you find a boyfriend at Mingzhu Academy. That way, our engagement will naturally be annulled. Ruo Yan leaned against the railing by the lake, his eyes closed. The lake's surface shimmered with light, and birds lightly touched the water, creating ripples. The events of the day had stirred his emotions slightly. Sunlight fell on his face, giving him an extraordinary sense of beauty. He tilted his head slightly, his high ponytail hanging in the air behind him, enjoying the carefree atmosphere. The breeze brushed against his face, cool and refreshing, while the sounds of cicadas and birdsong filled his ears. His lips curled into a smile unconsciously as he became immersed in this harmonious melody. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. With a slight turn of his palm, the space beside him seemed to distort and grow violent. In the next instant, a flash of silver light appeared, and he vanished silently from where he had been. He can rest, but he cannot rest for long. The bodyguards in the shadows are less about protecting his safety and more about being the family's eyes monitoring him. His every move is under the watchful gaze of the family elders, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He doesn't have much time to relax, he must keep moving forward. Even if this is not his desire, he has no choice but to do so. To completely break free from the Ruo family, he must possess absolute strength. This has been his sole belief since childhood. Let's test the effect of this medicine. Mo Chang poured some black liquid into his hand and gently applied it to the spot where he had been hit in the morning. Instantly, a cool sensation crept up his abdomen, feeling as if an ice cube had been placed there. Ow! He couldn't help but cry out, this medicine is so cold, and it smells a bit bad. It's disgusting. Mo Chung frowned, sniffed his hand stained with the medicine residue, and an indescribable stench invaded his nose, twisting his expression in an instant. Disgusted, he held his hand far away. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter. The medicine in his hand had a pungent smell, so its effects were bound to be remarkable. Mo Chang placed a small cat-shaped pillow at the corner of the bed, lay on his side, slightly bent his legs, and appeared carefree and relaxed. Why does it feel a bit itchy? He frowned slightly, looking down at the dark area on his abdomen, feeling an urge to scratch it. As time passed, the discomfort in his abdomen grew stronger, as if countless ants were crawling over it. I'll endure it. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to scratch, tightly clutching the blanket as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Damn it, what kind of medicine did Baijiu give me? Why is it so itchy? Mo Chang's pupils gradually turned red, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and his body twitched and twisted intermittently, as if undergoing some kind of mutation. He clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly pounding his thighs in an attempt to divert his attention. In his mind, the image of Baizhou stifling laughter surfaced. Baizhou, one day, I will make you understand why flowers are so red. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he started itching again and rolled on the floor, turning the room into a complete mess. Achoo! Sitting in the classroom, Baizhou touched her delicate nose, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she let out a mischievous chuckle. She felt secretly pleased, having already guessed who was badmouthing her behind her back. This medicine works best. For external injuries, you'll be almost fully healed in less than half a day. But it does itch a little, don't blame me for that, Mo Chang. Baizhou murmured softly, curling up under the desk, her body trembling slightly. Baizhou, what are you doing chattering under the desk? Planning to stay with it forever, never depart? The lecturer's voice suddenly rang out, startling Baizhou. With a loud thud, her forehead smacked solidly against the desk. She touched her swollen head and slowly stood up from under the desk, her gaze toward the lecturer somewhat unnatural. Baizhou, can you tell me what you were just doing? Well, I was just training. Yes, I was conducting impact resistance training. Baizhou's eyes were firm as she spoke seriously. The impact resistance training you mentioned, does it refer to practicing the iron head technique? Are you planning to use your head to knock out opponents in a fight? The lecturer's voice was calm, making it hard to tell if he was angry, but the classmates nearby were thoroughly amused, with some even secretly using their wristbands to take pictures. I'm sorry, teacher, I got distracted during class. Baizhou's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Next time, do not make the same mistake. Today's lesson is about how to more precisely control fire elements for explosions, a fundamental attack technique that all awakened fire element users must master. The instructor gestured for her to sit down and focus on the lecture. Baizhou was unaware that the embarrassing moment she had earlier, along with Mo Chang's incident in the morning, had already been shared on the forum. In an instant, the top 2 spots on the trending list were occupied by the 2 of them. Comments began to increase, evolving from mere spectators enjoying the drama to a heated CP, couple pairing, debate. The enthusiasm of young people for interesting topics is almost boundless, especially among this group of 18-year-old freshmen. The Academy's forum had become their go-to place for relaxation and entertainment. Whenever boredom struck, they would browse the forum and chat about gossip, finding endless amusement. However, the 2 protagonists of the videos presented a starkly different scene. One was obliviously attending class, while the other was lying in his room in an odd posture. Mo Chang lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes tightly shut, breathing heavily, his limbs weak. His undershirt was soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Thanks to Baizhou, he had endured over half an hour of discomfort before his physical unease finally began to subside. He lifted his shirt for a closer look. The black liquid that had been on his abdomen had completely disappeared, and the swelling from the marble strike earlier in the morning had significantly subsided. He gently poked his abdomen with his finger. The area where the medicinal liquid had been applied was smooth and elastic, with no pain at all, as if it had never been injured. Although the side effects of Baizhou's medicinal liquid are a bit frightening, its effectiveness is undeniable. The scars are gone now, truly the work of by the wealthy queen, always so generous, Mo Chang muttered softly to himself, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. However, as he recalled the torment he had endured over the past half hour, that warmth instantly vanished. He struggled to prop himself up with his arms, slowly straightening his body, intending to take a shower. The unpleasant stench of sweat clinging to him was unbearable. The sound of trickling water echoed in the bathroom, and through the translucent door, a faint silhouette could be seen moving. The shower and bathroom were separate, divided by a door that, once closed, completely obscured the view inside. At this moment, there was no one else in the villa, everyone was in class. Mo Chang, too lazy to close the second door, had inadvertently created the current scene. At that moment, Lucci pushed the door open and entered. Mo Chang was still immersed in the pleasure of bathing, completely unaware that danger had already arrived. The comfort brought by the hot water washing over his body and the sound of the water greatly dulled his senses, leaving him oblivious to what was happening outside the door. After class, Lucci did not send Mo Chang a message and was entirely unaware that the other had already returned to the villa. Thus, when he entered, he made no sound and headed straight for the living room. Looks like I'm the first one back, everyone else must still be in class, Lucci muttered to himself as he lay down on the sofa, utterly exhausted. As a wind element ability user, he had been running non-stop both in the morning and afternoon. The instructor had taken them to the evasion training room, which was equipped with gun barrels on all sides, firing rubber bullets. Their task was to keep moving amidst the dense barrage of bullets and avoid being hit. Apart from protective gear for the head and a few critical areas, the rest of their bodies were almost completely exposed. Although rubber bullets seemed harmless, getting hit by them hurt more than a punch. At the start of the training, Lucci could barely manage to dodge, but as time went on, his stamina gradually waned, and his body began to fail to keep up with his brain's commands. In the end, his body was covered in bruises, almost without a single unscathed spot. This kind of pain had persisted until now, and he had never imagined he would long for class to end so desperately. That ringing sound felt like salvation, unforgettable and etched in his memory. This Dodge training course is truly hell on earth. I suspect I might not be bitten to death by a beast but instead killed by rubber bullets first. Forget it, let's check out this herbal pack. The teacher said to first put it in the bathtub, soak it in hot water for a while, then lie in it to absorb the medicinal properties until the color fades. Lucci took the herbal pack out of his pocket and headed toward the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water dripping onto the floor. He stopped in his tracks, quietly approached the bathroom, and peeked inside, where he saw a figure. The hair was cut short, the chest flat, the limbs sturdy, and there was one distinctive feature. Oh, it turned out to be Brother Cheng taking a bath inside. Lucci nodded to himself, feeling proud of his deduction. Then, his gaze turned fiery, and a bold and mature idea curled at the corner of his mouth. Standing on tiptoe, he slowly backed away, raised the wristband on his arm, and began recording a video, intending to save and back up the footage, even planning to upload it to his computer to prevent losing it. In the future, he would have blackmail material on his big brother. If Cheng Ji bullied him, he could use this video to threaten him. Just thinking about it made him feel thrilled. Cheng Ji, don't blame me, this is all because of my deep love for you, Lucci thought to himself, unaware that the smile on his lips was already crooked to the side of his nose. Creak, the bathroom door was pushed open from the inside. Lucci quickly hid the wristband in his sleeve, pretending to look calm and composed. Lucci, are you here to use the bathroom too? Mo Chang asked calmly, looking at Lucci standing at the door. I just finished showering. If you need to use it, hurry up and go in. Lucci nodded, grabbed the herbal pouch, and quickly ran into the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Lucci seems to be in a hurry. Did I stay too long? Looks like I need to shower faster next time, the simple-minded Mo Chang thought, feeling a bit guilty. Lucci sat on the toilet, taking a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement. He knew that if Cheng Gu found out what he had done, he would definitely face retaliation, becoming Cheng Ji's punching bag to vent his anger. He was glad he had acted faster than Cheng Gu, taking the wristband before he noticed. In this regard, he had the upper hand. Lucci took out the wristband and uploaded the recorded video to the computer, finally feeling relieved. He placed the herbal pouch into the bathtub filled with hot water, and a faint herbal fragrance began to permeate the air, fresh and pleasant. The scent of this herbal pouch is quite nice, Lucci couldn't help but remark. Once the herbal pouch had steeped, the water in the bathtub turned a light green. He removed his clothes and sank into the water. The moment his body touched the surface, he let out a comfortable hum, a blush spreading across his face. I don't know if it works yet, but soaking in the bath after training feels amazing, Lucci said contentedly. Every muscle seemed to be sending signals of joy, making him feel utterly relaxed. The fatigue and pain his body had endured quietly dissipated with the rising steam. At some point, a wave of drowsiness crept into Lucci's mind. His eyelids fluttered, and his pupils gradually took on a hazy look. I'll just sleep for a little while, it should be fine. Yeah, definitely no problem. Lucci encouraged himself, deciding not to resist the drowsiness any longer. His body gradually relaxed in the bathtub, his hands resting behind his head. Finding a comfortable position, he drifted into a deep sleep. His skin's pores slightly opened, as if absorbing the essence of the herbal bath. The originally bruised and mottled scars on his body gradually faded under the soak of the medicinal water. Time ticked by second, and the color of the herbal bath began to lighten until it turned into a tub of clear, transparent water. An hour has already passed, and Lucci still hasn't come out. Could he have died in the bathroom? Mo Chang muttered to himself while sitting on the sofa, staring at the bathroom door with a hint of worry in his eyes. Forget it, better go take a look. Mo Chang stood up, walked to the bathroom door, raised his hand and knocked, shouting inside, Lucci, are you done yet? It's been an hour already. Even if you're busy, you should be about finished by now, right? However, no matter how loudly he shouted, there was still no response from inside. Mo Chang, too lazy to call out again, directly grabbed the doorknob and gently pressed it. The door opened, and steam wafted out like smoke through the crack. What came into view was Lucci's blissful sleeping posture. Mo Chang, with an unchanged expression, walked to his side, looking at the drool at the corner of his mouth and listening to his calm and steady breathing. Mo Chang unexpectedly felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Should he wake him up or not? If he doesn't, when Bai Jiao and Su Ling return and need him, seeing this scene wouldn't be ideal. Should Lucci's privacy be completely exposed? Waking him up might disturb his sweet dreams. Lucci sleeping so soundly in the bathtub must mean today's lessons were exhausting, which made Mo Chang feel reluctant and unsure of what to do. As for seeing Lucci's unclothed body, Mo Chang scoffed at the thought. After all, back in high school, he would stay at Lucci's house for a few days every month and had already seen plenty of things he shouldn't have. Even at school, when using the restroom, Lucci would always drag him along. Mo Chang had seen Lucci's body countless times, to the point where he could roughly guess the number of hairs on his fifth limb. After a moment of inner struggle, Mo Chang finally raised two fingers and pinched Lucci's nose tightly. Originally like Sleeping Beauty, Lucci immediately shook his head, and his body twisted along with it. Stop it, let me take another bite. Lu Chi mumbled, discontentedly patting Mo Chang's arm with both hands. Stop sleeping, your dad is here to see you. Mo Chang said, pretending to be serious. What? My dad came to see me? Lu Chi immediately woke up upon hearing this, his tightly shut eyes snapping open, and his mind becoming clear. Looking around, he saw that aside from Chang Gu and himself, there was no third person in the bathroom, and his dad was nowhere to be found. Chang Gu, you're lying to me again, Lu Chi said helplessly. How did I lie to you? I promised Uncle Lu that I would take care of you. Since Uncle Lu isn't here, as your guardian, I can still take on this fatherly role. Mo Chang said calmly, his eyes showing affection, as if he were a kind and gentle elder. His hand unconsciously reached out to stroke Lu Chi's short hair. Brother Chang, your skin is so thick. Why doesn't Xia Longwei use your face as a shield? With your face as protection, the beasts wouldn't be able to hurt anyone, Lu Chi teased. Ha! Mo Chang didn't say much and directly gave him a slap, the sound ringing out with a crisp paw. The slap seemed to carry a lot of force, but in reality, Mo Chang hadn't even used a tenth of his strength. He was just joking around with Lu Chi to lighten the mood. Brother Chang, that really hurt. Lu Chi widened his eyes and said with a grievance, his reddened eyes making his words even more convincing. If it weren't for Mo Chang spending 3 whole years with him, he might have been fooled by his acting skills. Lu Chi's facial management abilities are truly impressive, earning undeniable admiration. Alright, stop pretending. Hurry up and put on your clothes, or it'll be awkward if Bai Jiao and Su Ling see you later. What, do you have some kind of exhibitionist fetish? Mo Chang teased, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Brother Chang, don't slander me like that. If my reputation gets ruined and I can't find a girlfriend in the future, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me, Lu Chi responded half-jokingly. Get lost, stay far away from me. If you get too close, I'll kick you so far you'll regret it, Mo Chang said, stepping back 2 paces and pointing at Lu Chi. Hurry up and get dressed. Later, we'll have a solo match. Lu Chi put on the clothes hanging to the side and noticed that his body seemed different. His skin was as smooth as cream, fair with a rosy glow, showing almost no signs of injury, and even more elastic than the day before. Teacher really didn't lie to me. Tomorrow, I'll ask where this herbal pack was bought, stock up on some for Brother Chang, and let Bai Jiao and Su Ling use it too, Lu Chi marveled, his eyes full of disbelief. Lu Chi sometimes had a carefree personality, but he was especially good to his friends, always thinking of them first when he found something good. However, the thought of enduring inhuman torment again once his body recovered instantly made Lu Chi feel very depressed, dreading the arrival of tomorrow. Ah, a miserable life and a miserable me. Next, I still have to endure a miserable beating. Life is really unbearable. I'll check later. On the wristband for the tallest building in the academy. Lu Chi half-jokingly mocked himself before heading toward the living room. Mo Chang sat on a stool, crossing his legs, holding the snacks belonging to Bai Jiao and the others. To be precise, he had paid for them, so they were technically his. How about it? Can you fight? Mo Chang asked casually while munching on sunflower seeds. No problem, Lu Chi replied. With Lu Chi's response, Mo Chang led him to the basement level 1. Their last sparring session was in Blue Ocean City, and regular battles. Help hone both parties' combat techniques, observational skills, and, most importantly, make their bodies more resilient to blows. As long as the flesh is tough enough to withstand hits, one can seize the opponent's moment of distraction, exploit the exposed flaw, deliver a fatal strike, and claim victory. Mo Chang and Lu Chi faced off, standing at opposite ends of the arena. Lu Chi gripped a standard spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light that was hard to look at directly. Mo Chang, as always, chose a long blade as his weapon. The two exchanged a glance, their feet suddenly stomping the ground with force. Their leg muscles bulged high, and terrifying power erupted at that moment. Bang! Lu Chi charged at Mo Chang first. With the support of wind elements, his speed was faster than a cheetah, like a car racing at high speed, stirring up a fierce gale. Green energy enveloped the spear, and as he swung it, there was almost no resistance, as if the spear was an extension of his body, agile and seamless. A streak of white light flashed quickly, and the spear tip suddenly thrust toward Mo Chang's neck. Clang! Mo Chang blocked with a horizontal blade, sparks flying at the moment the blade met the spear tip. Your speed has improved quite a bit compared to half a month ago. I estimate it's at least doubled. It's clear you haven't been slacking off during this time, Mo Chang couldn't help but praise. He gripped the hilt tightly with one hand while delivering a powerful push with the other, forcing Lu Chi to nearly lose his balance. Lu Chi staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Ice burst. Mo Chang growled, and several ice spikes shot toward Lu Chi like sharp arrows. The light refracted off the ice spikes, finally reflecting in Lu Chi's eyes. Not good. Lu Chi thought to himself, quickly executing Wind Shadow Step. Already incredibly swift, he became even faster at this moment, retreating from the center of the field to the edge in just a single breath. Just as he left, the ice spikes filled his previous position, followed by a loud explosion, scattering ice crystals everywhere. The dazzling light of the ice spikes was truly blinding. Control must remain in one's own hands, once caught in a passive situation, a heavy blow would follow. Thinking of this, Lu Qi decided to act before Mo Chang could make a move. His body transformed into a gust of wind once again, disappearing instantly from his original position and swiftly circling the arena. Mo Chang's gaze was fixed on his surroundings, but he could only see fleeting afterimages, unable to pinpoint Lu Qi's exact location. The greatest advantage of wind element ability awakeners was their speed, which no other element could rival. They were like a breeze, present everywhere yet impossible to grasp. In that case, let me see if you can still run on this ice-covered ground. Mo Chang crouched slightly, bending his legs, and placed his palms flat on the arena floor. Wisps of cold air emanated from his palms. The indoor temperature gradually dropped, and icy blue gas began to spread around him. Swoosh, the ground in contact with the cold air was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Mo Chang's face and the chandelier above him were clearly reflected on the water-like transparent surface. Lu Qi, who was sprinting at full speed, was startled and immediately stopped to avoid slipping on the icy surface. The cold air spread from Mo Chang as the center, extending across the entire field, putting Lu Qi in a dilemma. Running on the ice required only a moment's distraction to fall, yet standing there made him a sitting duck. Although he had wind blades for long-range attacks, Mo Chang's ice shield was not made of mud. Fortunately, Mo Chang's power had not yet frozen the entire field completely, otherwise, he would have had to surrender without a fight. Arena battles were not friendly to wind element users. The smaller the field, the more limited their combat power. I've got it. Lu Qi had a flash of inspiration, gathering wind elements into a blade in his hand, and swung it forward, sending the wind blade shooting out. Crack! The wind blade struck the ice surface not far away, instantly creating several cracks, with a faint tendency to shatter. Seeing the attack was effective, Lu Qi sent out several more wind blades towards the cracked ice. Do you think you can succeed? Mo Chang responded coldly, a few ice spikes shooting out in response, colliding with the wind blades in the air. He had long anticipated Lu Qi's intentions and would never hold back because of their relationship. Instead, he treated the situation with even greater seriousness. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, ice mist scattering everywhere. Mo Chang gave Lu Qi no chance to react, striding forward with large steps, his blade aimed directly at Lu Qi's chest. The dull sound fell like thunder. Not bad, your strength has improved, Mo Chang said indifferently, clenching his fists again and continuing to slash toward Lu Qi. Faced with Mo Chang's aggressive attack, Lu Qi's body trembled as he retreated, his heart tightening. Chang Ji's strength had actually increased again. Under the opponent's slashes, Lu Qi hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was left with a shallow yet noticeable wound. If he hadn't reacted in time, this strike would have landed on his chest, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Mo Chang followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Qi's abdomen. Bang! Lu Qi raised his spear to block, the shaft vibrating violently. His palms numb from the impact. The sheer strength was evident. If that kick had landed on him, he would likely have lost his ability to fight immediately. Who cares, falling down doesn't matter anymore. If this keeps up, I won't believe it unless I get beaten into a pulp. Lu Qi sighed inwardly, his feet moving swiftly. His figure blurred and instantly vanished from where he stood. Mo Chang quietly watched the scene, conjuring for human-sized ice shields around him to protect himself. With a heavy stomp, the remaining half of the arena was frozen over, turning the platform into a bright prism. Brother Chang, isn't this cheating? Protecting yourself like a turtle, how am I supposed to fight you? Lu Qi stopped in the distance, grumbling unhappily. This fight was too frustrating. Long range attacks couldn't break through the defense, close-range attacks couldn't compete with Brother Chang, and the slippery ground made it easy to fall. There were no advantages, only disadvantages. Stop complaining. Come on, this is to help you get used to the fighting style of ice element ability users in advance. When you encounter this in the future, you'll know how to deal with it and won't suffer like you are now. I'm doing this for your own good. Mo Chang chuckled lightly, his palm slightly beckoning, signaling Lu Qi not to be afraid and to be brave. Then let it be death. Lu Qi shouted loudly, lightly stepping forward, leaping into the air, and charging toward Mo Chang. The tip of his spear carved a deep mark on the icy surface. A cyan light flickered in his eyes as wind elements gathered around him, instantly boosting his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mo Chang. Bang! The ice shield blocked the spear tip, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pierce it even slightly. The spot Lu Qi aimed at happened to be the center of the ice shield, the strongest point of its defense. If it had been the Mo Chang from a few days ago, he might have truly been shattered by this strike. However, after receiving guidance from teacher Gu Yuan, his mastery of the ice shield was now on a completely different level. Lu Qi continuously thrust toward the center of the ice shield. The force was so great that the shield trembled slightly, but that was the extent of it. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the center of the ice shield was half-pierced by the spear. Seeing that Lu Qi intended to continue, Mo Chang lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick from within the shield. The immense force sent Lu Qi's spear flying, and Lu Qi himself staggered back dozens of steps. Forget it. This small arena already limits your performance, and my rank is slightly higher than yours. I'll dispel the ice shield so you can first adapt to fighting on the ice. Mo Chang's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, the surrounding ice shield shattered. Large chunks of ice fell in all directions. He lifted his toes, kicking up chunks of shattered ice and shooting them toward Lu Qi in the distance. Lu Qi quickly bent down to dodge, the ice blades whizzing past him, then sidestepped to avoid the incoming attack. He had to retrieve the spear, otherwise, he would be left defenseless. Lu Qi pushed the source energy within his body to its limit, the vortex of his abilities spinning rapidly as dense wind elements spread outward. It was clearly an enclosed space, yet a strong wind blew, causing the corners of their clothes to flutter. Mo Chang saw his opponent's full power unleashed, so he simply stopped hiding his own strength. After all, with no one else around, it didn't matter if he was exposed. A trace of blue light flashed in his pupils, and his originally deep, dark eyes gradually transformed into a noble ice blue color, altering Mo Chang's aura as well. Cold and ruthless, devoid of any warmth, those eyes seemed to drag people into an endless icy abyss, extinguishing any thought of resistance. The palm was covered in frost, the blade wrapped in solid ice, and under the light, the chill was palpable. Mo Chang strode forward, his figure swiftly charging toward Lu Qi, slashing diagonally with the long blade in his hand. Whoosh! This strike was deftly evaded by Lu Qi, the blade cutting through the air, producing bursts of whistling sounds. As expected of a wind element ability awakener, the speed was so fast that even lightning and dark element users couldn't compare. However, wind element users have limited attack methods, with their weapons being the primary means of offense. Mo Chang analyzed in his mind, then waved his palm, sending an ice spike flying toward the spot where the spear had landed, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Explode! Mo Chang glanced at Lu Qi's position and softly commanded. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sound of an explosion rang out. Lu Qi, who had just grabbed the spear, was blown away by the ice spike, rolling several times before coming to a stop. A trace of reluctance flashed in Mo Chang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Soft-heartedness was unacceptable, it might indirectly harm Lu Qi. The harm suffered at this moment is far better than the helplessness of facing an awakened ice ability user in the future. Sorry, Lu Qi, this is all for your own good, Mo Chang silently murmured in his heart, charging at Lu Qi again without giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. The blade of the long knife struck the barrel of the gun. Lu Qi, lying on the ground with his spear held horizontally, barely managed to block the strike. His feet pressed firmly against the ground, and with a sudden push, he propelled himself backward into the distance. Mo Chang's gaze just now made him feel as if he were facing a stranger. The indifferent look in his eyes seemed as though it would devour him completely. Although the ice surface was slippery, Lu Qi had slightly adapted and could barely manage to stabilize his posture while running quickly. The two approached each other, and the ice blue beams intertwined with the cyan beams in the arena. The sound of objects colliding grew increasingly loud, overwhelming the ears. Bai Jiao and Su Ling walked into the villa together. After class, they had agreed to return together, just like how girls often need company when going to the restroom. This symbolized their close relationship. Where's Mo Chang? Didn't he come back earlier? Bai Jiao asked in surprise upon entering and not seeing Mo Chang's figure. In her impression, Mo Chang was not someone who liked to wander around. On the contrary, he was someone who particularly loved peace and quiet, always staying alone in his room to cultivate. Or he would train alone in the gravity chamber to enhance the strength of his physical body, rarely passing the time through entertainment. Bai Jiao walked to his door and gently knocked, not daring to use too much force. If Mo Chang was resting in the room, it wouldn't be good to wake him up. She definitely didn't want to be disliked by him. Dong dong dong. Knocking a few times, Bai Jiao still received no response. Resisting the urge to push the door open, she turned and returned to the living room. The villa's rules stated that no one was allowed to enter another person's room without permission. This was her suggestion, so she naturally had to lead by example. She could force her way into his room and, at most, act cute and playful to smooth things over. He probably wouldn't fuss over such matters with a girl, but she would never do that. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. She would never violate the rules. Moreover, even if Mo Chang doesn't say it out loud, his opinion of her would surely drop. Such behavior only appears in fools. She is intelligent and would never ruin her own image. Bai Jiao had also come across some toxic chicken soup online, but she merely smiled without commenting. Men and women are equal, and the Great Xia Kingdom has no rule that men must always yield to women. Since childhood, she believed that women are not weak. She wanted to rely on her own strength to become stronger, rather than being a mere vase that only leans in a man's embrace. She hoped that in the future, when she found a partner worthy of spending her life with, they could fight side by side, rather than her having to hide behind him. Bai Jiao, is Mo Chang not in the bedroom? Su Ling looked at Bai Jiao, whose face was full of disappointment, and thought to herself that something was indeed wrong. Worry was written all over her face. There was definitely something going on between these two. Maybe he's resting in the room. If I disturb him, I'll feel really guilty, Bai Jiao said softly, resting her chin on her hand. Forget it, I'll go check the gravity chamber again. Knowing his training-obsessed nature, he might be in there. Dong dong dong. Mo Chang, you big pighead, are you training in there? Baijiu pressed her small ear against the door, closed her eyes, and carefully listened for any sounds inside. Waited for about a minute, but no one responded, which made Baijiu feel like a fool. Suddenly, a loud noise came from beneath her feet. Su Ling, who was lazily lying on the sofa, was so startled by the sudden sound that she almost jumped out of her skin. Sister Baijiu, could it be an earthquake? Su Ling jumped up from the sofa, shrank into a corner, and said fearfully. Baijiu was also startled by the sound. She glanced at her feet, seemed to realize something, and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upward as her long legs moved swiftly. Su Ling, have you forgotten? There's a ring on the negative first floor specifically for sparring matches. Hearing sounds from below at this time, you should understand what's happening, right? Baijiu spoke as she walked, her tone urgent yet tinged with excitement. Mo Chang and Lu Qi are sparring on the negative first floor? Sister Baijiu, wait for me. I need to grab a bag of chips to watch. Su Ling quickly stood up from the corner and dashed to her room with small, hurried steps. Grab me a bag too, Baijiu called out at just the right moment. Sister Baijiu, you better not sneak away while I'm gone, or I'll bring you your least favorite original flavor. Got it, now go quickly. Baijiu blew her a kiss and even threw a flirtatious wink. Su Ling's cheeks immediately turned a shade of cherry pink, looking slightly shy. Even though they were both girls, Baijiu's charm was simply too overwhelming for Su Ling to resist. This so-called universal appeal must be what it means. After waiting for a little while, Baijiu smiled when she saw Su Ling holding her favorite red stew flavor. She gently patted Su Ling's little head and then rubbed her rosy cheeks. The two of them walked hand in hand to the arena on the basement level. The scene before them dazzled their eyes, making them almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Mo Chang and Lu Qi were fiercely dueling in the arena. The clanging sounds of the long knife and long spear colliding echoed like crisp iron strikes, reverberating endlessly in the enclosed space. Mo Chang and Lu Qi are so intense. With such high-intensity combat, won't their bodies get tired? Su Ling said in disbelief as she watched the two figures on the arena. The destructive power caused by the fight between Mo Chang and Lu Qi was extremely terrifying. Several cracks had already appeared on the arena floor, and they even seemed to be deepening. Judging by the scene, they've been fighting for quite a while. Once the battle is over, we'll need to call the repair staff from Mingzhu Academy to fix the arena. Sigh, this arena is still a bit too fragile. Sparring should really take place in the specialized combat trial zones, where the arena materials are much sturdier. Luckily, we don't have to pay for the arena repairs ourselves. Mingzhu Academy will cover the material and labor costs. Otherwise, just this damage alone would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Baijiu couldn't help but sigh, her tone filled with helplessness toward the two of them. Training their skills was a good thing, but tearing down the house was definitely not the right way to go about it. It seemed that the major issues with the villa would still have to rely on her. If she left it to them to decide, who knows when the villa might end up collapsing. She had already thought of the forum title, shocking. Certain students actually destroyed a villa. Is this the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment. Once the title was posted, the buzz would naturally follow. By then, Mo Chang and Lu Qi would truly become famous, and even people outside the academy would know about them. Suddenly became popular across the country, going from obscurity to being a household name. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer, and this perfectly describes Baijiu and Su Ling. In August, during the scorching summer, the two women standing here felt as if they were in the depths of winter. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their legs shook uncontrollably. The wind element filled the basement level with strong gusts, and the cold wind created by the combination was almost unbearable for Baijiu and her companion. Su Ling raised her small hand, with specks of golden light flickering in her palm. A thin shield of light elements enveloped them. The cold wind was kept out by the shield, and the discomfort in their bodies disappeared along with it. They felt warm all over, and even the fatigue from the training session lessened. Linger, your control over light elements has improved again. You can form a protective shield while simultaneously healing others, Baijiu said in surprise. Multitasking may seem simple, but it actually requires extremely strong focus. A slight mistake could result in losing both efforts. This is all thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance. Today's course for light-type ability awakeners seemed simple, but it was actually very challenging. Using one hand to write the words on the paper in front of me, while the other hand had to find the corresponding keys on the keyboard. This went on all morning. My head was almost completely muddled. Su Ling said pitifully, with tears streaming down the corner of her eyes. Baijiu froze in place after hearing this, not expecting that the dual-tasking ability Su Ling displayed had such a heartbreaking story behind it. It's okay, it's all in the past now, Linger. Besides, you've already mastered it, haven't you? Baijiu looked at Su Ling with sincere eyes and spoke gently. The teacher said that once we master multitasking with 2 focuses, we'll need to practice multitasking with 3. Baijiu was at a loss for words. He had thought that practicing multitasking with 2 focuses would be enough, but he hadn't expected there to be multitasking with 3. Perseverance leads to victory. Keep it up, Linger, I believe in you. After a brief pause, Bai Jiu made an encouraging gesture to Su Ling and said seriously. Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, a loud bang echoed from the arena, and waves of air surged toward the two women. Thick smoke billowed up from the arena, and icy mist enveloped the entire area, obscuring their vision. With such power, they won't be in trouble, will they? Bai Jiu said worriedly, her figure flashing as she quickly dashed toward the arena. Her toes lightly tapped down, and fire elements spread from her legs, instantly melting the nearby ice into a puddle of water. Su Ling followed closely beside Bai Jiu. If Mo Chang and Lu Qi were injured, she could immediately treat them. The mist gradually dissipated, and the figures of the two reappeared in their line of sight. The current situation was fairly good, although the explosion was quite intense. The injuries on the two were not severe. Su Ling only needed to release some light elements onto the wounds, and they would naturally heal within 10 minutes. Are you guys okay? How about stopping for now and letting Linger treat your wounds? Once you're healed, you can continue practicing. Bai Jiu walked between the two, a worried expression on her face. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. It's not going to kill me. I've been through the gates of hell before, Mo Chang said. Indifferently, raising the long knife in his hand again. The blade pointed directly at Lu Qi, and his eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Brother Chang isn't afraid, so I have to keep going too. Lu Qi wiped the blood from his lips, fearless as he met Mo Chang's gaze. There seemed to be a flame of battle igniting in his eyes. Bai Jiu, feeling helpless in the face of these two battle maniacs, shook her head, stepping aside to clear the area for them. She stood in a corner with Su Ling, observing closely to be ready to treat their injuries if needed. Mo Chang slightly bent his legs, channeling all the power within his body to his feet in an instant. With a sudden stomp, his body shot forward like an arrow, and his long blade aimed straight at Lu Qi's throat. Clang! Lu Qi spun around swiftly, his spear raised horizontally to block the blade. Sparks flew in all directions. Most of the ice layer on the ground melted under Bai Jiu's fire element, allowing his movements to be fully unleashed without any concerns. Although this put Mo Chang at a slight disadvantage, it was no big deal. He had yet to reveal his trump card, and this sparring session was originally intended to help Lu Qi improve his strength and gain combat experience against ice element ability users. When Bai Jiu and Su Ling were still in the living room, Lu Qi had already managed to barely move quickly on the ice surface. In the following days, whenever he had free time, he would spar with Mo Chang. He believed that before the hunt arrived, he would surely make significant progress. Mo Chang sidestepped to dodge, and the spear struck the ground. The already cracked surface sent dirt flying from the impact, forming a small pit. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chang stepped on the spear, his leg muscles suddenly exerting force to press it firmly to the ground, then swung his blade. Lu Qi had no choice but to abandon the spear, retreating instantly and disappearing from Mo Chang's sight. After distancing himself, Lu Qi threw several wind blades, but before they could approach Mo Chang, they were all blocked by ice shields. Both of them were at the advanced stage of Tier 1, but Lu Qi had only recently advanced, while Mo Chang had been at this stage for a longer time, giving him a clear advantage in source energy reserves. After an intense battle, Mo Chang and Lu Qi's stamina began to wane, and a single thought emerged in both their minds: go all out and defeat the opponent. Brother Chang, let's finish this quickly and grab some food. Don't waste time, Lu Qi said, his hands wrapped in wind elements, his gaze resolute. Just what I had in mind, Mo Chang replied calmly, conjuring an ice sword out of thin air while kicking the spear at his feet in Lu Qi's direction. Without a weapon, Lu Qi's chances of victory were almost zero. Even if he retrieved the spear, his odds were still slim, but it was better than nothing. Mo Chang held a knife in his right hand and a sword in his left, his toes lightly touching the ground as his body shot forward like an arrow toward Lu Qi, who was also charging at him. The knife and sword crossed, forming a cross shape as they struck the blade of the spear, the immense force transferring from his arms to the weapons, pressing downward with great intensity. Lu Qi's legs could not withstand the overwhelming force, gradually bending as he clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with a stubborn determination not to give up. However, Mo Chang's body, having undergone training under 8 times gravity, had become exceptionally resilient, his strength far surpassing that of ordinary first-tier ability users. Only he knows the hardships he has endured. Year after year, day after day of rigorous training have finally brought him the strength he has today. Currently, Lu Qi can only withstand 6 times gravity. 7 times gravity would make him collapse instantly, let alone the 8 times gravity Mo Chang endures during training. The gap in physique and strength is evident. The veins on Mo Chang's arm bulged as terrifying power gathered on his weapon, and the blade pressed down fiercely. Lu Qi felt as if he were facing a humanoid beast. His palms ached from the shock, and the immense force caused blood to seep from his hands. The spear fell to the ground with a bang, and Mo Chang didn't give Lu Qi a chance to react, swiftly slashing down with the sword in his hand. Sizzle! The combat uniform on Lu Qi's chest was torn open, blood gushing out. The intense pain caused his mind to briefly blur. Mo Chang quickly seized the opportunity, dropping the sword in his hand and delivering a light punch to Lu Qi's abdomen. Lu Qi's body bent over as a result, followed by a side kick that sent Lu Qi sprawling to the ground. This strike from Mo Chang was already restrained as much as possible. If it had been a full-force attack, Lu Qi's spine would have suffered severe damage. In fact, he could have stopped, but Mo Chang chose not to. Back in Blue Sea City's #1 high school, neither of them had awakened their abilities, and at most, their conflicts were minor scuffles. Now, one had awakened an S-level ice ability, while the other had awakened an A-level wind ability. Even at Mingzhu Academy, they were considered among the top freshmen. The future was bright, but with it came increasing challenges, which was one of the reasons Mo Chang showed no mercy in his actions. As for the second reason, Lu Qi had previously given his personal communication account to Su Wan and Wang Shui without permission, and he has always kept this in mind. Seeing this, Su Ling hurried over and tried her best to support the tall Lu Qi, who stood at 1.85 meters. Light elements flowed from her body to Lu Qi's wound. She looked at Mo Chang and said with concern, "You hit him so hard, didn't you break Little Qi?" Little Qi was the nickname she gave Lu Qi during lunch when they ate together. At first, Lu Qi was not happy about it, but he couldn't resist Su Ling's playful antics and persistence. As a virgin, he simply couldn't withstand such a test and had no choice but to give in. "It's okay, Brother Chang has backed off. Otherwise, 7 days from now, I'd be having my funeral, and next year on this day, you'd be burning paper money for me." Lu Qi was helped up by Su Ling, his palm resting on her fair shoulder. Mo Chang glanced at Lu Qi, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The two had a good relationship, and as a father, he felt deeply gratified. He secretly mused that he could have personally helped Lu Qi up from the ground, but when he caught sight of Su Ling rushing over and her expression, he realized there was no need for him to intervene. As Lu Qi's adoptive father and close buddy, he felt it was necessary to give a little push and help the other party out. Bai Jiao also walked over slowly. Seeing the increasingly sly smile on Mo Chang's face, she silently took out her wristband, aimed the miniature camera at his face, and pressed the photo button. Click! With a flash of light, Mo Chang caught sight of Bai Jiao's raised wrist. His expression froze instantly, staring at her in disbelief. He hadn't expected her to sneak a photo while he was off guard, truly shameless. Although he was undeniably charming, taking photos in public was quite embarrassing. If she wanted to take a picture, wouldn't it be better to find a place without people? Mo Chang felt helpless and could only attribute it to his exceptionally good looks. He sighed silently, filled with mixed emotions. "Linger, come and take a look at something good." Bai Jiao jogged over to Su Ling's side, a surge of desire to share welling up at this moment. Mo Chang was puzzled. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of showing something to someone? He was right here, and with just a casual glance, he could see himself. It seemed a bit over the top. "What do you think? Isn't my shot absolutely amazing?" Bai Jiao covered her cherry lips, her smile radiant. Su Ling initially didn't understand what could make Bai Jiao so excited, but when she saw the photo, it was as if a sudden realization hit her. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, then quickly covered her mouth upon realizing something. "What are you looking at?" Laughing so happily, Lu Qi asked in confusion. When he leaned in to take a closer look at the content on the small projection from the wristband, the two who were laughing turned into three laughing together. Coincidentally, Su Ling and Lu Qi were standing in front of Bai Jiao, blocking Mo Chang's view of the projection screen. His eyes couldn't see it, but his ears were sharp. And hearing the laughter, he faintly felt something was off. What was so funny about the photo? Listening closely, there was even a hint of mockery in the laughter. Mo Chang was a bit puzzled. He tiptoed closer to the three, wanting to see what exactly they were laughing at. The three were immersed in their joy, completely unaware of Mo Chang's approach. He quietly stood behind Bai Jiao, tiptoed, and looked at the photo in the projection. At first glance, he felt so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a Buckingham Palace. In the photo, his eyes were slightly squinted, his mouth curved upward, giving off a first impression of sleaziness. The funny thing was, this person was none other than himself, truly a masterpiece of self-inflicted irony. "This is the photo you just took. You did such a great job." Mo Chang said word by word, deliberately emphasizing the sarcasm in "great job." "Ah." Bai Jiao was startled by the sudden voice, his heart skipping a beat as he abruptly raised his lowered head. Thud. Mo Chang never expected Bai Jiao to pull such a move. Her head bumped into his chin, causing him to tilt his head up in surprise. His eyes were full of astonishment as he involuntarily stepped back a few paces and fell to the ground. Bai Jiao rubbed her aching head. Seeing Mo Chang sitting on the ground, her gaze revealed confusion and displeasure. Feeling uneasy, she quickly walked over and helped him up. She clasped her hands together and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, okay? I'll delete the photo right now, is that alright? Please don't look at me like that, you're scaring me a little." She had only intended to take a photo as a keepsake and to lighten the mood. She hadn't expected it to upset Mo Chang so much. If she'd known this would happen, she would never have taken an embarrassing photo of him. If Mo Chang gets angry because of this and stops talking to her from now on, she would truly feel very upset and guilty. Mo Chang silently stood up without saying a word, quietly staring at Bai Jiao, making her feel uneasy. Lu Qi and Su Ling realized the inappropriateness of the situation and felt it had indeed gone too far, so they both stepped forward to apologize to Mo Chang. The three of them bowed deeply together, expressing their remorse earnestly. Mo Chang glanced at them indifferently, his heart wavering for a moment, but ultimately walked away without saying a word. Brother Chang, I was wrong. You can't ignore me. What am I going to do without you? Lu Qi hurriedly followed, like a child who had done something wrong. His injuries had mostly healed, and normal activities wouldn't be an issue as long as he avoided pulling on the wound. Su Ling had always been quirky, but when it came to serious matters, she was completely earnest. She lowered her little head, not daring to look at Mo Chang, her tone dejected. It was our fault. Can you forgive us just this once? There definitely won't be a next time. Bai Jiu grew anxious, her eyes slightly red, and she quickly ran to Mo Chang's side, tugging at the corner of his clothes. Mo Chang walked expressionlessly, his emotions unreadable, making the three increasingly uneasy. Could this be the calm before the storm? They unanimously decided in their hearts that no matter how Mo Chang punished them next, they would endure it without retaliating, until he vented his anger. Fortunately, Mo Chang couldn't read minds, otherwise, they feared he might burst out laughing. At the moment he first saw the photo, he did feel a trace of anger, but that was all. The subsequent apology had long since made him forgive Lu Qi and the others in his heart. His indifference at this moment was merely a facade. He was introverted and didn't have many friends, so he cherished this friendship deeply. Even after entering the academy, Lu Qi remained his best friend, while Bai Jiu and Su Ling could barely be considered ordinary friends. Although Bai Jiu liked to tease him, he could sense that she meant no harm. Su Ling, on the other hand, was a lively girl, somewhat similar to Lu Qi in this regard. Returning to the living room, Mo Chang was about to head back to his room when Lu Qi and Bai Jiu cornered him against the wall, both looking at Su Ling in the middle. She raised her palm, and streams of golden light flowed from her hand. The golden light instantly sank into Mo Chang's skin upon contact. The scars left by the battle visibly stopped bleeding, gradually faded, and the skin returned to smoothness. As expected of the light element adept at healing, this recovery ability, what a pity it's not being used in medicine. All good now? Then I'll head back to my room. After his wounds were healed, Mo Chang lightly pushed away Bai Jiu and Lu Qi's hands that were holding him, turned around, and walked toward the bedroom. As soon as the door closed, Mo Chang buried his face in the pillow and couldn't help but burst into giggles. He had almost lost it outside, but luckily he held it in, otherwise, it would have been unbearably awkward. Turning over, gazing softly at the ceiling, fingers stroking the wrinkled edge of the clothes, a smile unconsciously curled at the corner of the lips. Ah, it seems Bai Jiu really feels guilty. She even tugged my clothes like this. This time, I need to be firm and let her know I'm not someone she can push around as she pleases. Otherwise, with her playful nature, who knows, she might come to tease me again in a few days. Mo Chang sighed softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, then excitedly muttered to himself, but my acting skills are truly impressive. Even I admire myself. It's such a waste not to pursue acting with this talent. And also, they just pushed me into the corner to treat me. It was amazing. For the sake of authenticity in acting, I originally planned to keep applying the liquid medicine, but unexpectedly, Su Ling cured me in an instant. That's really great. If Mo Chang had to endure that unbearable itching sensation again, he might collapse on the spot. Although the liquid medicine was highly effective, its side effects were also evident. Fortunately, Bai Jiu and the others helped him resolve this issue, which significantly improved his mood. He lay on the bed, feeling cheerful, while Bai Jiu in the living room was pacing back and forth anxiously, her eyes red and moist, unsure of what to do. Her expression was flustered, her hands tightly clutching her sleeves, and the sound of her sobbing made people instinctively want to comfort her. Su Ling was incredulous upon seeing Bai Jiu like this, her small mouth slightly agape, her face full of astonishment. Bai Jiu and Mo Chang had known each other for less than a week, and although there had been occasional physical contact, it shouldn't have led to such infatuation. Mo Chang indeed had a great personality, being sincere and generous with friends, but could it be that Bai Jiu had become completely captivated by him just because of these qualities? Sister Bai Jiu, just standing there won't help. Why not sit down and think it over? Maybe inspiration will come to you, Su Ling said softly, patting the spot next to her to signal Bai Jiu to sit down. But, Sai, it's all my fault this time, dragging you both into this mess. If I hadn't taken those photos, none of this would have happened, Bai Jiu said as she slowly sat down, her voice trembling. Lu Qi and Su Ling remained silent, standing quietly. Was it really all Bai Jiu's fault? No, it was a mistake shared by all three of them. The photos Bai Jiu took were just the starting point. What truly angered Mo Chang was their mockery. But there was no point in discussing this now. The most important thing was figuring out how to earn Mo Chang's forgiveness. Just then, an idea suddenly struck Lu Qi. A good way to apologize popped into his mind. After a brief moment of thought, he felt it was indeed feasible and had a high chance of success. His tone rose with excitement as he looked at the two people on the sofa and said, I have a way to cheer Brother Chang up, but it might be a bit challenging for the three of us. What method? As long as it can make you forgive me, I'll do anything. Bai Jiu immediately blurted out upon hearing Lu Qi mention there was a way, and it seemed to have a pretty high success rate. Then, as if realizing something, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red, her gaze darted around shyly, and she said, it has to be within the bounds of law and morality. Anything too outrageous is out of the question. It must be said, a woman's imagination is truly remarkable. Lucci felt the gazes of the two women locked onto him, their sharp eyes seemingly saying, "Stop hiding it, just spit it out already, and don't keep us in suspense." He cleared his throat and slowly said, "There's a saying that goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I think this also applies to making amends. As long as we put in the effort and prepare a lavish dinner for Brother Chang, I'm sure he'll forgive us." After finishing, Lucci slightly raised his head, as if savoring his own cleverness, a self-satisfied expression spreading across his face. "This method isn't bad, but none of us three have ever cooked before. Can we really pull it off?" Su Ling was a bit flustered. She didn't know why she felt this way, only vaguely sensing unease. "No worries, cooking is actually quite simple. Chang'o watched cooking videos for a week while he was hospitalized and already knows how to cook. With the talent the three of us have, this should be a piece of cake. Besides, 3 heads are better than 1. I refuse to believe the 3 of us can't make a delicious and visually appealing dinner." Lucci grew more and more excited as he spoke, even slapping the table and shouting loudly, proclaiming his grand ambitions. "All right. The weakest among us is still an A-level awakened ability user. Cooking is nothing we can't handle." Baizhou stood up excitedly as well, inspired by Lucci's words. If Lucci hadn't awakened his supernatural abilities, joining a pyramid scheme might have been a good choice. With his talent for persuasion, he could at least rise to the position of a pyramid scheme leader. Then Linger, you. I also agree with this idea, wholeheartedly support it. Su Ling interrupted Baizhou, shaken by Baizhou's blatant gaze, her heart trembling intensely, and her words came out a bit stammered. To make her stance more convincing, she actually lifted both her legs, her petite figure appearing so isolated and fragile, as if she could be blown away by the wind. "In that case, let's get moving. I'll start by watching some cooking videos, and then I'll prepare the meal while you assist me. I need to atone for my mistakes." Baizhou realized that everything had started because of her, so she took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cooking. At this moment, her gaze was no longer as dim as when she first entered the living room. Instead, it radiated confidence, as if surrounded by a golden aura that made it hard for others to look directly at her. "The ingredients in the fridge are enough. I'll go clean them first," Lucci said, then headed toward the fridge. Su Ling felt out of place, sitting there not knowing what to do. All the tasks had been taken by others, what else could she do? Baizhou noticed Su Ling's awkwardness, gently rubbed her little head, and said in a cheerful tone, "Go help Lucci. Once he finishes washing the vegetables, you can take care of chopping them." Su Ling responded with a quick "got it," and ran toward the kitchen on her small legs. At this moment, Mo Chang had no idea what the 3 people outside were busy with. He could only vaguely hear voices discussing something, seemingly about dinner. Mo Chang's room was in the corner, while the living room was near the main entrance, with quite a distance between them. Plus, his door was closed, so it was naturally hard to make out the sounds from outside. "Dinner? Are they figuring out what to do for tonight's dinner? Well, it's none of my concern. Lucci will take Baizhou and Su Ling out to eat. Luckily, I still have a cup of instant noodles. I'll just make do with that tonight," Mo Chang muttered softly. He wasn't picky about food. As long as there was something to eat, he was easy to take care of. Feeling bored, Mo Chang rolled around on the bed a few times before sitting up cross-legged. He then took out the last remaining B-grade source energy crystal from his spatial ring. He gently closed his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming calm and steady. A faint ice-blue glow emanated from his body, and the energy within the B-grade source energy crystal in front of him was slowly absorbed by the glow, merging into Mo Chang's body. He knew in his heart that he had to advance to a second-tier ability user before the end-of-month sparring session. Only then would he have a greater chance of winning. He was truly coveting the rewards issued by Mingzhu Academy. Having money and not taking it would truly be foolish. A person may get injured in battle, but the allure of money is something even he cannot resist. Once he possesses wealth, he can buy a house in Mingzhu and bring his parents over to live together. Not to mention the hover cars and hoverboards, especially the hoverboard, which is practically an essential tool for carrying out missions. In the dense forest filled with trees, the size of a hovercar makes it difficult to maneuver, but the hoverboard is entirely different. It's lightweight, agile, and compact, slightly larger than a regular skateboard, making it a perfect tool for outdoor missions. He can now afford the 1 million price tag, but since the school term has just started and missions are still some time away, this money will naturally be used to purchase resources needed for cultivation. Currently, he has mastered only 2 spells, and even with his self-created spell, he has just 3 in total, which is far too few. Although ice element abilities offer far more attack options than other elements, having 1 more spell means having 1 more trump card. What he lacks most right now is a mobility spell. He already has a complete system for attack and defense, but speed has become his weakness. Mobility spells for the ice element are extremely rare. Over the past few days, he has taken time to search continuously, only to return disappointed each time. However, Mingzhu City spell online stores still offer many opportunities. As long as he holds onto even a sliver of hope, he won't give up easily. As the source energy from the Grade B source energy crystal was continuously absorbed by Mo Chang, the vortex of abilities spontaneously operated, and ice elements spread throughout the room. The table and lounge chair were covered in ice crystals, and the water in the teacup froze into ice cubes. The temperature in Mo Chang's bedroom plummeted, becoming extremely cold, while the living room was bustling with activity as three people were busy apologizing. Lu Qi, what do you think of the potatoes I sliced? Su Ling held up a plate filled with her freshly sliced potato strips, her face brimming with joy as she eagerly awaited Lu Qi's praise. Lu Qi stared at the plate, where the potato strips were wider than his fingers, hardly believing his eyes. Were these really potato strips? They were cut so thick that they were even thicker than French fries. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lu Qi thought of a way to avoid getting beaten and simply threw the question back at her. No matter what, he could shift the responsibility to her. Feeling secretly pleased, Lu Qi thought he was truly a genius, exceptionally clever. Just tell the truth, I won't get angry. Su Ling narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then let me give you some feedback. The potato strips should be cut very thin, but yours are thicker than French fries. Might as well call them potato chunks, Lu Qi said mercilessly. Su Ling's eyes narrowed into slits, her small hand gripping the knife handle tightly as she fought the urge to pummel Lu Qi. Wasn't my feedback spot on? Hey, why aren't you responding? Lu Qi asked while washing vegetables, completely oblivious to Su Ling's unusual demeanor. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He stiffly turned his head and saw the trembling kitchen knife in Su Ling's hand. Hastily retreating a few steps, he pleaded. Urgently, Sister Su Ling, beautiful Su Ling, listen to your little brother's advice, put the knife down. Impulsiveness is the devil, you can't let the devil take over your mind. The more Lu Qi spoke, the more frightened he became. Unknowingly, he had backed up to the refrigerator. Watching Su Ling slowly approach him, his pupils dilated continuously, and his heart was filled with terror. Su Ling, you're bullying Lu Qi again. How many times have I told you that roommates should get along harmoniously? Bai Jiao, who had just returned from outside, immediately criticized Su Ling upon seeing the scene. Lu Qi, seeing his savior had arrived, collapsed onto the floor with weak legs, the beads of sweat on his forehead serving as the best evidence of his terror. In fact, Su Ling only intended to scare Lu Qi, but Bai Jiao arrived a step ahead, forcing her to put away her knife. Bai Jiao walked over to the cutting board, looked at the shredded potatoes, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, her brows furrowing as she stared at them, not knowing what to say. Rubbing her temples, she asked in confusion, Linger, is this what you call shredded potatoes? You've only cut a dozen strips from the whole potato, can this even be called shredded potatoes? Watch closely while I show you how it's done. Bai Jiao rolled up her sleeves, her eyes full of determination. She adjusted the potato chunks on the cutting board, closed one eye, and with a swift motion, began slicing. Bai Jiao, you cut it crooked. Su Ling couldn't help but remind her. Bai Jiao's face instantly turned bright red, her earlier confident demeanor shattered in an instant. The embarrassment was so overwhelming that she wished she could move out of the villa immediately. I don't believe in bad luck. If I don't manage to cut this potato into strips today, I'll write my name backwards. Bai Jiao encouraged herself and began cutting quickly and precisely again. Smack, clap, clap, clap. After several attempts, Bai Jiao still hadn't even touched the edge of the potato chunks, and the cutting board was left with visible marks. Bai Jiao, why don't you just give it up? Maybe you just don't have a knack for chopping vegetables, but I'm sure you're great at cooking. Su Ling gently poked the dazed Bai Jiao, encouraging her. Alright then, call me when you've finished chopping the vegetables. I absolutely refuse to believe I'll stumble in the same place twice. Hearing Su Ling's words, Bai Jiao's spirits lifted again. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you persevere, success will eventually come. Xiao Qi, can you chop vegetables? I'm entrusting this important task to you, I have complete confidence in you. Su Ling turned her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Qi, patting his shoulder and speaking in a heartfelt tone. But I also don't. Lu Qi caught a glimpse of Su Ling's gaze out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but shiver. The words of refusal he was about to say were forcibly swallowed back, and he reluctantly nodded in the end. He wanted to refuse, but Su Ling's silent threat left him no choice. Besides, if he let the two of them handle the cutting themselves, they might not even have food ready by tomorrow morning. Rather than letting them waste time here, it was clearly more appropriate for him to take over. Without hesitation, Lu Qi quickly grabbed the kitchen knife, squinted one eye slightly, and accurately aimed at the potato chunks before cutting down. Smack! Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lu Qi skillfully began chopping the vegetables. Although his cuts weren't as refined as Mo Chang's, they were passable enough. Su Ling saw Lu Qi so engrossed in chopping vegetables and enjoying himself that she decided not to disturb him. She took the initiative to take on the task of washing vegetables, placing the unwashed ones into the sink and carefully cleaning them. Washing vegetables was much easier than chopping them, this was Su Ling's immediate impression. And since it was summer, the cool water flowing over her hands felt refreshing, prompting her to hum a little tune softly. Bai Jiao, seeing the two no longer bickering and their tasks gradually falling into place, felt her previously racing anxiety slowly subside. She had been worried about what they would do for dinner if Lu Qi didn't know how to chop vegetables. Now it seemed that letting Lu Qi take on the task was a wise choice. Watching his relaxed and skillful movements, Bai Jiu couldn't help but start doubting herself. Is it possible that she's really not suited for cooking? But when she watched cooking videos online, she noticed that most of the cooks were women, with very few men, which subconsciously made her think that women have a natural talent for cooking that surpasses men. But then how should Lu Qi's performance be explained? According to him, he hasn't spent much time in the kitchen either, so why are his knife skills better than hers and Linger's? Bai Jiu walked while pondering, her mind gradually becoming blank. Her beautiful eyes stared dazedly at the ceiling, completely unaware that the distance between her legs and the table corner was shrinking, until thud. Clear and bright pupils were instantly invaded by sharp pain, the piercing agony spreading from her toes, causing Bai Jiu to involuntarily gasp. This kind of pain from accidentally kicking the corner of a table is something anyone who has experienced it can deeply empathize with. Bai Jiu hurriedly sat on the sofa, placing her fair thigh on it, her eyes slightly moist, resembling a breathtaking spectacle in a secluded valley. Her soft little hand gently rested on her toe, stroking the reddened area, while her slightly parted lips exhaled a soft breath onto it. As Bai Jiu kept massaging, the pain gradually subsided. She lay on her side on the sofa, continuing to learn how to cook online. The sun outside gradually descended from its high perch, and the pale golden sunlight streamed through the windows into the villa, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled tranquility and harmony. The two people in the kitchen kept playfully teasing each other, their laughter echoing continuously, occasionally mixed with cries of mock surrender, yet upon closer reflection, it exuded a trace of happiness. Bai Jiu's cheeks were touched by the golden sunlight, giving her an aura of sacred elegance. Her long eyelashes shimmered under the sunlight, making her appear exceptionally noble. Time seemed to slow down, and Bai Jiu wished this moment could last longer, even if it was just an illusion. Feeling drowsy in summer is common, especially since Bai Jiu spent most of her time on the sofa, yawning as sleepiness crept in. She pinched the inside of her thigh, forcing herself to stay awake. After all, she still had to cook and couldn't just fall asleep like this. Glancing at the clock hanging directly above the television, the sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen gradually diminished until it disappeared, leaving the living room so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of slippers stepping on the floor grew closer and closer. Bai Jiu realized it was her turn to perform. Bai Jiu, the vegetables are all chopped. You can start cooking now. I'm starving, Su Ling pouted, calling softly. Wait a moment and watch how I prepare a dinner that's a feast for the senses. Bai Jiu propped herself up and strode toward the kitchen, her mood becoming increasingly nervous. After nearly an entire afternoon of watching cooking tutorials, she had already mastered the use of various seasonings and was no longer as clueless as before. Lu Qi and Su Ling, on the other hand, were thoroughly enjoying themselves, unabashedly moving stools from the living room to sit outside the kitchen door and watch Bai Jiu's cooking performance. Bai Jiu first wiped the pot clean with water, and the two people sitting nearby nodded in approval. A pot unused for a day is bound to gather some dust, so cleaning it thoroughly is naturally a wise choice. It seems Sister Bai Jiu really knows how to cook. I can finally stop worrying so much, Su Ling said, touching her chest with a sense of relief. Lu Qi turned his head to strike up a conversation but accidentally caught sight of something he shouldn't have. Su Ling's curves were gently outlined as her hand brushed across her chest, and the faint scent of milk seemed to linger in the air, making his heart race uncontrollably. You agree, don't you, Xiao Cheesy? Su Ling didn't notice Lu Qi's unusual behavior, lightly patting his leg with a cheerful tone. Yes, you're right, Lu Qi stammered in response, secretly regretting why his awakening was wind-based instead of ice-based. Ice-based powers are effective. In the face of the current awkward situation, they would definitely resolve the problem effectively. But he ended up as a wind-based ability user, and aside from running fast, it seemed he couldn't do much else. Focus on watching Bai Jiu cook. After all, this is her first time in the kitchen, and it's impolite to disturb her. Lu Qi thought for a moment and decided to use Bai Jiu as a breakthrough point to talk to Su Ling. As expected, the moment she heard that she should respect Sister Bai Jiu and not disturb her, she immediately quieted down. Lu Qi let out a sigh of relief, tugging at the corner of his mouth with lingering fear, trying to use the pain to suppress the discomfort in his body and divert his attention. In his mind, he imagined himself as a seagull, flying over the vast blue sea, the sea breeze brushing against his face, refreshing and pleasant. The body gradually relaxed, thought for a moment, and finally returned to normal. As the bottom of the pot heated up, Bai Jiu poured oil with one hand and added ingredients with the other. Instantly, sizzling sounds came from the pot, and white smoke rose in spirals. Bai Jiu no longer paid attention to anything else and directly pressed the lid onto the pot. This action left Lu Qi and Su Ling puzzled. Aren't you supposed to stir-fry it first? Why did Sister Bai Jiu put the lid on right away? Maybe it's a self-created new method of stir-frying. Perhaps the dishes cooked this way will taste even better. The two sat at the doorway, their heads almost touching as they whispered to each other, relaxed and happy, resembling old men playing chess at the neighborhood entrance. Bai Jiu froze, feeling a bit nervous because she had forgotten what to do next. After some thought, she decided to search for the next steps. The main purpose of this meal was to apologize to Mo Chang. Even though she might be teased by the two, she still wanted to do it. If she handles it casually, then what is the point of this meal? How would Mo Chang view her if he found out? Since she chose this task, she must take it seriously. After all, this is the first time in her life she is cooking with her own hands. How could she not treat it solemnly? Jill focused intently on the projected materials in front of her, carefully reading the cooking steps and staring at the explanations with undivided attention. But after watching for quite a while, the anticipated laughter did not arise. Unable to resist, she turned to look at the two of them. She saw Su Ling and Lu Qi sitting upright, seriously and earnestly meeting her gaze. The solemn expression on their faces made Jill feel a twinge of guilt. They were watching her cook so earnestly, and even when checking information on the spot, there wasn't the slightest hint of mockery. Yet she had judged them with a petty mindset, which made her cheeks flush slightly and filled her with immense shame. At this moment, Su Ling and Lu Qi, watching Jill in the kitchen with a flushed face and stomping her feet, quietly leaned together to discuss in hushed tones. Seeing Jill like this, she must think we would mock her. But our actions clearly surprised her, which is why she's showing such an expression. Then why aren't you laughing? Don't you always enjoy watching the drama? Lu Qi was a bit puzzled. This wasn't like Su Ling's usual behavior. Are you stupid? Sister Jill has never cooked before, and this is her first time in the kitchen. If I laugh out loud and make her angry, we'll be in trouble. Besides, as her good sister, how could I make fun of her? Don't underestimate the bond between me and Sister Jill. We've grown up together since we were kids. We went to the same elementary school, middle school, and high school, and our families have some connections too. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm Sister Jill's childhood friend. Lu Qi was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected Jill and Su Ling to be childhood friends, even attending the same school. Their bond could indeed be described as kindred spirits. However, he was a bit puzzled. Kindred spirits was usually used to describe a bond between a boy and a girl, so it didn't seem quite fitting for two girls like Jill and Su Ling. A fresh and fitting term surfaced in his mind, besties. Understanding this, he nodded in satisfaction. He and Shang Gu were in a similar situation. Although they hadn't been together since elementary school, meeting in high school wasn't too late either. Nowadays, their relationship is as solid as iron. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Mo is like his brother from another mother. Too shocked to speak? Su Ling saw that he hadn't responded and gently pinched his arm. Ah, it's nothing, Lu Qi casually brushed it off, then fell back into his own thoughts. Seeing him like this, Su Ling pouted, feeling a bit frustrated. She had said so much, yet he seemed completely uninterested. This instantly dampened Su Ling's desire to share. She sat on the bench, looking at Jill, no longer paying attention to the people beside her. Lu Qi had no idea what Su Ling was thinking. At this moment, his mind was filled with wonderful memories of high school and the amusing experiences he shared with Cheng Gu. For instance, climbing trees in the park to collect bird eggs, comparing sizes in the restroom, and so on. Of course, all these antics were Lu Qi's doing, while Mo Chang was merely an observer and witness. Those were the days of my lost youth. Lu Qi sighed deeply in his heart. Looking at the flower-like smile blooming on his face, Su Ling couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling an urge to punch him. Taking a few deep breaths, she silently reminded herself that Jill was cooking and she couldn't disturb her. She decided to keep this matter in mind and wait for a chance to prank Lu Qi in the future. She calmly watched Jill, who was busy in the kitchen, and let out a soft sigh. At this moment, Jill was stir-frying shredded potatoes in the pan, her eyes fixed on the pot, afraid of making any mistakes. Next comes adding the seasoning, and Jill followed the instructions in the video, adding them one by one. A faint aroma of food wafted from the pot, drifting into the noses of the two. Su Ling widened her eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. Jill had actually succeeded, and the aroma was so enticing. She was truly amazing. Even Lu Qi was impressed by Jill's cooking skills. The smell was indeed quite appealing. Seeing the golden shredded potatoes in the pot, Jill finally felt relieved. Since the shredded potatoes turned out fine, the next few dishes would surely go smoothly as well. But she didn't know that her nightmare was about to begin. As the sky grew darker and the deep night descended, Mo Chang also stopped cultivating. An entire afternoon of cultivation had left him feeling somewhat bored. Standing in the room and looking out at the endless darkness beyond the window, Mo Chang's stomach growled at just the right moment. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He took out instant noodles from the drawer. There was no hot water in the room, so he had to go to the living room. Gently pushing the door open, it made a faint sound. Mo Chang thought no one could hear it, but when the door was fully opened, Jill was standing right in front of him. Her delicate snow-white hair was tinged with light gray, her bright ruby-like eyes had dimmed a bit, and even the tip of her nose was slightly blackened. Mo Chang was stunned for a moment. Having not left the room all afternoon, he had no idea what had happened in the kitchen. He could only vaguely hear faint cries and a few sobs. How did you end up like this? Did you crawl through a dog hole? Mo Chang said indifferently, lifting his foot as he prepared to walk into the living room. Jill noticed his intention and quickly stood in front of him, blocking his path. She was 1.7 meters tall, but in front of the 1.83 meter tall Mo Chang, she appeared somewhat short, needing to slightly tilt her head up to look directly into his eyes. At this moment, she felt a trace of indifference in Mo Chang's gaze, and her heart ached involuntarily, as if stabbed by a knife. She took a small step back, then resolutely stepped forward again, closing the distance between her and Mo Chang to just 3 fists apart. This calm action already conveyed her inner thoughts. She couldn't back down. She had to seize this opportunity to explain herself, apologize to him, and earn his forgiveness. You haven't gone out all afternoon, so you must be hungry. I made dinner if you don't mind, come and have some. Bai Jiu's voice was faint, and the blush on her face appeared even more enchanting under the golden light. Her shy and tender demeanor was utterly captivating. Mo Chang had to admit that he was indeed momentarily drawn to Bai Jiu, but it was only for a fleeting instant. He slightly parted his lips, his gaze indifferent, and said coldly, "No need, I can handle it myself. You all just eat." After speaking, Mo Chang turned to leave, but inadvertently exposed the instant noodles hidden behind him to Bai Jiu. Bai Jiu reached out her small hand and grabbed his arm. This action startled Mo Chang, causing his heart to tighten. Had his repeated refusals made her angry, ready to lash out at him? When he turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Even the motion of pulling his hand back came to an abrupt halt. What came into his view was not an angry Bai Jiu, but a little girl with swollen eyes and a tear-streaked face. Teardrops slid down one by one, gently falling to the ground with a ticking sound. Her nose was red, and she kept sobbing, her voice broken and intermittent. You don't eat instant noodles, okay? This is my first time cooking. I wanted to apologize to you. Please just have a little. What happened this afternoon was my fault. Bai Jiu's voice was pitifully soft, and in the solitude of the night, she appeared even more delicate and pitiable. Her aggrieved expression stirred compassion in others. Mo Chang, who prided himself on his firm resolve and cold demeanor, was not a heartless person. He, too, had feelings. The pitiful expression of the little girl before him, combined with her gentle voice and the effort she had made to apologize to him, was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. The defenses in Mo Chang's heart were instantly breached. He understood that he could no longer keep up his pretense. Bai Jiu had gone to such lengths to earn his forgiveness. The smudges of dirt on her face were clearly from her accidental mishaps while cooking. A girl who had never set foot in the kitchen, cooking a lavish dinner to seek his forgiveness, even at the cost of getting herself dirty, softened his heart immensely. Moreover, Mo Chang was well aware that Bai Jiu must have come from an extremely wealthy family, likely unfamiliar with even the most basic kitchen tools. Yet, she had made the effort to learn to cook for his sake, and this made it impossible for him not to be moved. Cooking may seem simple, but it is full of challenges. Just watching others cook won't help you master the techniques. Only by trying it yourself can you truly understand the difficulties involved. As for why he learned so quickly, it can only be attributed to his extraordinary talent. He picks things up instantly. With a sigh, Mo Chang turned around and went back to his room, placing the instant noodles back on the table. He was thinking about trying Bai Jiu's cooking. However, Bai Jiu was unaware of his thoughts and assumed her words had upset him again, so she instinctively rushed into his room. By the time she realized what had happened, it was already too late. She was standing right in front of Mo Chang's bed. It was over. She had messed up. Bai Jiu felt frustrated with herself, wondering how she could be so clumsy. To avoid making Mo Chang even angrier, she raised her delicate hands to cover her eyes, afraid to leave even the slightest gap. At the same time, she began retreating, trying to quietly leave Mo Chang's room. As she backed away, she whispered softly, I'm sorry. I don't know how I ended up here. It's all because I'm so clumsy. Don't worry, I promise I didn't peek. I'll leave right now, so please don't be angry. Looking at Bai Jiu's cute and funny appearance, Mo Chang slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes no longer held the previous indifference. Bai Jiu seemed to enjoy teasing people, like a little fox, but at this moment, she appeared obedient and charming, like a gentle little rabbit. Just as Mo Chang was quietly admiring her appearance, he suddenly seemed to sense something, quickly rushed towards Bai Jiu, wrapped her in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand grabbed the door handle and pushed the door open. Bang, the door closed, and Mo Chang knew this was a necessary action. If he hadn't pushed the door open just now, Bai Jiu's waist would have definitely hit the door handle. Although a first-level ability user wouldn't get injured, the pain would be unavoidable. Mo Chang wasn't sure why he instinctively made such a move, but he didn't think much of it. It was just helping a roommate, nothing significant. The bright lights illuminated the scene of the girl nestled in the boy's arms, making it appear warm and beautiful. Bai Jiu felt the warmth and breath of the man beside her, and her cheeks instantly turned as red as roses, vibrant and alluring. Her heart pounded fiercely, and her breathing became heavy, making it particularly abrupt in this quiet moment. Although she wanted to move, she felt powerless, and a special sense of satisfaction surged in her heart, wanting to stay in Mo Chang's embrace a little longer, even if just for a moment. Her head rested on Mo Chang's chest, the warmth causing her to unconsciously let out a soft hum. Realizing her situation, she quickly bit her lower lip, trying hard not to make a sound. Mo Chang was very close, so he naturally heard the faint murmur. His body trembled involuntarily, and at that moment, he felt Baijiu in his arms like a pool of water, soft and boneless, as if she were about to merge into his body. The hearts of the inexperienced boy and the naive girl intertwined in this ambiguous moment, and the emotional distance between them continued to shrink. Mo Chang knew this was inappropriate, so he bit the tip of his tongue. The pain instantly cleared his mind, and he withdrew his arms from around Baijiu. Under Baijiu's surprised gaze, Mo Chang quickly pushed her away. His expression returned to its usual seriousness as he said indifferently, "All right, I understand. You should leave now, I have something to take care of." "Okay, all right, but you better not lie to me, or you'll be a little dog." Baijiu pouted slightly, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. After speaking, she reluctantly left Mo Chang's room, turning back every few steps. The blush on her face deepened once again under his cold gaze. Walking down the hallway, Baijiu recalled what had happened in Mo Chang's room, and her cheeks flushed slightly again. Mo Chang had actually pulled her into his arms. Did he have feelings for her? But why did he push her away afterward, with such a fierce look in his eyes? It was truly terrifying. No, someone as cold as him couldn't possibly like anyone. It seemed his fate of being single was already sealed. Baijiu muttered to herself inwardly. Fortunately, her goal this time was achieved. Mo Chang would come to taste the dinner she had prepared. This allowed her tense mood from the entire afternoon to finally relax, and her spirits lifted. Along the way, she hummed a tune, skipping lightly forward, her white hair swaying gently with her movements. In no time, Baijiu returned to the kitchen. As soon as she heard the click of a door opening, she knew Mo Chang had come out, and she immediately sprinted toward him with all her might. Although Mo Chang thought the sound he made was barely noticeable, Baijiu had been paying attention to his room all afternoon, so even the slightest noise couldn't escape her ears. At the moment when the two quietly waited, seeing Baijiu return, Mo Chang and another person froze in place, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Baijiu's cheeks were slightly flushed, a smile graced her lips, and her eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions: joy, shyness, a hint of resentment, and happiness. Her transformation made one wonder what had happened to bring her from a lifeless state to her current radiant demeanor. Since they were in the kitchen, they could only hear Mo Chang and Baijiu's conversation at the door and the sound of the door closing. Lu Qi and Su Ling, however, were completely unaware of the dialogue inside the room. Mingzhu Academy excelled in protecting students' privacy, with special soundproof materials ensuring that every student had their own private space. Of course, such treatment was exclusive to the villa area. Students in the apartment area shared a space and privacy with 3 other people. If apartment area students wanted to move into the villa area, they had to use points. As long as they accumulated enough points, they could even stay at the academy until the day they entered the coffin. At that time, Mingzhu Academy would hold a memorial service for them in accordance with school regulations. Fellow students present would offer flowers and bow in respect, creating a full sense of ceremony. The flowers received would number at least 1,000 stems, which sounded quite appealing. However, since the establishment of Mingzhu Academy, such an event had never occurred. It's not that Mingzhu Academy doesn't abide by this rule, but if you stay at the academy for too long, there will be designated personnel who will use special methods to send you away. For instance, they might assign you a long-term mission or dispatch you to another country as an assistant lecturer. The former carries a risk of death, while the latter means leaving your hometown behind, venturing alone into a foreign land, and possibly dying there without anyone knowing. Even your ashes wouldn't be brought back, they would be buried at the place where you taught. This is truly heartbreaking. As a result, over the years, all students who successfully graduated fled like rabbits, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, the academy's higher-ups would assign them a task. If the task is easy, it's manageable, but if it's difficult, at best graduation might be delayed by half a year, and at worst, you might end up burning paper money for the deceased the following year. There was once a student who was about to graduate but was forced to accept a clearance mission. Due to an excessive number of beasts in a restricted zone, the military sought assistance from the academy, and the task ultimately fell on him. Without completing the mission, he couldn't graduate, so he had no choice but to accept it and head to the restricted zone with other students to carry out the clearance. However, fate was far too cruel to him. After spending nearly half a year in the restricted zone, just as the mission was nearing completion, an unexpected beast riot occurred within the zone, triggering a beast tide. The beasts seemed to have received a command, all charging in the same direction, and the student happened to be in the path of the tide. Facing tens of thousands of beasts, unless you are an awakened ability user of the space, dark, lightning, or wind elements, there might be a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, it's better to quickly find a place to hide. Perhaps you can at least leave behind an intact corpse, avoiding being devoured by the beasts and ultimately becoming nutrients for the trees. However, that student's ability was of the fire element, which, apart from damage and range, had no other advantages. Its defensive capabilities, recovery abilities, and mobility were all lacking. As expected, he heroically sacrificed himself during a mission, and even his body couldn't be found. The blood that flowed onto the ground was almost completely licked clean by the beasts. That happened decades ago, but even now, if one were to trace back, the records of that event are still clear and detailed. The deeds of that student were turned into a PPT by other students of Mingzhu Academy, passed down as an immortal legend. This is also the fundamental reason why every graduate desperately flees like a rabbit, eager to step into society immediately. Life in society may be tough, but at least one can stay alive. Even forming a hunter squad and taking on some simple tasks is enough to cover household expenses, and with careful saving, one might even manage to set aside a little. The tasks assigned by the academy to fourth-year graduates have a mortality rate of nearly 50%. Who would dare to take them on? They enter the academy at the age of 18 and graduate at 22. Since the emergence of source energy in the world, human physiques have greatly improved, and living to 100 years old has become commonplace. Moreover, they are awakened ability users, so their lifespans will continue to extend. With a focus on health maintenance, living to 200 years old is no longer a dream. In this century of prime years, who would be willing to undertake tasks that could be fatal? It's simply irrational. Probably only someone with a mental deficiency would do it. Anyone with a sound mind would try their best to avoid such dangers. However, there are some who voluntarily delay graduation to stay at the academy as instructors. These individuals are usually very powerful and willingly take on high-risk tasks. Meanwhile, the average graduate strength is around level 5, which is far from comparable to these exceptional individuals. For them, stepping into society is the wisest choice. This is the disparity brought about by ability levels. The strong don't care about the tasks assigned by the academy, instead, they see them as rewards. The rewards for high-risk tasks are extremely generous, to the point that even some academy instructors are envious. As a result, some instructors take on high-risk tasks, leaving their classes to be managed by others. The weak can only pin their hopes on luck, praying that the academy won't assign tasks to them. Even if they do receive one, they hope it will be something simple. The gap in strength between the two groups becomes increasingly evident. The strong only grow stronger, while the weak are left far behind, with no hope of catching up. Resources determine everything. Without them, no matter how hard you try, it is difficult to achieve success. It's like others using source energy crystals for cultivation, allowing them to continuously absorb source energy to enhance their strength, while you can only rely on the scattered source energy in the natural world. Although the quantity is considerable, its distribution is far too sparse. Moreover, with the large number of students at Mingzhu Academy, everyone competes for source energy during cultivation, making the source energy within the academy's range exceptionally thin. Even though Mingzhu Academy has installed large-scale energy-gathering devices underground, capable of attracting source energy from half of Mingzhu City, it still seems insufficient for the students. What's more, those overachievers not only absorb source energy from the crystals but also draw from the natural world, leaving no room for others to survive. The higher one's strength, the faster they absorb source energy, which is one of the core reasons for the polarization of strength among Mingzhu Academy students. Subsequently, some people couldn't hold back and went directly to the general management area to file complaints. However, the academy's higher-ups only gave one response: why not strive to complete tasks and compete for resources to become one of the best, instead of complaining about the academy's unfairness here? When this statement was posted on the academy's forum, it shot to the top of the trending list within 10 minutes and dominated the rankings for half a year. The comments section was filled with diverse opinions. Most people expressed agreement, stating that if you want to become stronger, you have to fight for it yourself. Relying solely on the resources distributed annually by Mingzhu Academy to grow stronger is nothing but wishful thinking. Dreaming would be more realistic. Although there was considerable support, opposing voices also emerged. A minority argued that this was unfair. After all, everyone is a student of Mingzhu Academy, so why should there be such differential treatment? Allowing strong students to absorb source energy, how can weaker students ever improve? A small group of representatives submitted their suggestions to the academy's higher-ups. First, prohibit strong students from absorbing the academy's source energy and reserve it for weaker students. Second, allocate more cultivation resources to underperforming students when distributing source energy crystals to ensure their training progress. In response, the higher-ups of Mingzhu Academy seemed to turn a deaf ear, offering no reply whatsoever. Resource distribution remained equal for everyone. This approach is precisely what defines Mingzhu Academy as one of the 3 top-tier academies in Daxia. If you can't accept it, you're free to drop out and enroll in another academy. Mingzhu Academy doesn't care about losing just one person. Every year, countless people flood in, eager to enter Mingzhu Academy. Once you leave, your spot will be fiercely contested by those yearning for admission. The administration of Mingzhu Academy is more than happy to see this happen, as the additional admission slots are allocated based on who shows the most sincerity, allowing them to make a small profit in the process. Those students who support this regulation were outraged by such an unreasonable proposal, flooding the opponent's forum account with insults and mercilessly condemning his shamelessness. Despite being only around 20 years old, he chose not to strive for resources through hard work but instead relied on the academy's welfare, as if prematurely stepping into a retired lifestyle. Everyone mocked him for being shameless and thick-skinned, and some even dug up his personal information and exposed it on the forum, instantly making him the center of attention at Mingzhu Academy. Although no one took offline action against him, most people condemned him online. The strange looks from classmates during lessons became unbearable for him, and he eventually chose to drop out. Since then, no one has dared to step forward as a leader or representative, fearing they would face the same fate and become the subject of gossip at Mingzhu Academy. Su Ling looked at the shy Baijiu, and ambiguous images flashed through her mind. Her face instantly turned red, and her slightly parted lips appeared particularly alluring. It was a long time after the sound of the door before Baijiu returned to the kitchen. Logically, she shouldn't have waited there for so long. Dragging it out for so long clearly indicates that Baijiu entered Imo Chang's room, doesn't it? This also explains why no sound has been heard. Could it be that Imo Chang and Baijiu are doing something unspeakable? In the room? Could the two of them already be kissing? Su Ling grew more and more anxious as she thought about it, her gaze becoming hazy, her cheeks flushed, making her look exceptionally enchanting. Lu Qi, on the other hand, couldn't stop praising Imo Chang in his heart. No wonder Brother Chang is so impressive. How long have the two of them known each other, and they're already in the same room? Could it be that in a few days, they'll be sharing a bed? Maybe by next year, they'll have a baby. Thinking about how he might soon become the godfather of Brother Chang's child, he couldn't contain his excitement. He was not even 20 yet and was about to become a dad, though not biologically. It didn't really matter. Drool unknowingly dripped from the corner of his mouth. Realizing his neck was a bit damp, he quickly wiped it with his hand and glanced at Su Ling beside him. Luckily, she was still lost in thought and hadn't noticed. Baijiu looked at the two in front of her, one with a pig-like expression, the other blushing like a rose, and shook her head, her face full of helplessness. She could easily guess what they were thinking. Actually, it was her own fault. When she returned to the kitchen earlier, she hadn't controlled her expression well, which led them to misunderstand. Ahem. Baijiu cleared her throat lightly, instantly interrupting their wild and unrealistic fantasies. You two, don't get any funny ideas. I just went to Imo Cheng's room to tell him it's time to eat, nothing else. If you dare let your imagination run wild, watch out, or I'll give you both a free perm. Baijiu's tone carried an unmistakable threat, which sent chills down Su Ling and Lu Qi's spines, their skin instantly crawling with goosebumps. What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and bring the dishes to the table. Baijiu shook her head helplessly at the two frozen in place. It was just a slightly stern remark. Was it really that scary? Su Ling was the first to snap out of it, grabbing a dish with both hands and dashing toward the living room. Seeing Su Ling leave him behind to act alone, Lu Qi felt a pang of grievance. Holding a plate in his hands, a faint green energy surged beneath his feet. With a whoosh, he vanished from the kitchen in an instant. To escape this terrifying place, Lu Qi didn't hesitate to use Wind's shadow step to accelerate, desperate to get away as quickly as possible. Baijiu helplessly rubbed her forehead with one hand, watching Su Ling and Lu Qi's reactions. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, was she really that scary? Judging by their terrified expressions, it was as if she were some kind of man-eating monster. Really can't understand, am I really that fierce? Baijiu rubbed her delicate face, murmuring resentfully, as she picked up the last plate and slowly walked toward the living room. Four dishes were laid out on the table, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, seaweed egg drop soup, and a plate of crispy fried pork. The aroma was mouth-watering, though the taste remained to be seen. Imo Chang leaned against the doorframe, sliding down to sit on the floor. He tilted his head slightly upward, his confused gaze fixed on the chandelier, seemingly lost in thought. What exactly happened just now? Why did I care so much about whether she was hurt, and why couldn't I push her away immediately? He muttered softly to himself. Resting his chin in his hand, Imo Chang carefully recalled the earlier situation. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and murmured softly, "It must be because I've acknowledged her in my heart, thinking she's someone worth forming a deep connection with. That's why I had such thoughts. Yes, that must be it." To reinforce his own idea, Imo Chang even hypnotized himself for a moment. Having figured it out, he no longer worried. He pressed his hands against the ground to stand upright, walked to the mirror, and sought his slightly flushed cheeks. A faint trace of ice element emerged from his palm, and as he pressed his hand against his face, a refreshing sensation instantly surged through him. His previously restless mood calmed down, the blush on his face gradually faded, and his gaze returned to its usual indifference. After tidying up his clothes, Imo Chang slowly walked to the door. He had not yet touched the doorknob when a knock sounded from outside. Imo Chang knew it was Baijiu coming to call him again. He opened the door and saw Baijiu hiding in the corner of the wall, poking out a small head, her red eyes blinking as she stared at him. Imo Chang placed one hand on her forehead and gently pushed her back, preventing her from looking around. "Hey, what are you doing? Using so much force. If you make my little head dumb, what will you do then?" Baijiu puffed her cheeks and complained indignantly. Imo Chang felt a bit like mocking her in his heart. Why does everyone like to act? Wouldn't it be better to be a bit more genuine? Of course, excluding himself. He adjusted his tone, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and calmly said, "If I really made you lose your mind, I would definitely take responsibility for you." Upon hearing these ambiguous words, Bai Jiu's mind instantly became muddled, completely unaware of the smile gradually forming at the corner of Mo Chang's lips. So easy to fool, Mo Chang thought to himself. Seeing Bai Jiu's gaze gradually turn vacant and dazed, Mo Chang realized that this girl was imagining something inappropriate. He couldn't help but admire how powerful women's imagination could be. Su Ling was like this, and Bai Jiu was no exception. Feeling the situation starting to spiral out of control, with Bai Jiu's cheeks turning redder than blood, he hurriedly patted her shoulder and infused a trace of ice element into her body. Feeling the unusual sensation from her body and the strength on her shoulder, Bai Jiu instantly sobered up. The mischievous thoughts in her mind dissipated in an instant, and her expression softened considerably. Don't overthink it. When I say responsible, I only mean safely taking care of you until you're lying in a coffin. Nothing more, Mo Chang said coldly, his gaze indifferent. That's for the best, Bai Jiu retorted defiantly, though a trace of inexplicable disappointment arose in her heart, something even she didn't notice. Let's go, it's time to eat. We've been waiting for you. After saying this, Bai Jiu walked ahead alone, no longer looking at Mo Chang behind her. Her small hands twisted together in front of her as she quietly muttered complaints about him. Throwing a little tantrum, how interesting. Why didn't I realize before how fun it is to tease people? Mo Chang whispered behind her, his gaze fixed on Bai Jiu, a faint smile lingering on his lips. The two walked one after the other, and before long, they arrived at the living room. Su Ling and Lu Qi were already seated in their respective spots. Seeing Mo Chang's figure appear at the corner, Lu Qi dashed over, tightly hugging his arm and resting his head on his shoulder. Brother Chang, I can't live without you. Without you, who would look out for me? Mo Chang felt quite pleased hearing the first part of the sentence, but as soon as he heard the latter part, his expression instantly darkened, freezing in place. Looking at Lu Qi sobbing sorrowfully beside him, Mo Chang slapped him on the butt with a backhand and, at the same time, bent his leg and gave a fierce thrust. Bang! Lu Qi's body immediately lost balance and fell forward. Fortunately, Su Ling reacted quickly and caught him before he could fall flat on his face in public. Cheng Ji, how could you kick me? Is there no love anymore? Sure enough, you've forgotten me now that you have a new flame. Lu Qi rubbed his backside and said pitifully, his gaze shifting between Mo Chang and Bai Jiu. Mo Chang's mouth twitched, rendered speechless by his good friend's antics, and could only admire Lu Qi's consistent boldness. Just as he was about to explain, Bai Jiu spoke first, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not some new flame. You'll always be Mo Chang's number one in his heart." Especially the words heart's tip, Bai Jiu's tone was particularly emphatic. You heard that, right? Our relationship is very innocent, don't spout nonsense, it creates a bad impression. Mo Chang interjected in a timely manner, without delving into why Bai Jiu's tone was so heightened. After waiting so long, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat first. Mo Chang's willingness to eat with them signified he had already forgiven them, letting Lu Qi and Su Ling immediately breathe a sigh of relief. The four sat together, with Mo Chang and Lu Qi on the left side, while Su Ling and Bai Jiu sat on the other. Mo Chang lowered his head to look at the dishes in front of him, sniffed them, and found they weren't as bad as he had imagined, which left him utterly shocked. Bai Jiu was also cooking for the first time, and it turned out to be better than Mo Chang's first attempt. After all, the first time he cooked, he had turned shredded potatoes into a charred black mess. The shredded potatoes Bai Jiu made, however, were golden in color, with each strand coated in oil and juice. The steam and aroma intertwined, making them irresistibly appetizing. Believing himself to have a talent for cooking, Mo Chang had to admit defeat at this moment. Since someone else was better than him, he had to acknowledge it. He wasn't someone who stubbornly refused to accept the truth. He picked up a few strands of shredded potatoes with his chopsticks and put them into his bowl. The taste isn't determined by appearance but by whether the mouth finds it truly good. As he put the shredded potatoes into his mouth, his anticipation instantly plummeted to the bottom. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, and his heart was filled with doubt. After chewing a few times, he asked Bai Jiu suspiciously, "Why are the shredded potatoes you stir-fried so hard? Could they be undercooked?" Bai Jiu suddenly panicked. Were the shredded potatoes she stir-fried really that hard? Not believing it, she picked up a bite of shredded potatoes and put it in her mouth. It crumbled instantly upon contact with her teeth, sliding down her throat into her stomach. She thought, actually, it's not that hard. The shredded potatoes were soft and tasty. Apart from being slightly salty, everything else was quite good and not as tough as Mo Chang had described. I think it tastes pretty good. It crumbles with just one bite, not hard at all. To make her point more convincing, Bai Jiu picked up another chopstickful of shredded potatoes and put it into her mouth, even chewing several times in front of Mo Chang. Look, it's not hard at all. Could it be that your teeth aren't good? Watching Bai Jiu eat so happily, Mo Chang grew even more puzzled. Why did it feel so hard when he ate it, almost like raw shredded potatoes? He understood in his heart that there was nothing wrong with his teeth. Since childhood, he hadn't liked eating sweets, brushed his teeth every morning and evening, and maintained good oral hygiene. As an ability user, his physical condition was excellent, and his teeth were definitely in perfect shape. Even if he ate sugar as a staple food, it wouldn't be a problem. He picked up a piece of shredded potato and chewed it carefully, but the result was just as he had expected, tough and dry. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Chang's gaze unintentionally swept over Bai Jiu. Then he looked down at the plate of shredded potatoes, and a highly plausible thought flashed through his mind. He placed his chopsticks on the bowl, his expression turning serious, and his tone slightly heavy. When you were stir-frying the shredded potatoes, did you stir them several times? Bai Jiu was momentarily stunned, completely unable to grasp the meaning of his words. After thinking it over, she then described the preparation process in detail to Mo Chang. After listening to Bai Jiu's explanation, Mo Chang finally understood why the potatoes he ate were so tough, while Bai Jiu found them soft and glutinous. It turned out she had simply dumped the shredded potatoes into the pan and casually flipped them over. The portion squeezed in the middle didn't even touch the edge of the pan, which was why it ended up so hard and astringent. As for why Bai Jiu enjoyed it so much, it was clearly because she ate the cooked part, while he happened to eat the portion of shredded potatoes from the middle. This also explained why one found it tough, while the other thought it was soft and delicious. He thought for a moment, organized his words, and said, "Potato shreds need to be stir-fried several times. If you just pour them in and flip them casually, some of them will surely remain undercooked. The ones I ate happened to be the undercooked potato shreds, so they felt raw and tough to chew." Bai Jiu suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Mo Chang said they were hard. It turned out this was the reason, not because her teeth were bad. After receiving Chef Mo's guidance, Bai Jiu's understanding of potato shreds reached a new level. The next time she makes them, they will definitely be more fragrant and delicious. She felt a slight hint of happiness in her heart, a smile revealing her small canine teeth. Suddenly remembering something, she felt a bit upset again. This meal was meant to apologize to Mo Chang, not to ask him for cooking tips. How did she mix up the priorities? Feeling indignant, Bai Jiu clenched her little fists and gently patted her own head. The sound wasn't too loud or too soft, with just the right amount of force. The three people around her were startled by Bai Jiu's action, and the table shook slightly. "Bai Jiu, are you running a fever?" Su Ling originally wanted to ask if her brain was damaged, but considering it was inappropriate, she opted for a more polite way of phrasing it. Mo Chang's gaze also focused on Bai Jiu, wanting to hear how she would respond. "Nothing, it's just that I feel a bit sorry for Mo Chang," Bai Jiu said softly, her tone carrying traces of grievance and unease. What? Apologize to me? What is there to apologize for?" Mo Chang was so shocked by her reaction that he stuttered while speaking. "This meal was meant to express my apology to you. I really worked hard on it, but I was still too careless and missed the step of stir-frying. And I made you eat raw shredded potatoes. I sincerely apologize." As Bai Jiu spoke, faint tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes, her rosy gaze appearing exceptionally captivating. Mo Chang hadn't expected Bai Jiu to blame herself so much for this matter. He couldn't help but feel moved and instinctively reached out, pulled out a few tissues, and handed them to her, saying softly, "Wipe your tears. Eat your food properly and don't make noise to disturb others. Besides, my teeth have been good lately, and I enjoy eating raw food." Mo Chang picked up a chopstick of shredded potatoes and put it into his bowl, then unhesitatingly ate it in one bite. After finishing, he didn't forget to praise, "Not bad." Even though Bai Jiu knew he was trying to comfort her, how could raw shredded potatoes be that delicious? Her heart still welled up with a touch of sweetness. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and her dim red eyes regained their brightness as she fixed her gaze on him. Mo Chang himself did not realize that his casual concern would have such a significant impact on Bai Jiu, making her so happy. This stirred a slight sense of guilt in his heart. The two people nearby exchanged helpless glances, thinking, "If you two want to flaunt your love, go ahead, but could you not do it in front of everyone? We still need to eat." Lu Qi and Su Ling exchanged a glance and tacitly communicated with their eyes, glancing toward the people beside them. Mo Chang kept his head down while eating, completely unaware of Lu Qi's gaze. Bai Jiu was immersed in her happiness and did not notice Su Ling staring intently at her. Mo Chang's chopsticks reached for the crispy pork, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, he frowned, his face full of disbelief. "Whoa! How much salt did Bai Jiu add to the crispy pork? It's so salty," Mo Chang complained inwardly. He slightly raised his head and noticed Bai Jiu's gaze fixed on him. Remembering her tearful expression just moments ago, Mo Chang endured the discomfort in his taste buds and struggled to swallow the crispy pork. How is it? Is the crispy pork delicious?" Facing the exuberant Bai Jiu, Mo Chang didn't want to dampen her confidence. He nodded lightly and said with a hint of surprise, "This crispy pork is quite good, better than what I make. If you like it, eat more. I'll keep making it in the future," Bai Jiu said, resting her chin in her hands, her smile radiantly bright. Her eyes were clear, without a trace of ulterior motives. She truly believed Mo Chang's words, and the promise she made afterward came from the heart. "Keep making it in the future?" Mo Chang muttered softly to himself, his voice as faint as a whisper. If Bai Jiu's cooking is really delicious, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, as it would save him from having to cook himself in the future, leaving him with much more time to cultivate. But Bai Jiu's cooking skills are honestly hard to compliment. The proportions of the seasonings are completely off, and she doesn't even grasp the basic steps. The two failed examples before him were raw shredded potatoes and small crispy pork that was salty enough to kill. Mo Chang felt a bit uneasy and dared not let Bai Jiu continue cooking. Although her intentions were good intentions alone were of no help. Without skill, it was all empty talk. Just thinking about Bai Jiu cooking for the three of them in the future made Mo Chang tremble all over, with a faint sense of fear rising in his heart. In the short term, he could barely tolerate this heavy flavored food, but if it continued for a long time and he had to eat such things every day, he couldn't guarantee that his taste buds wouldn't start acting strange. For the sake of everyone, and himself, Mo Chang decided that cooking was something he had to handle himself. He simply couldn't trust anyone else with it. Seeing Mo Chang lower his head and mutter to himself, Bai Jiu couldn't help but extend her slender, jade-like fingers, gently pinching his wrist while looking at him expectantly. "What are you mumbling about? Are you so moved by how delicious my cooking is? Could it be that you're silently giving a speech of gratitude?" Feeling her cold touch, Mo Chang suddenly snapped out of it. Seeing her delicate hand, he waved his hand slightly and said indifferently, "It's nothing. Don't get too excited. As for moving me, I just want to say 2 words. Had ha." Bai Jiu laughed. At this moment, Mo Chang remembered Bai Jiu's earlier promise and hurriedly added, "You don't have to cook anymore in the future. I'll do it instead." Bai Jiu frowned in confusion. The dishes she made were clearly delicious, so why did Mo Chang insist on cooking himself? Just as she was about to ask, Mo Chang interrupted her. "Do you remember what you said the night before last?" "What did I say the night before last? There's been so much going on these days, I kind of forgot." Bai Jiu looked a bit puzzled. Mo Chang felt helpless inside. He had never seen someone so forgetful, forgetting something so important in just 3 days. Bai Jiu really had a carefree heart. He took a deep breath, extended a hand, hoping she would understand. Bai Jiu stared at his hand, tilting her head slightly in thought, her eyes full of confusion. Seeing that she still didn't get it, Mo Chang pouted slightly, and slowly uttered 5 words. If she still didn't understand, she might as well go back to farming. "Your palm, do you want to shake hands with me?" Bai Jiu spoke as she placed her small hand on his, curling her fingers to grasp Mo Chang's palm, even shaking it a few times in the air. Mo Chang was stunned by her adorable little gesture, unsure of how to react. After a moment, Mo Chang cleared his throat, withdrew his hand, and said in a deliberately serious tone, "Classmate Bai Jiu, I am speaking to you seriously right now, so please refrain from such actions." "Blah, I already knew that. I just wanted to see your reaction. You're so dull, a money-obsessed guy with no sense of fun." Bai Jiu stuck out her little pink tongue and made a funny face, pressing her hands against her cheeks. This scene nearly made Mo Chang break down on the spot. Bai Jiu was definitely his nemesis. In front of her, he always seemed to lose his composure. "Is this crispy pork really that good? Let me give it a try." Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing it, Mo Chang immediately recognized it as Lu Dekongming's voice. If this crispy pork is so unpalatable, with Lu Qi's straightforward nature, he would definitely say so. By that time, Bai Jiu would realize she'd been deceived. If she simply got angry, that would be one thing, but if her self-esteem were shattered, he would truly be guilty. This absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen, Mo Chang thought to himself, as he stealthily hooked his foot under the dining table and gave it a sudden pull. Lu Qi's pupils instantly widened as he turned to look at Mo Chang, his mouth slightly open but unable to utter a single word. Mo Chang suddenly placed one hand under the table and pinched Lu Qi's thigh tightly, blinking rapidly, a silent signal between the two of them. At first, Lu Qi was stunned, but then it was as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. Grabbing the hand pinching his thigh and giving it a firm shake, he responded to Mo Chang with a got it look. With a face full of determination, he picked up a piece of crispy pork and stuffed it into his mouth forcefully. "Damn! How many spoonfuls of salt did Bai Jiu put in this? It's way too salty." Lu Qi was shocked, but he forced himself to act unbothered. After taking a few bites, he toughened up and swallowed it down. He grabbed the kettle on the dining table, poured a glass of water, and gulped it down in one go, finally easing the discomfort in his tongue and mouth. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Lu Qi gave a thumbs up. "Bai Jiu, your crispy fried pork is delicious, perfectly salty, savory, and a bit spicy. It's absolutely amazing." No wonder Lu Qi is called a movie star. Even his heartfelt words naturally make people believe him without question. Even Mo Chang, a veteran actor, couldn't help but admire his skill. Mo Chang felt grateful that he had built a good rapport with Lu Qi early on. If they had only met now, he might have been among the unfortunate ones duped by Lu Qi. Sure enough, with the teamwork of the veteran actor Mo Chang and movie star Lu Qi, Bai Jiu fell right into their trap, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Ah, fooled but still smiling so happily, what a naive little girl. Mo Chang sighed inwardly as he picked up another piece of crispy fried pork to eat. Having endured the pain the first time around, Mo Chang had already mastered his expressions the second time, keeping his face perfectly composed without raising any suspicion. "If it's so delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make some more," Bai Jiu said enthusiastically. "No need, this is enough. I've been dieting recently and can't eat too much." Mo Chang made up a clumsy excuse, but his tone seemed earnest and calm. This is the on-the-spot reaction ability of a seasoned actor, a natural gift that requires little explanation. Mo Chang and Lu Qi believed their performance was flawless, but they forgot the saying, the onlooker sees more of the game. Especially when it comes to the sharp and intelligent Su Ling, those subtle movements and slightly stiff expressions of theirs had already betrayed them. Su Ling sensed they were hiding something. Considering the crispy pork they'd both eaten, a near-truth possibility began to form in her mind. Her small hand trembled slightly as she picked up a piece of crispy pork, her gaze showing a hint of panic. But for the truth, she decided to make a sacrifice. Took a bite, her cheeks twisted with the chewing of her teeth, like a tightly wrung towel. Feeling the three people's blatant gazes falling on her, Su Ling quickly gobbled a few mouthfuls of rice, attempting to dilute the salty taste in her mouth. Thump, 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 then, she patted her chest a few times with her hand, pretending to be choked by the rice, and took a big gulp of water. With the combined efforts of rice and water, she finally managed to swallow down the overly salty little crispy meat that was worrying her. Linger, eat slowly, be careful not to choke, Baizhou said with concern, quickly refilling the empty cup with water. It's okay, Sister Baizhou, I'll be careful, Su Ling said, taking the cup of water and flashing Baizhou a sweet smile. The moment she turned her head, she caught sight of Mo Chang and Lu Qi's half-smiling expressions, as if saying, so you're one of us after all. The three of them had an uncanny tacit understanding, silently burying the unpalatability of the crispy pork in their hearts, fully aware that they couldn't hurt Baizhou's confidence. This meal was a bittersweet and helpless experience for the three. They forced themselves to swallow the dishes. The only thing somewhat acceptable was the bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. After all the ingredients had already been prepared, it only needed to be poured into the pot and boiled, without any complicated steps. Each time Mo Chang took a bite of the food, he would quickly take a sip of soup to alleviate the discomfort in his mouth. Meanwhile, Baizhou quietly watched them from the side, completely unaware that her cooking had already been collectively concealed by them. Seeing that Baizhou never picked up her chopsticks, the boulder in Mo Chang's heart eased slightly, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing, as he let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Qi and Su Ling felt the same. What they were doing was solely to avoid making Baizhou upset, a kind of well-intentioned lie, perhaps. When the plates were completely emptied by the three of them, Mo Chang leaned back against the bench, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the glaring light. His eyes became somewhat unfocused, his palm reaching toward the chandelier, with the light filtering through his fingers and spilling onto his lazy face. What are you thinking about? Baizhou, tidying up the plates, happened to come to his side. Seeing his strange gesture, she asked in confusion, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion. Isn't it relaxing and pleasant to lie down for a while after a meal and look at the ceiling? Mo Chang didn't directly answer her question but softly countered. Baizhou immediately put down the plates in her hands, moved a bench next to him, and mimicked his posture, starting to gaze at the ceiling to see if it was indeed as comfortable as Mo Chang had described. After sitting for a few minutes, Baizhou didn't feel anything special. Instead, she felt a bit bored. I really don't understand why you find this so comfortable. I don't feel anything at all. I'm going to wash the dishes now. Be careful, don't tilt the chair too much, or you might fall. In response to Baizhou's words, Mo Chang gave a faint smile. He understood that everyone has their own way of relaxing, some like drinking tea, some enjoy sleeping, and others prefer going to nightclubs to unwind. Mo Chang saw through this clearly and never argued with anyone about it. Such behavior seemed utterly pointless to him. Forcing one's opinions onto others was like shackling someone with restrictive chains. Just like how Lu Qi enjoyed watching videos to relax, Mo Chang didn't mind. In fact, he felt pleased. Isn't it a wonderful thing to find a relaxation method that suits you? After a brief rest, Mo Chang stood up, ready to return to his room and continue cultivating. Relaxation shouldn't last too long, the saved time still needed to be put to good use. As he was passing by the kitchen, a small hand suddenly stretched out from inside and yanked him in. Mo Chang slipped and almost fell. Steadying himself, he looked at the person in front of him and asked, Baizhou, are you trying to get me killed? You were lying to me just now, weren't you? Baizhou said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on Mo Chang. How did we lie to you? Don't make things up. Mo Chang calmly responded, spouting nonsense with a serious face. That crispy pork isn't actually good at all, right? You, Lu Qi, and Linger were all lying to me. Baizhou's tone was indifferent, but his voice was somewhat hoarse. How did you find out? Mo Chang realized he couldn't keep it hidden anymore, so he simply stopped concealing it, feeling a sense of amazement at Baizhou's attentiveness. Every time you eat a piece of crispy meat, you take a big sip of soup. Maybe I didn't notice at first, but the further it went, the more it became apparent that something was off with you both. Baizhou quietly shared her deduction with Mo Chang. Mo Chang was filled with emotion, marveling at Baizhou's extraordinary powers of observation. He also realized that the action of drinking soup was too obvious. Anyone paying a little attention could spot the flaw. I'm sorry for deceiving you. I just didn't want to let down your kind intentions. Mo Chang's eyes were sincere as he lowered his head. Though his body bent slightly, he never fully lowered it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Baizhou's hand gently resting on his shoulder. When he looked up, surprise flickered in his eyes. What are you doing? Who allowed you to bow and apologize? I don't accept such an apology, it's not sincere enough, Bai Jiu said firmly. Then tell me what I should do, and I'll follow your lead, Emo Chang compromised. I haven't figured it out yet. For now, you owe me one, and I'll come to you when I've decided. After pondering for a moment, Bai Jiu decided to let Emo Chang owe him first, waiting for inspiration to strike before asking him to make it up. I have no objections. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to cultivate, Emo Chang said. He took a long stride, ready to leave, but was pulled back by a strong force. What do you want now, my dear lady? I still have things to do. Emo Chang's mood was slightly irritable, and his tone involuntarily rose a few notches. Don't get angry yet. After eating such unpalatable crispy pork, your mouth must feel unpleasant, right? I'll make you a cup of honey tea to get rid of the greasy taste, Bai Jiu said, bustling about busily as she spoke. Emo Chang froze instantly, standing motionless with his hands suspended in midair for a long time. Watching Bai Jiu's busy figure, his heart filled with guilt. So, it turned out she had stopped him just to prepare honey tea for him. But his earlier tone seemed to have hurt her feelings. The guilt gradually rose, and Emo Chang gently placed his hand on Bai Jiu's small shoulder, speaking softly, "Let me handle this. You can watch from the side for now. Once I'm done, how about you be my taste tester?" A glimmer of light shone in Emo Chang's eyes, and his warm smile left Bai Jiu momentarily dazed. He didn't notice Bai Jiu's unusual reaction, fully focused on heating the pot. He took a box of tea leaves from the cabinet and poured some into the pot. As the temperature gradually rose, the tea leaves sizzled, and a faint tea fragrance wafted through the air, filling their senses. What a delightful aroma, Bai Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes revealing admiration for Emo Chang. You're amazing at cooking. I heard from Lu Qi that you haven't been learning for long. How did you manage it? She slightly tilted her head and looked at Emo Chang, who was sitting nearby. At this moment, Bai Jiu had her hands resting on her legs, her head leaning on her palms, and was gazing at him with starry eyes. Warmth surged in Emo Chang's heart as he found the scene somewhat heartwarming. He mischievously stretched his tone and said, Fine, don't say it if you don't want to. I don't care anyway. Bai Jiu, teased by Emo Chang, became slightly sulky, pouting and turning away from him. However, her peripheral vision involuntarily strayed toward him. Sensing those fleeting glances, Emo Chang decided not to tease her any further and calmly said, "Actually, I'm not quite sure why I learned so quickly, I can only attribute it to talent." Then looking at it another way, weren't you just implying that I have no talent? Bai Jiu responded with a look of discontent. Emo Chang couldn't help but recall a common phrase from the internet, one that would perfectly retort her, but he knew that if he said it, Bai Jiu might conjure a fireball in rage and hurl it at him. Imagining himself being burned, Emo Chang shuddered slightly and tried his best to reorganize his thoughts with the limited emotional intelligence he possessed. Finally, he came up with an appropriate response, although you might not have much talent in cooking, you're bound to have outstanding abilities in other areas. It's just that you haven't discovered them yet or found your true calling. I believe in you. A beautiful and composed young lady like you is bound to face greater challenges ahead. That's when you will truly shine, and not feel discouraged over something like cooking. To convince Bai Jiu once more of his sincerity, Emo Chang even slammed the marble kitchen counter with a loud thud. His tone was firm, and his eyes carried an especially serious expression. Really? What if you're lying to me again? Bai Jiu asked skeptically. Emo Chang raised one hand, straightened his posture, and spoke earnestly, "Classmate Bai Jiu, I, Emo Chang, swear on my character, if I ever lie to you again, I swear I'll remain a bachelor for the rest of my life, all the way to my grave." Besides, he thought, he wouldn't mind never getting married in this life, dating and romance simply aren't his thing. Apologies, but his eyes only have room for mystical beasts, so this vow wasn't much of a big deal to him. Alright, I will reluctantly trust you one more time. Although Bai Jiu still harbored her doubts, hearing such a cursed oath provided her with a bit of solace. Little did she know, she was once again falling into Emo Chang's trap. While they chatted, the tea leaves had already been roasted to a fragrant aroma. Emo Chang added a pinch of sugar and continued stirring with his right hand. The mingling scent of tea and sugar wafted through the kitchen. Bai Jiu shot up from her stool in surprise, walking to Emo Chang's side and staring in amazement at the caramel-colored liquid forming in the pan. The alluring sweetness clearly came from this. Emo Chang paid Bai Jiu no attention and swiftly poured the liquid from the pan into a glass teapot. He added a few spoons of honey, then followed with hot water and pure milk. "Here, try it. Homemade honey milk tea." He let the coldness from his palm dissipate, gradually cooling the boiling hot tea until it reached a drinkable temperature. When the temperature was just right, Emo Chang gently clasped his hand, and all the chill dissipated. It had to be said, the ice element truly stood out when it came to cooling things down. When hot water was too scalding to drink, the ice element could immediately cool it, allowing you to enjoy refreshing cool water in any situation. So sweet. Bai Jiu poured herself a cup, took a light sip, her eyes narrowing into slits as she exclaimed excitedly, "Emo Chang, you're truly amazing. Not only can you cook, but you can also make milk tea. It seems my 500,000 was definitely well spent." I think I'm worth that price, too. Mo Chang nodded and unabashedly praised himself. Oh, right, go take some to Lu Chi and Su Ling. I don't need any. I appreciate your kindness. Goodbye. Remember to get up early tomorrow. Mo Chang waved his hand and walked straight to his room without looking back. I originally planned to do it myself, but once again, you helped me. Though your words can be quite sharp at times, you're truly a great person. Bai Jiu softly muttered to herself, looking toward Mo Chang who had already disappeared past the kitchen door. Carrying the kettle filled with milk tea to the living room, the ever-curious Su Ling immediately leaned over, her eyes tinged with a hint of confusion. Is this milk tea? But who would buy it at this hour, and why is it in a kettle? This was made by Mo Chang just now. He asked me to bring it out for you both to try. Bai Jiu explained as she poured each of them a cup of milk tea. That's my Qingji for you. I've got to say, in this lifetime, I bow to no one but Qingji. He can do everything, is good at everything, a treasure of a man indeed. Lu Chi exclaimed wholeheartedly while sipping the milk tea and singing praises for Mo Chang. Too bad I'm not a woman, otherwise I would definitely marry Qingji. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's pupils dilated in shock, her shimmering, water-like eyes filled with astonishment. Bai Jiu was equally stunned by Lu Chi's words, standing frozen in place. The three of them were chatting in the living room while sipping milk tea, with Lu Chi single-handedly enlivening the entire atmosphere as he reminisced about amusing incidents from his high school days with Mo Chang. Bai Jiu and Su Ling covered their mouths, stifling their laughter for fear of disturbing Mo Chang. Though the likelihood of this happening was slim, it was late at night, and they still preferred to keep their voices down. The next morning, Mo Chang sat in the back row, listening to teacher Gu Yuan's lecture. The class content was relatively ordinary, aimed at helping students better understand the advantages and disadvantages of various attributes. Classmates, ice-attributed abilities are the most broadly applicable and comprehensive among all powers, Gu Yuan said at the podium as the projector showcased the advantages and shortcomings of ice-based abilities clearly in midair. Why would I say that? Think about it. What would you do in the wild when you can't find a water source? This is when the advantage of ice-based abilities becomes apparent, Gu Yuan continued to explain. By condensing a piece of ice in our hands and licking the ice, wouldn't that replenish the body's water needs? Suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Gu Yuan looked toward the direction of the sound and saw a student bowing his head into his hands, his body trembling from time to time. Mo Chang, sitting closer to that student, naturally heard the laughter as well. His brows furrowed slightly, unable to understand what was so funny about this. In the wild, where water resources are extremely scarce, finding a river would be ideal as it can be boiled and purified. But if no water source is found, or if one is in a desert, awakeners of ice-based or water-based abilities are undoubtedly the best backup options. During this important lesson on cultural knowledge, Mo Chang still couldn't understand why he failed to suppress his laughter. It wasn't just disrespectful to the teacher but also showed a lack of responsibility towards himself. Gu Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, paused his lecture, and slowly stepped down from the podium. The sound in the classroom abruptly stopped, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The student who laughed out loud also realized something was off and quickly looked up. This student, what's so funny? Is it criticism of the knowledge I'm teaching, or is it criticism of me personally? Gu Yuan's tone was calm, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Gu teacher, please don't misunderstand, I have no opinions about you whatsoever. The student stood up in fright, shaking his head like a rattledrum. In that case, disrupting the lecturer's teaching progress will result in a deduction of 1 contribution point. You will receive a notification shortly. Alright, okay, thank you, Teacher Gu Yuan. Mo Chang silently observed the scene from the side, treating it as a bit of amusement during leisure. Once Teacher Gu Yuan returned to the podium, he resumed his focused state of studying. Gu Yuan leaned against the podium, fiddling with the mechanical equipment on the lecture desk. Suddenly, with a beep, a small projection device in front of Mo Chang's desk displayed several screen modules, presenting knowledge points about ice-based abilities. The advantages of ice-based abilities lie in their burst power, defensive capabilities, and ability to control the field. However, the drawbacks include a lack of healing methods, and mobility-related spells are exceedingly rare, which leads to a disadvantage in speed for those who awaken ice-based abilities. Currently, there is only one ice element movement speed technique on the market, and that is the yellow tier technique, treading ice. Hearing the mention of an ice element movement speed technique, Mo Chang immediately became excited. He pressed a button on the table to connect with Teacher Gu Yuan. Student Mo Chang, is there something you need? Gu Yuan asked upon seeing Mo Chang's connection. Teacher Gu Yuan, where can I find the ice element movement speed technique you mentioned? I've searched online for a long time but couldn't find it. Search online for Battle Preparedness Home, then locate Ningzhu City and find a shop called Ice Elemental Awakener Gathering Place. They sell the Huang Tier spell Ice Step there. Thank you, Teacher Gu Yuan. Mo Chang nodded slightly at Gu Yuan to express his gratitude. It's nothing. Helping students solve problems is our duty. By the way, in the next class, all first-year ice element students will have a match against the first-year fire element students. This was decided by the heads of both departments. You should all know that fire and ice elements counter each other, and there is no absolute victory. In a battle between the two, if the ice element awakened is stronger, the fire element user will be completely countered, and vice versa. The purpose of this battle is to make you aware of your own shortcomings so that you can improve. All the students in the class were highly excited. Upon hearing that they would be battling first-year fire element students, everyone was gearing up, eagerly anticipating the next lesson. Ding-ling-ling, the class bell rang. Gu Yuan glanced at his wristband and instructed all the students to line up outside, waiting for students from other classes to gather with the first-year fire element students, and then set off together for the battle trial area. Standing in the square, Mo Chang saw a gigantic object in the distance, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them. In front of him was an enormous airship, estimated to accommodate hundreds of people, more than enough to fit all the first-year students of the ice and fire classes. Teacher Gu Yuan, isn't such a massive airship overkill for just heading to the combat trial area? Massive airship? What's massive about this? This is already the smallest airship in Mingzhu Academy. Gu Yuan's words nearly shattered Mo Chang's worldview. Such a huge means of transportation was actually called a small airship? If this was the smallest model in Mingzhu Academy, how enormous must the largest airship be? Mo Chang felt dizzy. Everything that happened today was simply too unbelievable, and his little mind was struggling to handle such a violent shock. First, the ice element speed-enhancing technique he had painstakingly searched for was revealed by Gu Yuan to be available at a store, and then he was amazed by this massive airship. Everyone, take a break here for a bit. It won't take more than 10 minutes for everyone to gather, Gu Yuan said, calming the group as he noticed their restless moods. Mo Chang sat alone under the shade of a tree, opened his wristband, and checked out the store Gu Yuan had mentioned. The wristband distributed by Mingzhu Academy is highly functional, not only possessing all the features of standard communication devices but also allowing internet access, photography, and videography, and even handling internal affairs of Mingzhu Academy. For example, Mingzhu Academy announcements, checking one's contribution points and scores, as well as accepting tasks from the task bar. Most importantly, this wristband serves as a symbol of Mingzhu Academy, and losing it involves a cumbersome replacement process. You must first pay the materials fee and replacement fee yourself, and then wait 3 business days before receiving a new wristband. Upon entering the war preparation hall, Mo Chang typed Ice Power Awakeners Gathering Place into the search box, gently tapped his finger, and the shop appeared before him. Upon entering the shop, what came into view were various ice-type techniques, most of which were at the yellow rank, with very few at the profound rank for sale. This was quite normal, as profound rank techniques were already scarce, and earth rank and heaven rank techniques were even rarer than phoenix feathers. With Mo Chang's current abilities, it was naturally impossible for him to access techniques of those levels. At the top of the bestseller list was the yellow rank technique Ice Step, which highlighted the desire of ice ability awakeners for movement speed-related techniques. Glancing at the price, there were 6 zeros following it, with a staggering price of 1 million. This number made Mo Chang's heart sink. He had less than 2 million left, and if he bought this book today, he'd have just over 1 million left. This was money he had worked so hard to earn, yet it was being spent too quickly. Sure enough, poor people aren't fit for cultivation. Mo Chang thought of a sentence he had seen online. He hadn't believed it before, thinking that as long as he kept working hard, he was bound to succeed. But now the reality was clear. Without money, he couldn't even afford a basic Huang-tier technique, let alone the source energy crystals needed for cultivation. Those with money could buy large amounts of source energy crystals to aid their cultivation, while those without money could only compete with others for the ambient energy of heaven and earth. If their strength didn't match up, they wouldn't stand a chance at winning. The saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts truly makes sense. Cultivation indeed requires significant expenditure. Without sufficient funds, no matter how much effort you put into cultivation, you simply cannot keep up with others. The progress will be so slow that it will leave you desperate. When I go back after buying this book on techniques, I'll have just over 1 million left in my pocket, which is far from enough to support my cultivation for this semester. Even asking my parents for money won't suffice. I'm very aware of my family's financial situation. Although they could come up with over 1 million, it would almost deplete the family's savings. What's more, that amount would barely cover the expenses for the first year at Mingzhu Academy. As my strength increases in the future, the costs will only get higher, which my family simply cannot bear. I sighed, racking my brain for ways to make money. I didn't mind hardship, as long as I could earn some. It's true what they say, financial constraints can hinder even the mightiest. Though money isn't everything, life without it is truly impossible. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I closed the store's information and opened the task section on my wristband, hoping to find tasks suitable for a first-year student. Task after task appeared before my eyes, but as I scrolled through them, my spirits gradually plummeted. The top task boldly stated, enter A-Class Zone 08, hunt the Tier 7 beast, the demonic Tiger King, and obtain its fangs and claws. The time limit for taking the task is 1 month, and the reward is 100 contribution points and 1000 score points. A tier 7 beast, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. A single breath from it could kill me, couldn't it? I couldn't help but recall the scene of facing a tier 7 beast, my heart jolting suddenly. The reward is incredibly tempting. 100 contribution points mean I can directly upgrade from a D-class student to a C-class student. If I complete 10 such tasks, I can rise to become an A-class student and even join the Shadow Organization. What an honor that would be. Moreover, there's also the 1000 score points, which can be used to exchange rare treasures and materials in the treasure hall. Even if I don't exchange them, they can be used to trade with others for money, with the terms decided by both parties. Bright Pearl Academy is very lenient in this regard and does not intervene in student transactions. Almost every day on the forum, students post seeking partners for score or money trades. This task is too difficult for me. I better not think about it, I whispered to myself, intending to scroll down and look for other tasks, but accidentally scrolled up. Scrolled the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. I've only seen one task and can't take it anyway, so refreshing shouldn't hurt. As the page reloaded, I was suddenly frozen in place. The first task status I initially saw was unclaimed, but now it has changed to claimed by someone else. A task to hunt a 7th tier demonic beast was taken so quickly. How astonishing the strength of Mingzhu Academy's students is. Perhaps it was claimed by 4th year students or those about to graduate, as only such students would have the strength to hunt a 7th tier demonic beast. After a brief moment of distraction, I shook my head, reminding myself not to be so caught up in admiring the senior students' abilities that I forgot my own goals. My fingers continued to swipe downward as a flood of tasks flashed before me, though I didn't even glance at most of them. These tasks were entirely unachievable for me. Although the difficulty level wasn't the main issue, the required strength for all of them was at least 5th tier. Asking someone like me, with a 1st tier advanced strength, to undertake these tasks would be no different than throwing myself into a trap. I kept scrolling for nearly 5 minutes before finally coming across some tasks suitable for me. For example, collecting basic materials in a D-class beast mountain range or assisting the enforcers of Mingzhu City in patrolling. These tasks were much simpler, with no major difficulties, they just required some time. However, the contribution points and rewards offered were negligible. A mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. I sighed and bookmarked several tasks I'd taken a liking to, in case I needed to search for them again later. I didn't want to spend another 5 minutes specifically browsing tasks. That process was far too dull, even more tedious than training. Sitting until my legs went numb, I had just stood up when I saw a crowd gradually gathering not far away. It seemed like everyone was almost here. I lightly tiptoed and ran over to my class, immediately understanding what it meant to experience true polarization. Most of the first-year ice element students were expressionless, exuding a cold aura from their bodies as if signaling me not to approach. On the other hand, over at the first-year fire element group, just a glance was enough to feel their overflowing energy. They were all chatting and laughing, creating a lively scene. The dense flames and icy chill intertwined in the air, making the temperature fluctuate between cold and warm. Could awakening a superpower be related to personality? Baijio loves to have fun, so she awakened a fire element ability. My personality is a bit detached, and I happen to awaken an ice element ability. Although I found this idea a bit far-fetched, the examples around me forced me to believe it. Students, now that everyone is here, board the airship one by one. We'll fly at the slowest speed, expecting to arrive in about half an hour. Gu Yuan instructed the students behind him before taking the lead to enter the airship. As the class monitor, I followed closely behind him. After boarding the airship, we were gathered in a massive hall where hundreds of seats were fixed to the metal floor, providing a comfortable environment for trainees to rest and recharge before reaching the destination. In the center of the hall, a long table was laden with fruits and bread, allowing hungry trainees to freely enjoy them and replenish their energy. I chose a seat near the corner and sat down, preferring not to stay in conspicuous places. The closer one sits to the middle, the more noise they absorb. Compared to a noisy environment, I much prefer quiet spaces to close my eyes and relax, and the corner is undoubtedly the best choice. Besides, being in the middle often invites unwanted trouble. Just like that time with Yifeng, some people enjoy causing a disturbance to attract attention. The trainees boarded the airship one after another, and the previously empty hall was instantly filled with people. Most trainees chose seats closer to the center, leaving me, sitting alone in the corner, looking somewhat isolated. Mo Chang lounged with his legs crossed, leaning sloppily against his chair as he continued skimming through the task list, accumulating tasks as it was always beneficial. He could technically start working on a mission already, but the week had been overwhelmingly busy. In addition to sparring with trainees from other departments, he needed to prepare for the upcoming Grand Hunt. Time simply wasn't sufficient. Accepting a task now would only result in being unable to complete it, leading to deductions in contribution points and scores. The school regulations of Mingzhu Academy clearly state that failing a mission after accepting it carries no penalty, but opting not to complete a mission after accepting it will result in a deduction of points. This rule was established to prevent certain students from deliberately delaying the task after accepting it, waiting until they were free, and then having the mission reassigned to themselves by canceling the acceptance from others. Before this regulation was issued, some students had exploited this method to maliciously claim tasks, leaving others with no missions to accept. Even if there were missions available, they were often ones with very little reward and extremely time-consuming, with the sole advantage being that they posed no danger. It was for these reasons that Mingzhu Academy decided to enforce this rule, and since its enactment, such situations have ceased to occur. Ma Qing saved a few more tasks and, feeling bored, was about to check the academy forum for some interesting news when he suddenly realized that someone had appeared beside him. He had been so absorbed in searching for missions that he hadn't noticed the person sitting nearby. However, this wasn't particularly significant to him, as the seating was communal. Anyone could sit wherever they liked, so long as they didn't disturb others. Ma Qing glanced at the person next to him and was surprised to find that he actually recognized her. Her signature blue hair was striking, and her stunning features were identical to those of the girl he had accidentally bumped into yesterday. Ma Qing hurriedly started apologizing, saying, "I'm sorry about yesterday. I left right after bumping into you since I was rushing to class at the time. Are you okay?" "There's no need to be so worried, Ma Qing. As an ability user, a minor bump like that won't do any harm," the blue-haired girl said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lan Ro, Ro as in gentle, and I think there's no need to explain the Lan part, is there?" Her smile was natural, not forced. Mo Chang nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Seeing that the other person was fine, he relaxed his guard a bit. He asked, "Lan Ro, which class are you in?" "I'm in first year, class 1, an A-level ice ability awakener." "Nice to meet you." Lan Ro's smile was natural and unpretentious. Mo Chang looked at her outstretched hand. Since they were classmates and in the same department, they were bound to meet again in the future, so it wouldn't be wise to make their relationship too tense. However, he couldn't afford to be too relaxed and still had to remain cautious. So, Mo Chang lightly shook her hand and then quickly withdrew his own, as if nothing had happened. "Classmate Mo Chang, there's no need to be so cautious. I mean no harm, I just want to be friends with you," Lan Ro said with a gentle smile as she immediately sensed Mo Chang's distance. "Being classmates is fine, but being friends isn't necessary." "I already have enough friends," Mo Chang thought for a moment and replied. Lu Qi, Bai Jiu, and Su Ling, those three were already his friends and were enough to give him a headache. If he made any more friends, he was really afraid he'd be worked to death. His brain might even explode because of them. "Then, how many friends does classmate Mo Chang have? Can you tell me more about it?" Lan Ro asked curiously. Mo Chang extended 3 fingers, stopping in front of Lan Ro. 30? That's not a lot. "I have more contacts than that in my communicator," Lan Ro said, puzzled. She really couldn't understand 30 friends is considered a lot? Isn't that the normal number of friends for everyone? No, Lan Ro, you've misunderstood. It's not 30, Mo Chang responded helplessly. "Could it be 300 friends? That's really quite a lot," Lan Ro said in surprise, looking somewhat incredulous. Based on her understanding of Mo Chang, he should be a cold and reserved person, so 300 friends was indeed beyond her expectations. In his mind, Mo Chang kept complaining about Lan Ro. Why did everyone always like to guess on such a large scale? He was practically throwing the answer in her face. He slowly lowered his hand, feeling conflicted. Looking at the contemplative Lan Ro in front of him, he said solemnly, "Lan Ro, it's 3, not 30, let alone 300. Stop guessing wildly. I'm not that casual to have so many friends." Realizing all her guesses were wrong, Lan Ro instantly felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Mo Chang clearly held up 3 fingers, obviously indicating 3, yet she still got it wrong. It was truly embarrassing, and Lan Ro kept blaming herself in her heart. "So that's how it is. It seems I was too foolish and misunderstood what you meant, Mo Chang." Lan Ro smiled slightly, "But how can having 3 friends be considered a lot? Isn't that very few? If something happens, having too few friends means no one to rely on. It's still better to make a few more." Lan Ro's words made Mo Chang furrow his brows slightly. He looked at her and said seriously, "Lan Ro, to me, having too many friends is not a good thing. Moreover, friends shouldn't be judged solely by quantity. Having more friends doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Quality is the ultimate factor in determining friendship. A single confidant, a true friend, can be worth dozens or even hundreds of superficial companions. As for your concern about having no one to rely on if something happens, I believe that as long as you're strong enough, there won't be any risk of trouble arising." Seeing the serious expression on Mo Chang's face, Lan Ro realized that he wasn't joking but was expressing his heartfelt thoughts. She paused briefly, organized her words, and then said, "Thank you, Mo Chang, for your guidance. You've given me a new understanding of what it means to be a friend." Mo Chang nodded slightly and maintained a normal classmate relationship with Lan Ro as they continued the conversation. The two of them discussed the morning battle between the 2 elemental departments, as they were both first-year ice element students, standing on the same side with nothing off limits to talk about. As Mo Chang and Lan Ro were debating battle strategies, an unfriendly gaze fell upon them. That gaze came from a red-haired man, his eyes fixed intently on the distant Mo Chang, his fingers clenched into a fist, emitting crackling sounds. The red-haired man was named Li Yan. As his name suggested, he was an A-level fire element ability awakener, whose strength stood out among his peers. On the day of the freshman welcome ceremony, he had been dozing peacefully in a corner, completely unaware of what was happening around him. It wasn't until a chat with his roommates that Li Yan unintentionally learned about the events that had transpired. The roommate mentioned that someone had uploaded the video to the Mingzhu Academy forum, and upon hearing this, Li Yan immediately began searching. Coincidentally, the sixth spot on the day's trending list was the video of Mo Chang in action. Li Yan effortlessly found the target. Clicking play on the video posted by a student, the footage showed Mo Chang facing two opponents alone and effortlessly sending them flying. However, Li Yan's attention was not on Mo Chang, but instead locked onto the white-haired woman beside him. As a fan of white-haired characters, he was deeply attracted to the woman, his gaze glued tightly to her like glue. After watching the entire video, Li Yan understood the whole story. It turned out that Shin Changfeng provoked first, leading to the ensuing fight. He couldn't help but feel elated and even did a backflip on his bed out of joy. Unlike Shin Changfeng, Li Yan considered hitting on strangers an extremely low-level act. After all, people don't know you at all, so walking up to them and striking up a conversation would hardly earn you a pleasant reaction. Had he not been asleep at the time, he would have absolutely burned Shin Changfeng to ash, leaving him no place to stand at Mingzhu Academy. He truly despised guys with that pampered attitude. Later, Li Yan tried to learn more about the silver-haired woman but found he had come too late. There was no trace of her. Feeling down, he attended his classes the next day. While daydreaming in a corner, Baijiu suddenly appeared in his line of sight. At that moment, it was as if a withered wildflower had been blessed with a spring of clear water, instantly radiating vitality, a surge of excitement he could barely control. Indeed, life takes unexpected turns. Li Yan had previously thought that meeting the silver-haired woman again would be nearly impossible, perhaps never even happening. It seemed as though fate enjoyed playing tricks. One moment, he was lamenting why he had chosen to sleep, missing the chance to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. The next moment, she appeared outside the class hallway, becoming a fellow student in the same department, making him wonder if he was dreaming. To confirm the reality of it all, Li Yan pinched his face hard and spun around. The sharp pain made him gasp. Despite the throbbing pain in his cheeks, he paid it no mind. The physical pain was nothing compared to the joy in his heart. From the fire element first-year class information on his wristband, he learned her name and was shocked to discover that Baijiu was an S-class fire element ability awakener. This revelation nearly made his jaw drop. An S-rank fire ability awakener, whose strength far surpasses his own. If he were to fight Baijiu, he would undoubtedly lose within 5 minutes. The ability to manipulate fire is something he simply cannot compare to. The entire morning, Li Yan leaned against the wall, appearing to be attentively listening to the class, but in reality, his mind was filled with Baijiu's figure. Those flame-like eyes, paired with slender eyelashes, drew him in irresistibly, leaving him utterly captivated. Li Yan resolved to win Baijiu over, determined to move her with his sincere heart. After class at noon, he dashed out of the classroom, eager to head to Baijiu's class and find an opportunity to greet her. This way, he could avoid making Baijiu uncomfortable while also leaving an impression on her, paving the way for future interactions. Li Yan considered himself to be quite good-looking, with a tall nose bridge, deep eyes, and well-defined features, undeniably a refined and handsome young man. Adjusting his expression and putting on a friendly smile, Li Yan strode confidently toward Class 5, where Baijiu was. But before he even reached the classroom door, he saw Baijiu hurrying out from the entrance. Li Yan didn't want to miss this opportunity and closely followed behind Baijiu, only to witness a heartbreaking scene. Baijiu approached a black-haired man, chatting and laughing with him, and even went to the cafeteria together. Li Yan wasn't far from Mo Chang and the others, and with the vision of a first-level superhuman, Mo Chang's appearance was clearly visible. He recognized this person as the man from the video. According to revelations from other students on the forum, this person is an S-rank ice ability awakener. On the very first day of school, they disciplined Yifeng, an A-rank wood ability awakener, and on the second day, they taught a lesson to Shin Changfeng, an A-rank lightning ability awakener. From then on, their reputation skyrocketed, becoming one of the top freshmen. Li Yan stood quietly in the corner, watching as the two chatted and laughed while walking away. Their figures gradually disappeared from his sight. He remained sullen all afternoon and continued to feel the same way after returning to the dormitory, as if he had just experienced a heartbreak. During the next day's class, Li Yan learned that he would be battling against the first-year ice ability students. Recalling the events of the previous day, a flame of anger ignited in his heart. The opportunity was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? His whole body was surging with energy as if he had been injected with adrenaline. As soon as he boarded the airship, Li Yan scanned the surroundings, searching for Mo Chang. Finally, he spotted Mo Chang in the corner, talking with Lan Ro. Instantly, a surge of anger rose in his chest. His fingers clenched tightly as he glared at the other with resentment. He already has such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he's still flirting around here. Doesn't he deserve someone as outstanding as Baizhou? Li Yan cursed inwardly, truly a scumbag. If Mo Chang knew what others thought of him, he would probably be furious enough to spit blood. He and Lan Ro were merely classmates in the same grade, not even in the same class, and their interactions were nothing out of the ordinary. What's more, the relationship between Baizhou and Mo Chang was limited to just friendship. Mo Chang sat on the bench, his brows slightly furrowed, as if sensing someone's gaze on him, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Looking around, he noticed Li Yan sitting by the door, and the unfriendly gaze was coming from him. Mo Chang couldn't recall ever provoking the other party and felt utterly puzzled by it, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. No matter what the other party intends, Mo Chang would not feel intimidated. He was confident he could defeat Li Yan in the upcoming battle. Ignoring the red-haired man's gaze, Mo Chang continued chatting with Lan Ro. Although they were both first-year students of the ice element, their courses were sometimes different. Yesterday, Mo Chang attended a cultural knowledge class and a combat endurance training class, while Lan Ro had 2 cultural knowledge classes, which made her more knowledgeable about ice element abilities. As a model student, Mo Chang naturally wouldn't miss the chance to take advantage of this. There was nothing to do at the moment, and he wasn't hungry, so there was no need to replenish his energy. Studying some knowledge in advance was undoubtedly a wise choice. On the surface, he chatted effortlessly with Lan Ro, but internally, he remained vigilant. He had a vague feeling that Lan Ro's approach seemed to have some purpose, though for now, that purpose was still elusive. The two of them, each harboring their own thoughts, exchanged insights on the use of ice elemental abilities. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and the metallic walls surrounding the airship began to retract slowly. Large floor-to-ceiling glass windows came into view in front of all the students, offering a clear view of the scenery outside. Some leaned against the walls, chatting with others. And the sudden change almost made them think they were about to fall, leaving their legs weak with fear, collapsing to the ground. Students, don't be nervous. These floor-to-ceiling glass windows are mixed with special materials, making them extremely sturdy. Even an ordinary missile would need at least 10 minutes to break through this glass, Gu Yuan said nonchalantly. Around him stood teachers from a dozen other classes, each radiating a formidable aura. Without the obstruction of the mechanical walls, all the students' gazes shifted outside as the glass windows unveiled the view. The airship rose steadily, with the flowers, trees, and school buildings below gradually shrinking until they became tiny black dots. It wasn't until the airship reached an altitude of 1,000 meters that its ascent finally came to a halt. All the students could clearly see the entirety of Mingzhu Academy and were filled with amazement. Mo Chang also lowered his gaze to take in the surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion. The campus of Mingzhu Academy was truly vast. Even from a height of 1,000 meters, he could barely make out its corners. Without the aid of hovering flying cars, taking a lap around the academy on foot would undoubtedly take quite a bit of time. This is the power of wealth. Mo Chang sighed deeply, inwardly marveling at the extravagant resources of Mingzhu Academy. Just as he turned his head, a familiar white figure caught his eye. The person met his gaze immediately and ran excitedly in his direction. The surrounding people's attention also shifted from Mingzhu Academy to this white figure, everyone unconsciously drawn to her. Baizhou, having heard that morning she would be battling the ice department first-year students, was brimming with excitement, eager for the battle to begin. As soon as she boarded the airship, she started looking for Mo Chang, but unfortunately, his location was not conspicuous at all. Combined with the crowd, she couldn't locate him. Baizhou had planned to send a message to Mo Chang's wristband to ask for his location, but before she could even finish typing, a floor-to-ceiling glass window appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, the crowd moved toward the edges to gaze at Mingzhu Academy, causing the central area to become spacious. Baizhou casually scanned the area and spotted Mo Chang in the corner. Having found her target, she wasted no time and walked straight toward him. As the distance between the two narrowed, Baizhou's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the blue-haired woman beside Mo Chang, a hint of displeasure rising in her heart. Why aren't you with your classmates? What are you coming to me for? Mo Chang scratched his head and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Baizhou felt indignant and nearly wanted to punch Mo Chang. Gritting her teeth, she said, I must have something wrong with my head, and carelessly ended up here. Got a problem with that? No problem at all. After all, you're already quite silly. Doing something like this is pretty normal for you. I don't mind, Mo Chang responded nonchalantly. Mo Chang, Baizhou finally couldn't hold back. Her eyes widened, and she raised her hand to strike him, her speed so fast that it left residual shadows in the air. Mo Chang hadn't expected Baizhou to lay hands on him in public and reacted a bit too slowly. Bang! A faint sound echoed in his chest. Mo Chang closed his eyes, yet he felt no pain. Instead, there was a soft sensation, as if he were being gently massaged. Hee, scared you, didn't I? Looks like my acting skills aren't half bad. Baizhou's voice prompted Mo Chang to open his eyes. At this moment, her lips curved into a smile, her eyes narrowed slightly, brimming with pride. Enough joking around. Did you need something from me? Mo Chang steadied himself and asked seriously. Can't I come to you even if I don't need anything? There's no one else familiar in the class, and you're my only friend on this airship. If I don't come to you, who else am I supposed to go to? Bai Jiu retorted confidently. Mo Chang had no way to refute. Bai Jiu's words were indeed reasonable. Wasn't he himself the same? You're right, find a spot to sit down. Of course, if you prefer standing, that's none of my concern, Mo Chang said indifferently, pointing to the seat on his other side. You haven't introduced her to me yet, Bai Jiu said as she sat on Mo Chang's right side, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. She stared at Lan Ro and asked, Didn't I tell you yesterday at noon? I bumped into a girl, this is her, Mo Chang explained. We were just discussing knowledge points about ice elemental abilities. There's no need to be so detailed, what you're discussing has nothing to do with me, Bai Jiu replied, her expression unchanged, though a hint of bitterness stirred in her heart. If you end up being charmed by her, let's see what you'll do, she murmured softly to herself. Suddenly, Bai Jiu recalled what Mo Chang had said yesterday. Her mouth opened slightly, but before she could utter a sound, she noticed Mo Chang's right eyelid blinking incessantly. She instantly understood that Mo Chang was exchanging probing remarks with Lan Ro and had not been fooled by her. If she revealed anything, wouldn't that expose Mo Chang's intention? She certainly couldn't do something that would undermine an ally's plan. Since she didn't know what to do, sitting quietly in her seat without speaking was the best choice. When Mo Chang saw Bai Jiu closing her mouth, he couldn't help but nod in approval, feeling gratified she was indeed someone who could be guided. Lan Ro, seated to Mo Chang's left, noticed his unusual behavior without being aware of it. She glanced at Bai Jiu and naturally recognized her. She was the young woman in the white dress, who had been approached at the freshman's welcoming ceremony the day before yesterday. Initially, she thought the two were merely ordinary friends, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The relationship between Mo Chang and Bai Jiu was evidently closer than she had imagined. As a woman, Lan Ro's perceptions were naturally astute, allowing her to easily sense that something was amiss. Although Bai Jiu's expression was well concealed, that slight hint of disappointment didn't escape her notice. How could such emotions exist between mere friends? If their relationship was genuinely close, then feeling disappointed when seeing a friend converse with someone else while ignoring her could be understandable. Lan Ro added a question mark in her mind regarding Mo Chang and Bai Jiu's relationship. Based on the information she currently had, she still couldn't deduce the true nature of their bond. She could only continue observing in the coming moments, hoping to uncover some clues. Suddenly, Lan Ro thought of an idea and asked Mo Chang, You haven't introduced me to this person yet. If Mo Chang's tone showed any fluctuation, she could use it to analyze their relationship or gauge Mo Chang's feelings toward the white-haired woman. However, Lan Ro underestimated Mo Chang. He was not someone easily tricked into revealing information. On the contrary, Mo Chang's observational skills were exceptionally sharp, and Lan Ro's purposeful approach made him wary. The words she spoke at that moment were clearly an attempt to probe his tone and emotional fluctuations, something Mo Chang could discern without much thought. He replied calmly, This is my friend, Bai Jiu. Jiu as in Wang Jiu, and I suppose I don't need to elaborate on Bai, do I? He glanced sideways at Lan Ro, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, thinking to himself, Nice try, but you really underestimated me. In the distant wind element building, Lu Qi was undergoing evasion training when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. In that brief moment, several rubber bullets flew toward him. Just as he regained his senses, Lu Qi saw the dense barrage of bullets with no way to dodge them, so he simply found a suitable angle and lay down directly. Bang! The bullets hit him, and his body traced a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the ground. Strange, why did I sneeze? Could it be that the cold energy from sparring with Qingji Yi yesterday still hasn't dissipated? Lu Qi muttered to himself while lying on the ground. Mo Chang secretly felt troubled in his heart. Why is there a sense of guilt? I clearly did nothing. He touched his chest, his brow slightly furrowed, unable to understand why he was feeling this way. Lan Ro, however, seemed helpless. She couldn't discern any fluctuation in Mo Chang's tone, as if he were narrating an ordinary matter, completely devoid of emotion. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Usually, this trick never failed, but today was unexpectedly different. She silently added another star to Mo Chang's danger level in her mind. He was now classified as a 3-star dangerous character. Lan Ro had no desire to become enemies with someone this dangerous, especially someone so powerful. If not a friend, then at the very least, he must not become an enemy. She glanced out the window, adjusted her expression, and gave a kind smile before softly saying to Mo Chang, The trial combat zone is just ahead. I'll go meet up with my class first, see you later. Mo Chang returned the salute, watching Lan Ro's figure gradually fade into the distance, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Bai Jiu noticed Lan Ro leaving and nudged Mo Chang's arm, whispering, Be careful. That woman isn't as simple as you think. I have my own judgment. When I chatted with her, I already noticed these issues. If I couldn't see even that much, I'd really have to reconsider myself. Mo Chang's expression was calm, but he understood Bai Jiu's concerns. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiu had already placed her hand on Mo Chang's shoulder, pinching a chunk of flesh hard. Hey, what are you? Ow, damn it. Mo Chang turned his head to look, unconcerned at first, but then Bai Jiu's actions made him scream in agony. Bai Jiu smugly released her grip and, seeing Mo Chang's pain, said with satisfaction, "Let's see if you dare call me dumb again. Make sure you use more ice shields during our match later, or else I'll burn your clothes to ashes and give you a good beating in front of everyone. Oof, if you want me to sing your praises, you better make sure I survive first." Mo Chang's lips curved slightly, and he felt secretly delighted. Every time he teased Bai Jiu, he always found it immensely entertaining. Don't overestimate yourself. If you keep boasting like that during the match, I wouldn't mind using ice spikes to stab you. A flicker of resentment flashed through Bai Jiu's eyes as she silently vowed to turn him into charcoal during the battle. Wow, still feeling defiant, huh? The two began to mess around, and in the distance, Li Yin watched them, his heart filled with anger. He thought to himself, why? He openly chatted with other girls in front of Bai Jiu, so why was Bai Jiu still willing to be with him? Li Yin felt dissatisfied and complained about the unfairness of heaven. At the same time, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Should he go and become Mo Chang's disciple and learn some flirting techniques? Perhaps then he too could balance multiple relationships and become a prominent figure at Mingzhu Academy, an idol to many male students. Li Yan's thoughts gradually wandered before he suddenly snapped awake. How could he drift off like this? He was supposed to be a devoted and faithful man, so how could he entertain ideas of becoming like Mo Chang, a scumbag who recklessly toyed with women's emotions? Such conduct was truly despicable. He shook his head vigorously, determined to shake off those bad thoughts. This is all Mo Chang's fault. If it weren't for him, I would never have entertained such ideas. He must have influenced my thinking. Well, that's right, it's all Mo Chang's fault, not my lack of willpower, but the opponent is simply too cunning. Li Yin muttered indignantly to himself, his fiery gaze fixed on Mo Chang as if flames were about to shoot from his eyes, and the nearby temperature seemed to slightly rise. The flames in his hand burned lightly, and the surrounding classmates quickly stepped back a few paces, reporting the situation to their respective supervising teachers. What? You say someone is using special abilities on the airship? Truly treating the rules like a joke. Take me there immediately. I want to see who dares to openly challenge Mingzhu Academy's regulations. A graceful and stunningly beautiful female teacher heard the students' report, and her tone became particularly heavy. She had long black wavy hair and wore frameless square glasses on her face. Her entire being exuded an unparalleled aura, resembling a strong and independent woman. The rhythmic clacking of her black high heels on the floor seemed to strike directly at everyone's hearts, sending an involuntary shiver down their spines. Her presence was overwhelmingly powerful. Just a single glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. Despite her striking appearance, the sheer sense of pressure she exuded left no room for impure thoughts in anyone's mind. The other teachers, including Gu Yuan, followed closely behind her without daring to utter a word, fearing they might ignite her fury and cause unnecessary trouble. Footsteps gradually approached, but Li Yan, consumed by anger, failed to notice the changes in his surroundings, continuing to glare intently at Mo Chang. At this moment, Mo Chang was also gazing at him, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward, a trace of schadenfreude glimmering in his eyes. Watching the drama unfold is truly delightful. On such a dull flight, having something entertaining to watch is simply fantastic. Bai Jiu followed Mo Chang's gaze and saw Li Yan in the distance, and some impressions about him surfaced in her mind. This person seems to be my classmate from the same department, named Li Yan. I saw his information while looking up other class data on my wristband. After hearing Bai Jiu's words, Mo Chang's mind quickly worked, instantly understanding why Li Yan harbored hostility toward him. No one would hate someone for no reason unless the other person had crossed their bottom line. These things can roughly be divided into three types: money, power, and women. The first two have no connection to Li Yan and me, so the remaining one must be the correct answer. If my guess is correct, Li Yan likely has feelings for Bai Jiu and mistakenly believes they are a couple due to some misunderstanding. It seems that all of this is happening because of the deep and romantic sensitivity of this classmate, Li Yan. Looks like I'll have to explain later. I don't want to be resented for no reason. Mo Chang rubbed his temples and murmured softly to himself. What are you talking about? Bai Jiu asked out of curiosity after hearing Mo Chang mumble to himself. Nothing, just enjoy the show. A free drama between teacher and student isn't something to miss. It could be a long time before we see another like this. Mo Chang propped his chin with one hand while the other was tucked in his pocket, watching Li Yan with great interest. Li Yan, you should understand my feelings. I promise I won't interfere with your romantic plans, but you must first get through this dangerous situation. May heaven bless you. Mo Chang silently prayed for him in his heart, but his hand couldn't help opening the wristband's camera function. Li Yan saw that Mo Chang was actually smiling, and the flames in his heart grew even more intense. The firelight reflected on his cheeks, distorting his expression slightly. Suddenly, he noticed that Bai Jiu was also looking at him. Immediately, his face lit up with a radiant smile, exuding an air of confidence all over. I knew Bai Jiu wouldn't be with some scumbag. The way she looks at me is the best proof of that. Just as Li Yan was indulging in his self-admiration, a snow-white, jade-like hand gently rested on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality in an instant. Immersed in his delight but suddenly interrupted, Li Yan's mood took a sharp turn for the worse. Without even turning his head, he issued a low and threatening warning. Damn it, touch me again, and I'll make you pay. I'll tell you, I dared to hit people back in high school. Show me some respect. Don't let me find out where you live, or one day when I'm in a bad mood, I might come over and hit you with a stick. From today onwards, you'd better sleep with your eyes open. Otherwise, you might get beaten up someday without even knowing who did it. Li Yan ranted furiously, leaving everyone on the spot, including the teacher, stunned by his words. Even the female teacher was no exception. The sound inside the airship instantly disappeared, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Why aren't you talking? Did I scare you? Let me tell you, as long as you apologize properly, I might just forgive you. Li Yan stylishly ran his hand through his hair, looking at the admiring gazes of the trainees in front of him, a surge of inexplicable satisfaction filling his heart. He suddenly turned his head, a smile on his lips, and happened to lock eyes with the figure behind him. Let me tell you, you. Hello there, teacher. Li Yan swallowed the rest of his words forcefully. When he clearly saw the face of the person approaching, he was instantly shocked. This wasn't a student at all. It was actually the supervising teacher. He had seen her before the airship even arrived. After all, among all the teachers present, she was the only woman, making her hard to miss. Teacher, I'm a first-year student in the fire department. My name is Li Yan. Li Yan forced a smile that looked worse than crying and spoke gently. The surrounding trainees couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter. Some even clutched their stomachs, laughing so hard that drool flowed, collapsing to the ground and pounding the metal floor repeatedly, producing thudding sounds. Although the nearby teachers didn't laugh as openly, they still covered their cheeks with their hands, letting out soft giggles. Li Yan's embarrassment made him wish he could immediately break through the glass window and experience a free-fall flight. His legs trembled violently, beads of sweat continuously seeping from his forehead. Fear filled his pupils, and his breathing became heavy. Shut up, all of you. What's so funny? Anyone who dares laugh again will have their contribution points deducted, the female teacher roared, her furious gaze sweeping over everyone in the airship. All the students quickly pressed their lips shut, making no further sound. As for those who couldn't hold it in, they pinched the tender flesh of their thighs to suppress their laughter with the pain. The other teachers also quickly resumed their serious demeanor, but the occasional twitch at the corners of their mouths made them less convincing. Mo Chang sat on the seat, his expression calm, his eyes as deep as an ancient well. Bai Jiao lightly bit her tongue and covered her eyes with both hands, refusing to look at this hilarious scene. Behind her hands, her small face was flushed red, her little mouth puffed up, struggling to suppress the laughter about to overflow. Hey, let me help you out. Mo Chang sighed softly, his palm gently placed on her shoulder as a faint trace of ice element flowed out from his hand and coursed through Bai Jiao's body. Originally feeling discomfort from holding back laughter, Bai Jiao instantly felt refreshed and comfortable. Her flushed face gradually returned to normal as the blush slowly faded. Thank you, Li Yan really is just too funny. Bai Jiao turned her head, flashed a sweet smile, and thanked him. It's nothing, no need to be so formal. Mo Chang responded indifferently, his gaze returning to the drama unfolding between the teacher and students. Li Yan stood upright like the trees in the Pearl Academy Park, his hands tightly clenched, palms already soaked with sweat. His eyes darted around nervously, not daring to meet the female teacher's blade-like gaze. I heard you're planning something against me. Shall we spar a bit when the airship lands? The female teacher gestured to the ring beneath the airship and spoke coldly. Teacher, how could I dare fight you? Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Li Yan's voice trembled, his tone full of fear. You still dare to say you're trying to track my whereabouts and remind me to be careful when sleeping at night, or else I might get attacked without even knowing who did it. You better listen carefully. I live in Villa District number 36, not far from Chang Apartment District. With your first-tier ability, you can get there after running for some time. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you at Villa number 36. Remember to come and give me a hit, I'm really looking forward to it. The female teacher teased Li Yan with a glance, then revealed her location. A student actually dared to threaten a teacher. This was unprecedented in the history of Mingzhu Academy. Li Yan had truly set a new precedent, doing something other students wouldn't even dare to imagine. Teacher, you overestimate me. How could I dare to do such a thing? I'm a respectful, outstanding student who values teachers and principals. Whenever I meet an elderly lady crossing the road, I always make sure to escort her safely to her destination. There's absolutely no way I would commit such an act of disrespect and betrayal as hitting a teacher, violating both morality and humanity. Li Yan gave a shy smile, his gaze sincere, as pure and flawless as a pearl. The female teacher was stunned. In her more than 30 years of life, this was the first time she had encountered someone so shameless, whose words contradicted themselves as if they had never been spoken. The teachers nearby were also shocked. What happened today was unprecedented in their teaching experience, something they had never encountered before. One has to admire Li Yan's mindset, it was remarkably composed. Faced with such a situation, he didn't collapse, while others might have already broken down in tears. Mo Chang believed he had tried his best to control his expression, yet Li Yan's amusing demeanor truly broadened his horizons. Seeing Bai Jiao's lips on the verge of breaking into a grin, Mo Chang's ice-based abilities proved entirely ineffective. Bai Jiu's fire-based powers had somehow activated on their own, dispelling the ice elements Mo Chang had infused into his body. Mo Chang secretly thought something was amiss. He glanced around and found nothing useful, so he could only watch Bai Jiu's lips about to part. With no other choice, he resorted to a rather rough method. He withdrew his hand into his sleeve and, at the moment Bai Jiu was about to speak, covered the lower half of her face with his hand. Sorry, Bai Jiu, this is for your own good. You wouldn't want to laugh out loud and get contribution points deducted by the teacher, would you? Mo Chang softly explained to Bai Jiu, whose face was filled with astonishment and whose eyes glimmered with panic. Bai Jiu patted Mo Chang's hands that were wrapped around his neck. His gaze grew dazed, and his face turned so red it looked like it might drip with blood. Do you want to speak? All right, but you're not allowed to laugh, remember that. Bai Jiu nodded vigorously. After receiving the other's promise, Mo Chang slowly released his hands. Ha! Do you know you almost suffocated me? It's all your fault. Bai Jiu took a few deep breaths and looked at Mo Chang with a trace of gentle resentment in her eyes, her small fist slightly tapping his arm. Mo Chang didn't mind at all. Instead, he thought of it as her giving him a massage. Since Bai Jiu didn't use any force, he wouldn't miss out on a free massage. Thud. Suddenly, the airship let out a loud boom. Mo Chang looked out through the glass window and was greeted by the sight of a large docking station, surrounded by several other airships. Each airship was about the same size as the one they were on. We've arrived at the battle trial area. All students, please follow your respective lead teachers off the airship. The female teacher snapped out of her daze and issued a command to the students behind her. As for you, Li Yin, stick close to me. Teacher, you can't do this. I should be following my class teacher, right, Teacher Lin Yi? Li Yin looked desperately at his lead teacher for help. If he really followed this female teacher, today would definitely end in disaster. He didn't want to lose contribution points. Teacher Lin Yi, are you trying to take Li Yin away from me? The man called Teacher Lin Yi trembled all over, shaking his head like a rattledrum, hastily explaining. Teacher Mu Yu, are you kidding me? Li Yin insulted a teacher in public and should naturally be punished. It's most appropriate and fair for you to take him away. I have no objections, and I believe student Li Yin won't have other thoughts either. Li Yin looked at his teacher Lin Yi in disbelief, but the other party's gaze was as indifferent and cold as looking at a stranger. In that case, student Li Yin, stop struggling. Mu Yu led the students of the class, taking Li Yin down the airship first, as the terrifying aura dissipated with her appearance. Lin Yi stood still, his expression complicated and silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Li Yin. On the contrary, if Li Yin had insulted any other teacher, he would definitely have stepped in. But the one Li Yin insulted was Mu Yu, one of the most hot-tempered teachers in the entire Mingzhu Academy, someone who even dared to talk back to the department head on occasion. What's more crucial is that she always manages to find sufficient reasons and evidence. Refuting her is pointless, willingly taking. The scolding is actually the best option. At most, you'd end up embarrassed. Arguing further only makes you look unreasonable. Li Yin, don't worry. In the future, I will take special care of you in class. Lin Yi placed his hand over his chest, watching Li Yan's departing figure, and murmured sincerely. Mo Chang glanced at the video recorded by the wristband and couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely delighted. Alright, hurry back to your own class. I'll head off first. As soon as the words were spoken, Mo Chang stood up and jogged towards the location of Class 3, Grade 1. Bai Jiu glanced at Mo Chang a few times, then returned to her own class and followed the teacher to disembark from the airship. Mo Chang looked down from a high vantage point, and before him appeared a series of gigantic arenas, some with diameters reaching as much as 500 meters. Even the smallest arena had a diameter of over 100 meters. Beneath each arena, metal racks filled with various weapons were arranged, including even rarely used dual sights. So this is the battle trial zone? Truly impressive. Mo Chan walked behind Gu Yuan, his heart filled with admiration. Hearing this, Gu Yuan adjusted his glasses and said proudly, "This is the strength of Pearl Academy. I believe applying to Pearl Academy is the wisest decision you've made in your entire life." Then, Teacher Gu Yuan, where does Pearl Academy rank among the 3 top-tier academies? Mo Chang had only heard the names of the 3 top academies but had never looked into their specific rankings. Since he was curious, he casually asked. Well, our Pearl Academy ranks 3rd among the 3 top academies. But in terms of financial resources, our Pearl Academy has held the number 1 position for years. Gu Yuan stammered slightly, worried that Mo Chang might feel disappointed by Pearl Academy's ranking, so he quickly added another sentence. The corner of Mo Chang's mouth twitched. He had thought that Pearl Academy could at least rank 2nd, but he didn't expect it to be 3rd, the bottom of the 3 top academies. Considering how financially strong Pearl Academy was, it shouldn't have such a ranking. Even if success were bought with money, the students' overall capabilities should still rise. He was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, since our Mingzhu Academy is so wealthy, how could our ranking be the lowest? It doesn't make sense. Gu Yuan glanced at him a few times, exhaled a deep breath, and slowly said, Mo Chang, you still don't understand. The Imperial Academy. is located in the Imperial City, the political power center of Daxia. Most of the awakened talents tend to choose the Imperial Academy. As for the Xiaolong Academy, although they don't surpass us financially, Xiaolong Academy has a considerable number of Beast Mountain ranges under its control. Those applying to Xiaolong Academy can unconditionally enter the Beast Mountain ranges managed by them for training. This results in every student from Xiaolong Academy, despite their lower ability tiers, having combat skills and physical fitness far superior to the students of Mingzhu Academy. In last year's national freshman competition, the Xiaolong Academy ranked first, the Imperial Capital Academy came second, and our Pearl Academy was third. There's no need to mention the others. Ma Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Though the Pearl Academy couldn't compare to the Imperial Capital Academy or Xiaolong Academy, it certainly wasn't an institution that other academies could easily rival. The reputation of the three top academies was not just empty talk, it was backed by solid evidence. Teacher Gu Yuan, when will this year's freshman competition be held, and how can one qualify to participate? For a national-level competition like this, Ma Cheng genuinely wanted to watch, or even better, participate. He yearned for the opportunity to exchange skills and compete with the geniuses from other academies, to learn from their strengths, and make up for his own shortcomings in the heat of battle. Of course, if I can achieve a good ranking, that would be even better. In such a nationally watched competition, the prize money is definitely substantial, especially with the high-level support from the Daxia authorities behind it. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to earn a fortune, and that way, I won't have to worry about resources for cultivation anymore. The more he thought about it, the more excited Mo Chang became. His eyes sparkled with light, his mood was incredibly exhilarated, and he looked at teacher Gu Yuan ahead with great anticipation. Gu Yuan thought for a moment and revealed the information he knew. The exact date hasn't been officially decided yet, so I'm not too sure. But I can tell you, in this year's national freshman competition, our Mingzhu Academy has a chance to aim for first place. First place? Teacher Gu Yuan, you're not joking, are you? Mo Chang's pupils contracted tightly, his face full of incredulity. Last year's third place, now unexpectedly in contention for the championship? Even kindergarten kids wouldn't believe it. This is simply too unbelievable. Mo Chang, let me tell you, this year our Mingzhu Academy spent money to buy several Beast Mountain ranges, all for the purpose of better honing your abilities. Additionally, there are 3 students in this class who have awakened S-class abilities. We need to have confidence in ourselves, understand? Gu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, appearing composed and unhurried, like a worldly wise sage unaffected by worldly matters. 3? Besides me and Bai Jiao, who is the third? Mo Chang caught onto the key point and asked urgently. The third person is a student from the Body Enhancement Department. Their name seems to be Rin Qingxian. Gu Yuan blurted out, as if the person's information had surfaced in his mind. Mo Chang had not heard of this person before. Perhaps their information could be found on the forum, but he had been focused entirely on training during his free time these past few days and hadn't browsed the forum. He could only wait until he returned to check. Gu Yuan and Mo Chang chatted as they walked, and before they realized it, they had descended from the high platform to the ground. What had previously been a bird's eye view of the arena now appeared overwhelmingly vast. Once all the students were in place, Muyu stood at the front, directing the targets for inter-class matches. Ice Element Class 1 of Year 1 will face Fire Element Class 1 of Year 1, and the subsequent classes will follow the same assignment. The winners will remain, and the losers will leave the arena, until there is only one person left standing. If in the end, only the students of one's own class remain, it must continue until only one person is left standing. The opponent for the next match will then be decided by drawing lots. Mo Chang followed his class to a spacious arena, where they faced the Fire Element First Year Class 3. Students from both classes stood in sharp opposition, tension high, with the flames of battle burning intensely in their eyes. The air seemed to be faintly tinged with the smell of gunpowder. Old Gu, it looks like your class has a few promising talents this time. I just wonder if they can endure the test of fire. The opposing team's supervising teacher laughed heartily as he looked at Gu Yuan. On the surface, his tone was affable, but a closer listen revealed an unmistakable undertone of mockery. Wang Feng, don't speak too soon. Be careful not to get humiliated, Gu Yuan retorted unceremoniously. The relationship between the two was clearly not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. There had been plenty of disputes between Gu Yuan and the other party. It was no exaggeration to say that the ice and fire element instructors had always clashed. After all, students with these two attributes often sparred against each other, inevitably leading to emotional outbursts. Ice ability users always thought they were superior to others, believing their opponents could only endure their pressure, while fire ability users felt the same way. This fundamental mindset was the root cause of the discord between ice and fire ability users. Try to humiliate me, huh? Isn't it worth a shot? Wang Feng glanced at the man behind him, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Wang Lin, go show them what we've got. Wang Lin moved in response, gripping his long sword, stomping heavily, leaping onto the ring, and disdainfully staring at the students from Mo Cheng's class. Feng He, go and meet the opponent. The man named Feng He heard Gu Yuan's words, stepped out of the lineup, and effortlessly jumped onto the ring, holding a dark standard long blade in his hand. Mo Chang secretly complained in his heart, what's with the way these two get on the ring? Is this really how they roam the martial world? I, along with teacher Gu Yuan, will be the referees. Remember, no killing is allowed. This is merely a sparring match, not a fight to the death. As for anything else, do as you like, Wang Feng said. Now, the competition begins. As Wang Feng's voice fell, Feng Yi conjured several ice spikes in his hands and shot them toward Wang Lin, who was charging at him. Not to be outdone, Wang Lin manifested a massive fireball in his hands and hurled it at the incoming ice spikes. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wang Lin emerged from the smoky aftermath, his body engulfed in raging flames. He streaked across like a fiery red beam, moving at blinding speed. Seeing this, Feng Yi felt a pang of anxiety and hastily formed several ice shields to block in front of him and surround his sides. Boom! The blazing sword slashed out crimson waves of energy onto the ice shields, which instantly cracked into deep fractures. In a split second, the shields shattered into countless fragments and scattered onto the ground. Wang Lin's offensive did not cease. Successive red sword auras struck Feng Yi's ice shield one after another. The number of ice shields rapidly decreased, leaving only a single one in the end. Water pooled around his feet, while flames burned around him, seemingly ready to devour him. Damn it, Wang Lin's strength is likely approaching Tier 1 Advanced, while I just reached Tier 1 Intermediate. I'm no match for him, looks like. I can only gamble everything on this. Feng Yi thought to himself. Ice blue energy surged from within him, instantly enveloping part of the arena. Ice burst. Feng Yi roared angrily, as a dozen ice spikes shot toward Wang Lin. Facing the scene before him, Wang Lin remained unafraid. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he slowly uttered three words, blazing surge. Suddenly, several clusters of flames appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Lin. As the ice spikes were about to approach, the flames exploded violently, instantly engulfing the ice spikes. Wang Lin did not give Feng Yi a chance to catch his breath. With a casual flick of his long sword, crimson sword energy once again slashed toward his opponent. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, and Feng Yi's position was already shrouded in white smoke, making it impossible to discern his current situation. Hey, is that it? I'm not done yet, Wang Lin taunted into the smoke. Whoosh! A massive ice spike, as thick as an adult's thigh, shot out of the smoke, aiming straight for Wang Lin's abdomen. The chance for a sneak attack was wasted, truly useless. Wang Lin's figure flickered, swiftly retreating to the side. The spot where he had been standing was now covered in shattered ice. As the white mist gradually dispersed, Feng Yi was revealed, his tattered clothing exposed to the air, his hand gripping the blade. And both legs trembled uncontrollably, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his arm was scorched black by flames. Gu Yuan, upon seeing this scene, remarked regretfully, the winner is Wang Lin from Class 3 of the First-Year Fire Department. Upon hearing this announcement, the students of Class 3 of the First-Year Fire Department erupted as if injected with adrenaline, shouting Wang Lin's name in unison. Some had even prepared to record the battle, ready to upload the video to the forums as soon as the competition concluded. And on the side of the first-year Class 3 of the ice element, the atmosphere appeared gloomy. The students were silent, as if they had all lost their fighting spirit. Teacher Gu Yuan, I can still continue to fight, Feng Yi said, unwilling to concede, as he still had other techniques he hadn't used. A loss is a loss, there's nothing to be upset about. Even if I don't say it, your defeat was only a matter of time, and you might have suffered even more serious injuries because of it, Gu Yuan gently comforted. The gap between your strength and Wang Lin's is too wide, and throughout the match, you didn't even have a chance to get close to your opponent. In the time ahead, you need to focus on diligent training. Once your strength has improved, you can come back to avenge this defeat. There was a tone of concern in Gu Yuan's voice. Feng Yi looked at Gu Yuan's resolute gaze, sighed helplessly, nodded, and turned to walk off the arena. I'm sorry for embarrassing everyone. Feng Yi bowed deeply and said with guilt. He felt remorse in his heart, losing without even swinging his blade was truly humiliating. It's okay, Feng Yi, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault, you already did your best. Besides, we still have class president Mo Chang. A classmate comforted him. That's right. With Monitor Mo Chang here, what do we have to fear? Monitor Mo Chang can take on 5 people at once. The students in the front chimed in their support. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed he suddenly realized that with Monitor Mo Chang holding the fort, their class would never lose. The guilt in his heart gradually faded away as he looked at Mo Chang at the front of the group and gave a shy smile. It's all up to you now, Monitor. Mo Chang shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, can you guys stop dragging me into this? What's with this taking on 5 people at once? You really know how to exaggerate. If I ever get beaten up one day, it'll definitely be because of you idiots causing trouble, However, he still maintained his calm demeanor, that depends on Teacher Gu Yuan's arrangement. If Teacher Gu Yuan lets me go on stage, I will definitely avenge you all. There were 20 people in the class, and the probability of being chosen was minimal. Mo-chan understood in his heart that Gu Yuan wouldn't let him be the second to take action. After all, the strongest competitor is usually reserved for last, a trope often seen in novels and anime. This was the wisdom he had accumulated through countless hours of reading since childhood. Gu Yuan would definitely send a few others first to gauge the opponent's overall strength before letting him step into the fray. Mo-chan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, and the conclusion he reached left him completely at ease. He had full confidence in teacher Gu Yuan's judgment and believed he would make the right decision. Just as Mo-chan was enjoying his own amusement, Feng He, who had just been helped off the stage, suddenly turned his head, fixed his gaze on teacher Gu Yuan on the platform, and blurted out something that made Mo-chan want to strangle him. Teacher Gu Yuan, Mo-chan said he wants to go on stage and crush the first year, Class 3 Fire Element opponent. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Mo-chan froze in place, his face full of confusion. The students of Fire Element Class 3, first grade instantly widened their eyes and stared at him intently. If looks could kill, Mo-chan would probably have been beaten into a pulp already. A few hot-tempered individuals couldn't hold back and roared angrily at Mo-chan. So what if you awakened an S-class ice ability? How dare you act so arrogant? Do you think you can look down on our entire Fire Element Class 3, first grade? Wang Lin, when Mo-chan gets on stage later, you have to go all out. Beat him into the hospital, make him stay there for 10 days or half a month. When the students of Ice Element Class 3, first grade heard their class monitor being insulted, they were instantly enraged. Normally calm, they shouted in unison, "Do you even understand the significance of an S-class ability? Clearly, you're just a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. This is classic sour grapes, jealous that our class has the great Mo-chan. Ha ha ha." Feng He shouted with all his might, even though the movement tore at his wounds, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. Still, he didn't stop. "Class monitor. Mo-chan, show them what you've got. Smash them to pieces and let this bunch of nobodies witness the power of Ice Element Class 3, first grade." The scolding match between both sides grew increasingly intense, leaving Mo-chan caught in the middle, feeling utterly mortified. His only thought at the moment was to teach Feng He a good lesson. He thought to himself, "I was just being polite, and yet you blurted it out like that. Even if you wanted to tell teacher Gu Yuan, couldn't you have done it discreetly? Did you have to say it so loudly as if you were afraid others wouldn't hear? On top of that, you exaggerated it, saying I wanted to blow them up. Are you trying to make enemies for me?" At this moment, Mo-chan felt both mentally and physically exhausted, wishing he could just lie on the ground for a while. His heart was so weary, how could he have such teammates? This was practically pushing him into the pit of fire. The trainees on both sides were still incessantly yelling at each other when Gu Yuan stepped forward. With a soft push of his toe, a chill emanated from his body. He spoke in an indifferent tone. "During the competition phase, yelling like this, what kind of conduct is this?" Anyone touched by the chill instinctively shrank back, folding their arms over their chests and shivering uncontrollably. The cold released by a 6th-tier Ice Element ability user was something no other ability user could withstand, the disparity evident. Wang Feng waved his hand, and fire elements surged from his palm, colliding with the chill in the air. The once freezing venue quickly warmed up, returning to its original temperature. "They're just kids who just started school, why bother so much? It's normal for them to be arrogant," Wang Feng said with a carefree smile. "Hurry up and send someone, old Gu. Don't waste everyone's time. The sooner we finish, the better. You said it yourself. Mo-chan, you want to step up, don't you? Go on, show them what you're made of." Gu Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he spoke to Mo-chan. Although he initially didn't want Mo-chan to take the stage, Wang Feng pushed him to hurry, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Mo-chan rubbed his ears in astonishment, hoping he'd misheard. But there it was, the fact staring him in the face. Gu Yuan had actually decided to let him go up. Ah! He heaved a long sigh, dragging his reluctant steps toward the metallic weapon rack, picking up a short blade as his weapon, and slowly making his way onto the stage. For dealing with Wang Lin, a short blade would be more than enough. "Everything you've done in the past few days has made you quite famous among the freshmen. Let me see just how capable you really are," Wang Lin said, locking his gaze on Mo-chan, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Mo-chan remained silent. From the battle between Feng He and Wang Lin, he had clearly understood Wang Lin's strength. Close to the advanced level of Tier 1, but not quite. They're yet estimated to successfully progress before the arrival of the hunt. A number surfaced in his mind, his estimate of the time required for this battle, just 1 minute. The match begins. As soon as the words were spoken, Mo-chan swiftly broke away from his thoughts, stomping forward like an arrow toward Wang Lin. With a flick of his hand, several ice spikes condensed in midair, which, with a slight motion, shot rapidly toward Wang Lin in the distance. "Again with this move. Can't you come up with something new?" Wang Lin muttered inwardly as the fire elements in his palm coalesced into a fireball, which he hurled toward the incoming ice spikes. Whoosh! An unbelievable scene unfolded. The ice Spikes from Mo-chan unexpectedly pierced through Wang Lin's fireball. Aside from being slightly reduced in size, they remained unaffected. On the contrary, Wang Lin's fireball dissipated instantly into the air upon contact with the ice spikes. A sense of danger surged abruptly. Wang Lin reacted hastily, activating his internal fire abilities with full force. Flames instantly engulfed his sword, burning fiercely at the tip. With a powerful swing of his long sword, fiery sword energy surged forward to meet the rapidly approaching ice spikes. Bang! A thick fog instantly spread before Wang Lin. Gripping his longsword tightly, his gaze was sharp as he scanned the white mist. Suddenly, an ice-blue figure burst out from the fog, eyes gleaming with precision and flashing a trace of cold intent. Clang! A short blade struck Wang Lin's longsword, sending sparks flying as the resounding clash of metal echoed. Mo Chang sidestepped and spun around, delivering a swift elbow strike to Wang Lin's waist. His speed was as swift as lightning, leaving no time to react. Hit by the blow, Wang Lin was sent flying sideways, rolling several times before shakily propping himself up. Mo Chang gave him no chance to rest, striding forward with a heavy step, his figure instantly vanishing from sight. The distance between the two shrank rapidly. In Mo Chang's eyes, the opponent's figure grew larger and more distinct. His cold gaze bore no trace of emotion. Exploding flame spell. Wang Lin roared, and flames erupted instantly around Mo Chang, their tremendous detonation reverberating in every ear. Ahaha, I won. So what if you're S-class? In the end, you still lost. Wang Lin shouted excitedly upon seeing that Mo Chang had yet to emerge from the cloud of dust. The entire Fire Element Class 3 of Grade 1 cheered at this moment, their voices rising and falling in waves. It was as if they were the ones who had defeated Mo Chang. Wang Lin stood in place, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin. His laughter echoed as he secretly reveled in his triumph, thinking that the so-called S-Class Ice Element Awakener was nothing special after all. Just as he was basking in his smugness, an ice-blue streak of light shot out from the dust cloud, streaking like lightning and arriving in an instant. Squelch! Wang Lin's smile froze instantly, a streak of fresh blood trickling down his cheek. The metallic tang of blood swiftly filled the air, and the aura of death seemed to linger around him, refusing to disperse. He was stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. A powerful sense of surviving a catastrophe erupted within him at this moment, and cold sweat the size of beans streamed down his forehead like rain. His legs went weak, like a marionette whose strings had been severed. He collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. If the icy shard shot by Mo Chang earlier had struck not his cheek but his neck, he would likely have already become a headless corpse. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one understand the terrifying nature of the ice crystal Mo Chang had just wielded. A light graze left a bleeding wound on his face, showing its remarkable sharpness. If it were shot at full force toward him, it would undoubtedly slice off his head with ease. Mo Chang had held back. This was the conclusion Wang Lin arrived at in his heart. Everyone in the audience stood frozen in shock by this scene, staring blankly. The previously rowdy first-year Class 3 of the Fire Element was now utterly silent. They subconsciously assumed that Mo Chang had been defeated by Wang Lin, which was why he hadn't appeared from the smoke. Unexpectedly, he was completely unscathed. A deathly silence fell around the arena. As the smoke and dust cleared, Mo Chang's figure gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. Mo Chang was encased in a blue ice shield, which only had a few tiny cracks at the edges, while the rest was as pristine as new, showing no damage at all. The moment Wang Lin unleashed the explosive flame technique, Mo Chang sensed a disturbance in the surrounding air and quickly formed an ice shield to protect himself, avoiding injury. As for the ice crystal that was launched, it was mainly because Wang Lin's clamor irritated him, so he couldn't help but throw one to startle the other. Who would have thought Wang Lin would be so terrified? Want to continue? Mo Chang glanced calmly at Wang Lin, who was sitting on the ground, his voice neutral. If the other party still wanted to continue, he didn't mind resolving it effortlessly, it wasn't a big deal for him anyway. With a terrified expression, Wang Lin trembled slightly and stammered, "And no, I lost. I'll step down now." With that, Wang Lin supported his weakened body and staggered back to his class, not daring to look at the figure on the podium again. This was the first time in his life he had experienced death so closely. It was an experience he never wanted to relive, it was simply too terrifying. Wang Feng glanced at Wang Lin with satisfaction and did not blame him for his decision. He is just an 18-year-old boy, this situation is entirely normal. Without facing death directly, how could one comprehend the preciousness of life? Wang Lin's choice was wise. As long as he is properly guided after the competition, this could instead become a driving force for his personal growth. As Wang Lin's supervising teacher, Wang Feng understood that he was responsible for his students' safety, a fundamental duty for every teacher at Pearl Academy. Perhaps the teachers might clash over certain matters or get upset with each other during the competition, but one thing they always remember, they are all teachers of Pearl Academy, and they are family. The so-called grudges should be resolved within Pearl Academy. Outside, their only competitors are Imperial Academy and Xiaolong Academy. As for those with no notable ranking, Pearl Academy doesn't even regard them. They're merely slightly larger stepping stones. Shifting his gaze back to the arena, Wang Feng looked at the figure exuding an icy blue aura and announced, Mo Chang from Ice Element, Year 1 Class 3, has won. This battle lasted less than a minute before Wang Lin was defeated by Mo Chang. Calling it a complete crush would not be an exaggeration. Upon hearing that the class monitor had won the match, even the usually calm Ice Element ability awakeners cheered enthusiastically for Mo Chang. On the other hand, the atmosphere in Fire-type Class 3 of Grade 1 was somewhat gloomy. The feeling of losing the match was unpleasant, but they didn't blame Wang Lin. If they had gone up on stage, their performance might have been worse than Wang Lin's. Since that was the case, what right did they have to criticize him? Mo Chang stood on the arena, his expression indifferent, his gaze as tranquil as flowing water, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Wu Qian, it's your turn for this round. The students of first year Class 3 of the Fire Division quickly withdrew to the side, leaving only one person standing in the center. With close-cropped black hair, a burly build like a bear, and arms thicker than thighs, this was Mo Chang's first impression of him. Looks like a tough opponent, Mo Chang thought to himself. The man called Wu Qian stepped slowly onto the arena, and the intense fire elemental energy emanating from him surprised Mo Chang. The opponent's aura was comparable to his own, and Mo Chang instantly judged that his strength was definitely at the advanced level of Tier 1. Fire Element, Class 3 of first year, Class President Wu Qian, at your service. Wu Qian's sudden politeness caused Mo Chang to pause for a moment, and the other Ice Element students were equally dumbstruck. Saying things like this before a match? Isn't it typical to wait for the referee to announce the start of the match and then just fight directly? It can actually be played like this? The students of Class 3, Year 1, Fire Department, helplessly held their heads, bitterly smiling in their hearts. Their class monitor is excellent in every aspect, strong in ability, high awakening level, diligent in studies, and often helps classmates in need, practically a model student. But their way of thinking is a bit unconventional, making even their classmates feel anxious. Mo Chang also encountered such a friendly stranger for the first time. Despite the lack of harmony between their classes, he actually said such polite words to him. So, he quickly responded, Mo Chang, Ice Department, Class 3 of Year 1. Pleased to make your acquaintance. By the way, may I change my weapon? Mo Chang asked politely. Faced with someone so courteous, he didn't mind showing a more amicable side. Please go ahead, Wu Qian said, spreading his palm forward. Mo Chang leapt lightly, jumped off the ring, put the short blade back, and chose a long saber as the weapon for this match. This Wu Qian was not a rookie like Wang Lin, he had real skills. Mo Chang absolutely could not afford to be careless. If something unexpected went wrong, it would be troublesome. After all, Wu Qian was also the class monitor, so his overall strength couldn't be weak. Mo Chang returned to the ring, gripping the long saber tightly in his hand. His opponent before him had also chosen a long saber as a weapon. The two stood facing each other, one exuding coldness, the other heat. Their auras clashed fiercely on the platform, causing the temperature to alternate between icy cold and scorching hot. Let the match begin. At the command, Mo Chang shot toward Wu Qian like a cannonball, gripping his longsword tightly as icy blue energy flowed along its blade. With a twist of his palm, several ice spikes formed in his hand. He then swung in Wu Qian's direction, sending the ice spikes shooting forward like arrows. Stop testing me with these petty tricks. Wu Qian murmured softly, and a wall of fire appeared out of thin air in front of him, standing tall before the ice spikes. As soon as the ice spikes came into contact with the scorching flames, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Although this attack was blocked by Wu Qian's wall of fire, it was evident that the size of the wall had diminished slightly, and its temperature had dropped somewhat compared to before. With a single thought, Mo Chang once again condensed several ice spikes in front of him, one of which was as thick as an ordinary tree trunk. Go! He softly uttered a word, and the ice spikes shot towards the fiercely burning wall of fire. The smaller ice spikes were inevitably consumed by the flames upon contact with the firewall. However, this also weakened the strength of the wall of fire, and the thickest ice spike was rapidly advancing toward it. Whoosh! The icicle easily passed through the wall of fire with almost no resistance, and its size only slightly shrank, without significant change. Piercing cold emanated from the icicle, and the sharp tip of the icicle was no less intimidating than the point of a blade. Wu Qian struck decisively with his blade, and a crescent-shaped blade aura imbued with intense fire elements slashed toward the icicle, but it only slightly affected its speed. Wu Qian was somewhat surprised. The fire elemental energy attached to his strike was considerable, yet it still couldn't sever this ice spike, highlighting the profound energy of its ice elements. His eyes narrowed, a flash of red light gleamed in his pupils, and crimson flames erupted violently on the blade as he slashed fiercely towards the incoming ice spike. Bang! The crimson blade easily cleaved through the ice spike, its flames swaying uncertainly in the air. But was this strike really that simple? Perhaps only the one facing it head-on would know the answer. Wu Qian looked at Mo Chang, his heart shifting from initial calm to present fear. His nearly full-strength strike could only weaken half the force of the ice spike. You must know, this ice spike had to pass through both the firewall and the flaming blade aura before charging toward him. Yet, even this half-finished ice spike forced him to go all out in defense, which was utterly ridiculous. The opponent's strength was on a completely different level from his own. Mo Chang was undoubtedly a powerhouse, likely ranking at least in the top 5 among this year's freshmen. Wu Qian stared intently at Mo Chang in front of him. Being able to spar with such a strong opponent would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for improving his own strength. This is a great opportunity that must not be wasted. Thinking of this, Wu Qian murmured softly to himself, his voice so faint that only he could hear it. Mo Chang appeared somewhat puzzled. Seeing the other person standing still, he felt a surge of doubt in his heart. However, as the surrounding temperature rose, he stomped heavily with both feet and retreated a considerable distance. In the directions ahead, to the left, and to the right, 3 crystalline, jewel-like ice shields appeared. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with golden light, exuding an extraordinarily unique beauty. Bang! A scorching heat wave surged toward Mo Chang, causing the temperature to rise sharply, as if it were about to engulf him. Boom! The heat wave, mixed with flames, struck the impenetrable ice shield. Mo Chang's gaze sharpened as the majority of the ice elemental energy within him was instantly released, swiftly enveloping the fiery surge. In an instant, the heat wave generated by the explosion in front of Mo Chang was completely dispersed by the cold, and a chilling aura spread across the scene. To fend off Wu Qian's full force strike, Mo Chang had to use as much as 70% of his source energy, barely managing to withstand it. This Wu Qian truly has some skills, much better than Wang Lin, who only talked big before. Sure enough, the more silent a person is, the fiercer they are in a fight. This saying is definitely not baseless. If Wu Qian could read minds, he would probably be so furious right now that he'd be spitting blood. His full force attack could barely force out 70% of the opponent's strength. Then just how strong is his true power? Wu Qian witnessed all of this, his face almost written with disbelief. Was this really someone he could stand against? Even if the entire class took turns, it was doubtful they could defeat even one of them. Mo Chang's individual combat ability was incredibly strong. At this moment, the source energy within Wu Qian's body was almost completely depleted. That one blast flame spell had already been his limit, now he was unable to utilize any supernatural powers. However, he had sufficient confidence in his physical body. After all, his lifelong passion for fitness had sculpted the strong physique he now possessed. Since superpowers can't defeat Mo Chang, let's settle this like real men. Wu Qian's gaze flickered, and he said to Mo Chang with a slight hint of embarrassment, "Sorry, Mo Chang, my source energy is drained, and it won't recover much in the short term. What do you think about sparring with just physical strength?" What? Say that again, I didn't catch it. Mo Chang had lived for so long, yet it was the first time he had encountered such an eccentric person. After exhausting his source energy, he actually asked if they could fight purely with their physical bodies. How could there possibly be such a convenient situation in this world? At this moment, the classmates of Class 3, Grade 1, were experiencing 2 types of emotions. One felt utterly ashamed because of the class monitor's words, while the other was shocked by Mo Chang's strength. They were fully aware of their own class monitor's capabilities, a person who could take on 5 others single-handedly. However, in front of Mo Chang, he ended up being punished instead. Doesn't this indirectly prove that with Mo Chang's strength, he could take on 10 people, or perhaps even the entire class? It turned out that the people in Ice Class 1, Grade 1, weren't boasting before. Wang Feng's mouth twitched, he was speechless about the class leader he had chosen. This could no longer be described as talent but as an unparalleled genius. Such an unconventional train of thought truly left people at a loss for words. Wu Qian noticed the gazes of people around him, his toes tightly curling in his shoes, so awkward he wished he could transfer schools immediately. Mo Chang noticed the expression on the other person's face and understood that Wu Qian wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to have a physical contest with him. Coincidentally, Mo Chang was also curious about this and wanted to see the exact physical gap between himself and the muscular Wu Qian. However, Mo Chang felt it would be a significant loss to fight without any benefit. That wasn't his style of doing things. Winning would be fine, but if he lost, wouldn't he just be handing victory to someone else for no reason? Mo Chang wasn't a fool, nor was he some brainless simpleton who would clash head-on physically with someone, especially without relying on any special powers. Even though Wu Qian was courteous and interesting, at the end of the day, he was just a stranger. Mo Chang, have you thought it through? If it doesn't work, that's fine. My suggestion was a bit problematic to begin with, so I won't blame you. Don't worry, Wu Qian said, looking at Mo Chang, whose head was lowered in contemplation. His heart raced, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. He really wanted to spar physically with Mo Chang. His aim wasn't to take advantage of the situation to win but to see how the other's physical body compared to his own. Source energy could enhance the body, and even without any physical training, the feedback from source energy absorbed through cultivation made one's physique far beyond that of ordinary people. The superpower strength of Mo Chang is clearly superior to his own, which means that his body has absorbed more source energy, resulting in a more notable physical enhancement. If he could defeat the opponent with his physical body alone, at least he could save some face for himself, and it wouldn't be a total loss to Mo Chang. Such a calculation truly reflects a clever mind. Mo Chang, this will depend on your opinion. If you want to spar using physical strength alone, that can be arranged, Gu Yuan and Wang Feng suggested in unison from the side. Mo Chang thought for a moment. And a somewhat decent idea crossed his mind, though saying it out loud might seem a little embarrassing. Never mind, all of this was for his own benefit, there was no need to dwell on temporary pride. He pondered silently, then looked up to meet Wu Qian's gaze, expressing his thoughts to him. Sparring with our physical bodies is fine, but this match must be announced as my win. Even if I lose, it still counts as my victory, he said with a faint smile. Furthermore, since the sparring would be an additional match, it should carry some meaning. How about showing some appreciation for it? Well, fate hasn't brought us together, so I'm afraid I can't agree so easily, Mo Chang said, rubbing his thumb, index finger, and middle finger together, and then winking at Wu Qian on the other side of the arena, conveying his intentions. Gu Yuan and Wang Feng, who had been seasoned by years of social experience, immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind these gestures and words. Wang Feng turned his head, looking at Gu Yuan, who was holding his forehead with one hand and showing a thoroughly awkward expression. He laughed and said, "So this is the student you brought along, huh? How interesting." He continued, "I've been a lecturer at Mingzhu Academy for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such an amusing person. Old Gu, you're really lucky, ha ha ha." Hearing Wang Feng's blatant laughter, Gu Yuan truly felt an urge to give that figure on the stage a few slaps. This is Mingzhu Academy. Anyone unaware would think you've already entered the working world. But Gu Yuan couldn't say much, especially since he had just said himself that Mo Chang could make his own choices and that he wouldn't interfere. If he were to go now and stop Mo Chang's actions, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? With so many students watching, he also had to save face. Sighed Gu Yuan, let out a sigh, his voice echoing across the stage. At this moment, Wu Qian widened his bell-like eyes, scratched his head, and appeared baffled by Mo Chang's actions. He asked with slight confusion, "Mo Chang, I understood what you said earlier, that part's fine, but what do those last two sentences mean?" Hearing this, Mo Chang glanced around and noticed that some students were also looking at him with puzzled expressions while others gave him a thumbs up. Clearing his throat, he earnestly explained to Wu Qian, "If the bond isn't there, it means the yuan isn't there. In other words, if you give me some money, our bond will be formed. Then I can have a match with you." Mo Chang's explanation made Wu Qian suddenly realize that the phrase "the timing isn't right" had this meaning. What an interesting piece of knowledge to add to his understanding. Wu Qian looked at Mo Chang and softly asked, "I wonder how much Mo Chang would need for me to fight you again?" Mo Chang pondered for a moment, raised his hand, lifted his index finger, and said indifferently, $1,000 xia dollars per match. "If you agree, we can fight." This price was something Mo Chang had meticulously thought through. He didn't feel it was extortionate at all. Rather, he found it quite reasonable. 100 xia dollars per match wouldn't even cover potential medical expenses if he were injured. In such a case, not only would he earn nothing, but he'd end up suffering a beating for free. This wasn't the kind of thing anyone rational would do. Thus, after careful consideration, he settled on the price of 1,000. It allowed him to earn a small profit without making others think he was greedy. Although he didn't care much about others' opinions, he still couldn't afford to do something that would tarnish his reputation. After all, no matter how good-tempered someone might be, no one would want to carry a bad nickname throughout their 4 years at the academy. When Wu Qian heard the price Mo Chang had quoted, his face displayed a dejected expression. Seeing this, Mo Chang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his palms felt slightly clammy. Could it be that Wu Qian couldn't even afford 1,000 yuan? Judging by his reaction, he didn't seem to be pretending. Mo Chang shook his head and sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to turn and leave the stage, Wu Qian's next words nearly made him lose his composure. "Student Mo Chang, sorry, please don't leave yet," Wu Qian hurriedly said. "I thought you were talking about 10,000 yuan. Since I've been sparring with others since I was young, the instructors we hired were always paid in tens of thousands. I didn't expect you meant 1,000 yuan, so I was momentarily stunned. My apologies." Wu Qian quickly apologized as he observed Mo Chang's actions. He actually had little concept of money as a number, since he had never worried about it. His father had told him from a young age to take whatever he wanted, and he would handle the payment later. He was free to choose whatever he liked. To provide him with a good training environment, his family had specially purchased a private villa and converted it into a gym for his use. They had also bought several hover cars for emergencies. This was why Wu Qian was so shocked when Mo Chang mentioned 1,000 daxia coins. It was simply unbelievable to him. The surrounding students, upon hearing Wu Qian's words, all took out their wristbands to record and save the moment as a video. They uploaded it to the forums with the title, "The Detestable Rich Kid." Their eyes reddened with jealousy as they stared at Wu Qian on the stage, their gazes seemingly saying, "The rich deserve no good end." Mo Chang looked at the shyly smiling Wu Qian, his fist at his side clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound. At this moment, the thought of giving Wu Qian a good beating had reached its peak in Mo Chang's mind. Seeing Wu Qian's expression just now, Mo Chang couldn't help but speculate that the other might be leading a tough life and therefore couldn't afford the 1,000 great xia coins. But to his surprise, the real fool turned out to be himself. Wu Qian's look of disappointment was not because he couldn't pay, but because he felt that 1,000 great xia coins was simply too little. Mo Chang wished he could slap himself twice. If he'd known earlier, he would have asked for 10,000 instead. Wu Qian clearly wasn't unable to pay, so why had his mouth been so foolishly cheap? This misstep had cost him a clean loss of 9,000 great xia coins. Looking at it from another angle, it was equivalent to him losing 9,000 coins outright. He swore to himself that if there was ever another opportunity, he would absolutely start negotiating in units of 10,000. As long as he didn't push the other party into absolute desperation, he would extort ruthlessly until Wu Qian's wallet was completely emptied. Otherwise, Mo Chang felt he wouldn't be doing justice to his own ambitions. After all, money was one of his lifelong pursuits. He swallowed hard, as if swallowing all his grievances along with it, and looked at Wu Qian with a resentful gaze. Gu Yuan glanced at Mo Chang and Wu Qian a few times and couldn't help but say helplessly, "Are you two going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. How could we not fight? Teacher Gu Yuan, we're starting right now." Wu Qian raised both hands and, to be even more conspicuous, even hopped in place a few times. Wang Feng, as the teacher leading Wu Qian's team, had his expression change slightly and quickly pressed down his hands. "Wu Qian, stop jumping. With your 6'2" frame, stretching out your arms is already attention-grabbing enough. There's no need to jump. After all, it was just too glaring." He thought to himself but didn't say it aloud. He wouldn't utter words that would discourage students. Besides, an optimistic personality wasn't a bad thing, at least it was far better than being sullen. It's just that sometimes the strings in his mind seem to misalign. "Enough talk, let's begin, Mo Chang. Once the match is over, give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money later." Wu Qian discarded the long knife in his hand, clenched his fists tightly, assumed a fighting stance with his legs slightly bent, and calmly fixed his gaze on the other's eyes, like an eagle locked onto its prey, the cold light glinting. Mo Chang responded softly, likewise discarding his weapon. Since this was a physical contest, it was unnecessary. Gu Yuan saw that both were ready and swept his palm downward, announcing the start of the match. Almost simultaneously, Mo Chang and Wu Qian charged toward each other, their steps exploding with force as immense power surged through their legs. The sturdy arena floor faintly cracked under their feet. Mo Chang moved with incredible speed, his body rushing toward Wu Qian like a whirlwind, his palm transforming into a fist as he struck forward suddenly. Bang! The two fists collided. The force of the punch blew up the black hair in front of Mo Chang's forehead, scattering it, revealing his ice-cold, emotionless eyes. Feeling the tremendous force spreading through his arm, Wu Qian couldn't help but shudder. Mo Chang's frame was balanced, the typical slender in clothes, muscular beyond. In contrast, his own build resembled that of a fierce tiger, with biceps so large they nearly matched Mo Chang's head. Judging by physique alone, he should have easily overpowered his opponent. Yet reality played a colossal joke on him. The body he prided himself on started to lose ground in the fight against Mo Chang. What terrifying strength was hidden within that small and slender body to leave him with no advantage at all? Mo Chang was also somewhat surprised. This punch had almost all his strength behind it. If Lu Qi were facing this punch, he might have been sent flying instantly. Yet Wu Qian was able to resist head-on. It seemed that the opponent's muscles were not just for show, they concealed real power. The two continued to throw punches relentlessly, each blow landing solidly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of fist collisions rang out one after another, like sledgehammers pounding on everyone's chests, reverberating for a long time without subsiding. Are those two monsters? It's one thing to have strong supernatural powers, but is their physical strength this horrifying too? How is anyone supposed to live like this? Humanoid beast, I can only describe it like that. Some students couldn't help but feel indignant, expressing their admiration for the two. Even Gu Yuan widened his eyes slightly, surprised by the physical strength displayed by the two. He could understand Wu Qian, his body was as robust as a bear. But Mo Chang's strength left him utterly baffled. It seems I'll have to ask him properly when the match ends. I suspect this kid still has other secrets I haven't uncovered. Gu Yuan mused inwardly, his eyes narrowing into slits, giving him a somewhat fox-like appearance. On the stage, Mo Chang and Wu Qian's fists continuously clashed. The force of their punches blew Mo Chang's hair completely upward, revealing his indifferent eyes that were as sharp as swords for everyone to see. Although there was some distance between them and Mo Chang, the audience couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble and their legs quiver slightly. Bang! With another strike, Mo Chang retreated a few steps before barely coming to a stop, while Wu Qian stumbled and nearly fell. Giving Wu Qian no chance to react, Mo Chang took a big step forward and charged at him fiercely. When he was just a few paces away, his foot lashed out like lightning toward Wu Qian's head. Wu Qian hurriedly turned to dodge, the intense gust from the kick slapping painfully against his cheek. If he hadn't avoided that kick, he might already be in the medical ward of Mingzhu Academy. When he came to his senses and was about to counterattack, he saw Mo Chang thrusting an elbow toward his abdomen. Whoa! Wu Qian unintentionally cried out in surprise, hurriedly crossing his arms in front of himself to block the blow aimed at his abdomen. Bang! The force of Mo Chang's merciless elbow sent him flying backward, and the impact was no small matter. Wu Qian traced a graceful arc through the air before landing perfectly, seamlessly performing a few rolls to entertain the spectators. Mo Chang lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his speed erupted completely at that moment, stirring up a whirlwind around him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wu Qian. Just as Wu Qian got up and turned his head, he saw a hand knife resting across his neck, only a few centimeters away from touching him. If this were a life-and-death duel, his head might have already changed owners. "You lost, Wu Qian," Mo Chang said calmly, lowering his hand. Hearing this, Wu Qian let out a bitter smile, never expecting that the physique he had always prided himself on would be surpassed by Mo Chang, whom he had just recently met. This was a huge blow to him, leaving Wu Qian momentarily at a loss and confused. Mo Chang noticed the trace of bewilderment and self-mockery flicker in his eyes, then patted him on the shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. No one knew what exactly was exchanged between Mo Chang and Wu Qian, but only Wu Qian understood. However, the others could clearly see Wu Qian's expression gradually shift from initial gloominess to joy. Finally, he gave Mo Chang's back a hard pat and said with a laugh, "So that's how it is. Thank you for the guidance, Mo Chang. I'll add you as a wristband friend when I get back, and then you have to teach me properly. That's natural, but you need to understand this." Mo Chang chuckled softly, his fingers stroking again, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. "Easy, easy. If I keep challenging you in the future, how about one match for 10,000 yuan? Wu Qian's laughter carried a hint of teasing. "Of course, as long as I'm free, I'll be there whenever you call." Mo Chang responded without hesitation. "Ha, I like your straightforward personality. Remember to contact me via the wristband." Wu Qian shook Missouri Chang's hand, then turned around laughing and returned to his class. The confusion in his eyes earlier had long vanished, replaced by a confident glow. The people around were utterly bewildered, watching with a look of confusion. They had no idea what Mo Chang had said to Wu Qian that could instantly ignite such intense confidence in him, as though his entire being had been gilded with a golden edge. That incredibly straightforward smile was so dazzling that one dared not look directly at it, while an indescribable sense of unease lingered in their hearts. On the stage, Gu Yuan and Wang Feng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment, as though they were acting in a comedy. They couldn't figure out why Wu Qian's emotions had fluctuated so dramatically in a matter of seconds, rising and falling like a roller coaster. The more Gu Yuan thought about it, the more puzzled he felt, but he ultimately decided not to dwell on it. After all, instead of racking his brain, he might as well just enjoy the moment. Wang Feng, on the other hand, harbored a faint worry in his heart, wondering if his class leader had been deceived by Mo Chang. After all, Wu Qian's sudden change in expression earlier was just too bizarre. With the mindset of better safe than sorry, Wang Feng decided to have a proper talk with Wu Qian, fearing that he might end up being taken advantage of without even realizing it, perhaps even foolishly helping someone count the money they'd swindled from him. If things turned out as Wang Feng suspected, he would definitely confront Gu Yuan. As for why he didn't go directly to Mo Chang, Wang Feng believed that like teacher, like student. Surely Gu Yuan must have instilled some unsuitable ideas into Mo Chang. The two of them were lost in their own thoughts and momentarily forgot to announce the result of the match. Mo Chang waved his hand toward the two teachers. Seeing that Gu Yuan and Wang Feng didn't respond, he simply shouted loudly, "Teacher Gu Yuan, Teacher Wang Feng, the match is over. Shouldn't we move on to the next one?" The two teachers snapped out of their thoughts and immediately noticed the thin figure still standing on the stage. Wang Feng was the first to speak, announcing the result of the match. He then called another student to step onto the stage to face Mo Chang. The strongest combatant from Class 3 of the first-year Fire Division was utterly powerless in front of Mo Chang. As expected, the battle didn't even last 30 seconds before Mo Chang placed the blade of his sword against his opponent's neck. Just a few more centimeters deeper, and he could have effortlessly severed the opponent's carotid artery. "You lost, step down." Mo Chang glanced at the opponent indifferently, withdrew his blade, and turned to walk back to his original position. The man, upon hearing Mo Chang's words and feeling the coldness around his neck vanish instantly, fled the stage like a rabbit in a flash. Wang Feng shook his head helplessly, not out of disappointment in the student, but out of deep recognition of Mo Chang's strength. At the same time, he felt regret that, apart from Wu Qian, there was no one else in the class who could stand out. He glanced at Gu Yuan beside him and sighed, "Old Gu, you really got yourself a good student this year. I can't help but feel envious. If only that girl named by Joe had been assigned to our class, or if Mo Chang had awakened fire-type abilities, how great that would be." Gu Yuan merely smiled faintly at this and said nothing. Every instructor at Mingzhu Academy hopes their class will produce an outstanding student. Once a student earns honors, the instructor also shares in the corresponding rewards. This was the fundamental reason behind Wang Feng's remarks. However, since Mo Chang was assigned to him, no matter how lacking he might be, he had to teach him well. After all, that was the instructor's responsibility. Every year, the teachers at Mingzhu Academy complain about the shortcomings of their classes, but when it comes to teaching, they are extremely dedicated. They are masters of saying one thing and doing another, a group of cunning old foxes. After Wang Feng finished complaining, he sent the next person to face Mo Chang in battle. The result was the same, defeat in less than half a minute. 1, 2, 3. By noon, everyone in Class 3 of the first year had been defeated by Mo Chang. Among the 20 students, only Wu Qian managed to slightly pique Mo Chang's interest. For the others, he didn't even bother using weapons, fighting them barehanded, and still winning with ease. By the end, Mo Chang felt his fists were somewhat swollen and his body slightly fatigued. He just wanted to find a place to rest. After fighting 20 people, anyone would be exhausted. Even hitting people takes effort. However, the competition wasn't over yet, and he still had to continue battling his own classmates. So tired, my hands are completely numb. How are there still 18 more people to fight? Mo Chang muttered to himself in frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind, efficient and effortless. Although it might be a bit unfair to his classmates, as their class president, it was perfectly reasonable and posed no issues. Mo Chang's gaze gradually grew resolute, and with a meaningful smile, he turned his head to look at his classmates. He pretended to be weak, swaying unsteadily before suddenly collapsing to the ground, his tone fraught with exhaustion. Cough, cough. I'm completely worn out. I still have to compete against students from other classes later. I need to rest well and conserve my energy. Cough, cough. Mo Chang looked utterly fatigued, coughing several times, his face pale and devoid of any signs of pretense. The other students from Class 3 of the first-year ICE department, seeing Mo Chang's condition, expressed their concern. Class President Mo Chang, don't worry. Take a good rest during the upcoming time. We won't challenge you. The matches against other classes will depend on you. Exactly, exactly. Class leader Mo Chang, just rest assured. If anyone goes on stage and doesn't forfeit, taking the chance to attack you, I'll freeze their underwear solid. Seconded. All the ICE Element students united at this moment, unanimously declaring that they would forfeit as soon as they stepped onto the stage, with no intention of taking advantage to challenge Mo Chang. Everyone wanted to give Mo Chang ample time to rest and prepare for the upcoming matches against other classes. The plan was perfect. Mo Chang glanced at them, a faint smile involuntarily appearing on his face, though he quickly concealed it. He couldn't help but feel reassured by his classmates. With just a small gesture, they could understand his intentions. Communicating with smart people was truly effortless. There was no need to spell everything out, and everyone could save face. In the distance, the students of Class 3, Grade 1 of the fire department witnessed this scene and were stunned, secretly thinking, can it really be played like this? We've all gone through 12 years of compulsory education, so why are you so exceptional? They wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, ultimately resorting to sighs to vent their inner disappointment. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ever since Mo Chang's performance began, his mouth hadn't stopped moving, and there seemed to be no sign of relief. On the contrary, it became increasingly obvious, faintly revealing his pearly white teeth. This Mo Chang really ought to go into acting. His performance was truly breathtaking. Gu Yuan thought to himself that if Mo Chang were to enter the film industry, with his extraordinary acting skills and impeccable looks, he would undoubtedly rise to fame within 5 years and become the idol of countless young women. Wang Feng noticed Gu Yuan's unusual expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a suppressed smile, you should be content. Your class actually has an S-level ICE element awakener, others can only dream of such a thing. Then, his expression turned serious as he earnestly said, teach him well. Mo Chang has brains, strategy, and strength. He's a rare talent. Make sure you don't lead him astray. This is the genius of our Mingzhu Academy. We absolutely cannot let him be overlooked. I know, I'm just very curious. How can an 18-year-old who just entered the academy act so convincingly, as if it were innate? Gu Yuan brushed away Wang Feng's hand and said with a puzzled expression, could this really be a natural talent? Wang Feng pondered for a moment after hearing this, pinching his chin between his thumb and forefinger as if he were mulling something over. I want to know too, but don't overthink it. Anyway, I can tell that this kid's heart isn't bad, and that's one of his major strengths. Gu Yuan nodded. Although he didn't fully understand, he didn't bother to delve deeper. For now, he needed to complete the competition process. He thought to himself that if this kind of maneuver reached Mu Yu's ears, there was a high chance he'd get scolded. But the rules didn't seem to prohibit forfeiting. Even if Mu Yu scolded him, it would at most be a mental attack and a loss of face. As long as no contribution points were deducted, it wouldn't be a big deal. After sorting out the pros and cons, he began arranging for the students in the class to take turns battling Mo Chang. The first boy called up leapt onto the stage, forming a medium-sized ice spike in his hand. At first, everyone thought he intended to take advantage of Mo Chang's fatigue to defeat him. However, in the next second, something completely unexpected happened, leaving everyone stunned. Even Mo Chang was slightly agape, his face full of astonishment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the man actually struck the ice spike against his own forehead with force. A crisp sound of breaking air echoed. Bang! The ice spike shattered on impact, blood gushing out. After a painful wail, he collapsed to the ground, sprawled out in the shape of a large character. Mo Chang was dumbfounded by the scene, utterly shocked. This guy was truly ruthless, daring to harm himself like that. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire the man's courage. Gu Yuan. Teacher, I'm injured and can't continue the competition. I forfeit. He trembled as he raised his right hand, weakly looking toward Gu Yuan at the edge of the arena, and spoke softly. The previously noisy environment instantly fell into dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. The atmosphere became extremely awkward in an instant. Gu Yuan thought to himself, is it still possible to apply for a class transfer now? He felt that if he continued teaching this group, even if he wasn't eaten by beasts, he would eventually be driven to his wits' end by these students. You are Ice Element Ability Awakeners, can you at least show some dignity and composure? Can you all stop being so secretly dramatic? If word of this gets out, where will my reputation go? Leading the first-year Class 3 of the Ice Department has already become a topic of casual gossip among the other instructors. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. The competition rules didn't prohibit such actions, yet the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, leaving him particularly uncomfortable. One by one, the Ice Element students took the stage, each forfeiting in their own unique way. Some condensed ice blocks during their sprint, causing themselves to slip and faint, losing their combat ability and thus forfeiting. Others ran up to Mo Chang and, under the cover of obscurity, attacked themselves, making others believe Mo Chang had struck them. Mo Chang stood quietly on the stage, watching his classmates' performances, a faint smile occasionally curling at the corner of his mouth. This went on for nearly half an hour until all the students in Mo Chang's group had completed their matches, leaving him as the sole remaining participant. Phew, it's finally over. Mo Chang stretched lazily and turned to look at Gu Yuan. Teacher Gu Yuan, there's nothing left for me to do now. I'll go take a rest. When the other classes finish their matches, please call me. With that, he gave Gu Yuan a sincere smile and then walked toward the shade of a nearby tree. Gu Yuan watched Mo Chang's figure gradually fade into the distance, shook his head, and wrote Mo Chang's name on the form in his hand. Wang Feng suddenly leaned over, his gaze falling on the form, and asked, what rank do you think Mo Chang will achieve in the 7-person battle this afternoon? What I know is that there are several students with A-level talents in other classes whose strength should not be underestimated. Don't worry about Mo Chang. With his strength, as long as he doesn't encounter that female student named Baijio, the others won't last more than 3 minutes before being defeated. He raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. After all, he still has many trump cards he hasn't used yet. Faced with Wang Feng's question, Gu Yuan answered calmly and confidently. He had carefully observed Mo Chang, and in the few matches where Mo Chang truly made a move, apart from Ice Explosion and Ice Shield, Mo Chang had hardly used any other offensive techniques. Based on his understanding of Mingzhu Academy, someone like Mo Chang, an S-level Awaken Ice ability user, must have received a lot of preferential treatment during the recruitment process. In terms of spells, it couldn't possibly be limited to just Ice Explosion, there must be other spells included, and Gu Yuan speculated that the spell levels most likely started at the Xin level. After all, he had witnessed the financial prowess of Mingzhu Academy. For Mingzhu Academy, as long as a problem can be solved with money, it is not considered a problem. Therefore, Mo Chang must still have some other hidden cards, and those concealed methods are bound to be extremely powerful. He secretly hoped in his heart that when the time came, Mo Chang would be able to amaze him. Mo Chang felt the gaze behind him and couldn't help but shiver slightly. He walked to a lush green tree. The dense, umbrella-like branches and leaves provided him with a spacious shaded area. He slowly closed his eyes, his vision plunged into darkness, silently sensing the state of his body. The vortex of his abilities had weakened considerably, and nearly 70% of his source energy had been depleted. To recover to his optimal state before the afternoon competition, he would have to rely on source energy crystals. Although the source energy in the world could also be absorbed, for Mo Chang at this moment, the amount he could absorb was far from sufficient. At most, he could only recover up to 70% of his strength. He let out a sigh, thinking how great it would be if the Academy could reimburse the source energy crystals consumed after battles. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the other classes in the distance, and he stared blankly for a moment. His hand lifted slightly, intending to take out a source energy crystal from his pocket to begin training. At that moment, a white figure caught his eye. The valiant girl stood on the arena, gripping the long sword, confronting her opponent. It was Bai Jiao. Mo Chang was a student from Class 3, while she was from Class 5. With Class 4 between them, the distance was particularly close. Nothing better to do, might as well watch Bai Jiao's fight. He placed his hands behind his head, leaned against the sturdy tree trunk, and watched Bai Jiao's performance with great interest. At this moment, Bai Jiao lightly tapped the ground with her toes, moving as swiftly as the wind, and instantly closed in on her opponent. Clang! 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 The long sword slashed out rapidly, the dense web of swordlight continuously striking the opponent's long blade, producing crisp metallic sounds. Bai Jiao's hands exerted more and more force, her attacks growing fiercer, forcing her opponent to retreat step by step. Finding an opening, Baijio swiftly turned and delivered a fierce kick to her opponent's abdomen, sending the man flying several meters. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as he hit the ground. Seeing that he was still attempting to get up, Baijio's right hand exerted force, and flames instantly gathered in her palm. The fire climbed up the long sword, merging with the blade. The crimson flames flickered along the sword's body, radiating intense heat. Baijio gripped her sharp sword and slashed diagonally, sending a crescent-shaped flame sword aura cutting through the air. A loud explosion echoed as it flew toward her opponent. Not far away. "Oh no, teacher, I surrender. Please save me," the man shouted in panic upon seeing this, his eyes tightly shut, not daring to face the situation before him. Boom! Thick smoke billowed from the site of the explosion, enveloping half of the arena. Everyone was startled by the strike, their fearful gazes fixed on Baijio on the stage, unable to meet her eyes directly. Was this really a girl? In just a few seconds, Baijio displayed a level of strength far surpassing most of the boys. Her ghost-like speed left countless boys in awe and fear. Those who had feelings for her felt as if their hearts had shattered upon witnessing her effortless victory, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of loss. Their disappointment wasn't due to Baijio's triumph but rather her overwhelming strength, which made them lose even the courage to like her. Teenage boys often feel they should protect girls, but when a girl's strength surpasses theirs, many are struck by a deep sense of inferiority. This inferiority made them hesitant to pursue Baijio. However, a small minority thought differently. They believed that instead of striding themselves, it would be better to find a strong girlfriend. With such a partner, their path would become smoother, and life would shine brightly, full of hope. Feeling the occasional gazes from those around her falling on her and then shifting away, Baijio slightly furrowed her brows, her mood somewhat displeased. As the dust settled, a massive ice shield stood upright in the center of the arena, protecting the student who had already fainted from fright. First year fire class 5, Baijio wins. Upon hearing this announcement, Baijio walked toward her class teacher and made her request. "Teacher Joe Bai, can I apply for a 10-minute break? After so many matches, I'm really exhausted, and my source energy is almost depleted." Since the start of the competition, she had been chosen to step onto the arena and compete against other classes, single-handedly sweeping through all the students of the first year Ice Class 5. Now, she was facing her own classmates, but they were no match for Baijio. She wanted to take this opportunity to rest for 10 minutes, recover some stamina and source energy, and then return to the arena to deal with the remaining opponents. This way, she could have ample time to rest and even take a moment to observe Mo Chang's performance to see if she needed to step in and assist. "Alright, go ahead. If 10 minutes isn't enough, just let me know, I can extend it to 30 minutes. Baijio's supervising teacher agreed without hesitation, his eyes full of affection, as if looking at his own daughter. He had some grievances with the supervising teacher of the first year Ice Class 5, and now Baijio single-handedly defeating the entire opposing class had earned him considerable face. Looking at the other person's face turning dark with anger, he secretly felt delighted, even somewhat amused. This feeling was even more satisfying than the joy of receiving his paycheck. The teacher leading the ice element first year class 5 heard the conversation between the two and his face instantly turned as dark as water. Did these two really think of him as a mere decoration? Yet resting was reasonable, and he couldn't object, so he could only watch helplessly as Baijio gradually walked away. Then, he turned his head and glared at his own class's students, reprimanding them with frustration. "If you don't want today's humiliation to repeat itself in the future, then go back and train with all your might. Do you understand?" "Understood." All the ice element students lowered their heads and responded in a low yet firm tone. What happened today was utterly humiliating for them. A class of 20 people was completely defeated by a single girl without the ability to fight back. Even more disgraceful was the fact that not a single one of them lasted more than 3 minutes, with most being taken down by Baijio in less than a minute. To make matters worse, the students from the opposing fire element first year class 5 had recorded the video. If nothing unexpected happened, their ice element first year class 5 was bound to become infamous. At this moment, Baijio was completely unaware of this. She had already returned to her own class. Looking around, she searched for an empty chair to rest for a while. Suddenly, her gaze locked in one direction and lingered there for a long time. A boy with a smile in his eyes and a slight curve at the corner of his lips was looking at her with a cheerful expression. The summer breeze gently blew, brushing against the girl's silver hair and softly ruffling the boy's dark bangs. Baijio's crimson eyes reflected Mo Chang's deep pupils. Her steps gradually quickened, and she eventually broke into a near sprint, heading toward the lazy figure by the lush green grass, under the blue sky and white clouds. She lightly stepped onto the lawn and approached Mo Chang, excitedly asking, "Why are you here? Don't you have a match? Or, did someone defeat you? Quick, tell me who it was. I'll help you get revenge." Baijio chuckled, sitting beside Mo Chang, leaving only half a person's distance between them. She had originally planned to finish her own match quickly and go find Mo Chang, but unexpectedly, he had finished his match early and was sitting under this big tree watching her. Her mood instantly brightened, and she waited for his response with a beaming smile. "I'm not as weak as you think. I just knocked everyone down by myself, that's all, Mo Chang said nonchalantly, waving his hand as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. In truth, for him, it really wasn't anything to get excited about. If he hadn't won, now that would have been a problem. The more Bai Jiu listened, the more surprised she felt. Mo Chang had defeated everyone even faster than she did, despite their similar levels of strength. She looked at Mo Chang with a puzzled expression. That doesn't make sense. Even if your group was weaker, it shouldn't have been that much faster than me. Tell me in detail, what exactly happened? Feeling Bai Jiu's intense gaze, Mo Chang thought for a moment and decided to be honest. After all, they were on the same side, and there was no need to hide anything. He organized his thoughts and calmly explained. Actually, after finishing the match against the corresponding class, I didn't have much energy left. Then I pretended to be weak, saying I needed to rest to prepare for the afternoon competition, and then it took nearly 10 minutes for Mo Chang to fully explain the sequence of events. Bai Jiu's eyes gradually widened as time went on, her face showing a mix of disdain and admiration. Wow, I can't believe how devious you are. You even managed to deceive your classmates. You look so proper, but who knew you had so many sneaky ideas in your head? Heh, this is laying a solid foundation for the upcoming battles. What do you know? Mo Chang retorted casually. His actions were actually for the benefit of the class. If he could ensure sufficient rest and fully recover to his morning condition, he would feel more confident about the afternoon competition. Although winning the championship wasn't guaranteed, especially with Bai Jiu as a dangerous factor, Mo Chang believed that achieving second place would be relatively easy in his fully recovered state. Will you deceive me in the future? Bai Jiu suddenly realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. No, I mean, will you deceive us, your friends? Mo Chang looked at her slightly flushed face and secretly thought to himself that this girl was overthinking again. His gaze turned serious, and with no distractions, he said to Bai Jiu, you, Lu Qi, and Su Ling are all my friends. Deceiving friends is the most unforgivable thing in my eyes. I would never do such a thing in my lifetime. Mo Chang's words left Bai Jiu stunned, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed as she stared blankly at his face, unable to utter a single word for a long time. It wasn't until Mo Chang kept waving his hand in front of her eyes and gently patting her cheek that Bai Jiu snapped out of her trance. Seeing her still slightly dazed state, Mo Chang sighed inwardly. To avoid affecting Bai Jiu's competition in a few minutes, he raised a finger, forming a crystal of ice as thin as a cicada's wing at its tip, and gently pressed it against the back of her hand. The cool sensation made Bai Jiu's body tremble slightly, and her small hand quickly withdrew. She looked at Mo Chang with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Her watery gaze seemed to speak, lively and expressive, evoking a sense of tenderness. I'll remember what you said very clearly. If you dare to lie to me in the future, I'll have someone beat you up so badly that you won't be able to get out of bed, needing help even for eating and going to the bathroom. Bai Jiu said seriously, then as if realizing something, her cheeks turned red and she hurriedly corrected herself. And the most important thing, you absolutely cannot forget. If I zone out, you're not allowed to use your ability to freeze me. Just tap my hand, and I'll understand. Make sure to remember, got it? Bai Jiu extended her index finger and twirled it in the air a few times, staring intently at Mo Chang as she spoke solemnly. Mo Chang quickly responded, got it. Bai Jiu, you can rest assured. I swear on my honor that I'll keep it firmly in mind. Hurry up and finish the remaining matches. Your classmates are all waiting for you. Wrap it up quickly and don't waste time. Bai Jiu glanced at her wristband and realized they'd been chatting for over 10 minutes. Turning around, she noticed a group of people staring in her direction. There were both men and women, including her supervising teacher. Wait for me here for a bit. I'll deal with the remaining opponents and come back right away. If you dare sneak off while I'm competing, and I catch you, I'll break your legs. After delivering her harsh warning, Bai Jiu dashed toward the arena at lightning speed, her urgency evident in her pace. What a silly girl. Mo Chang chuckled softly, plucking a blade of grass from the ground and holding it in his mouth, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Bai Jiu moved gracefully, her toes lightly touching the ground, and returned to her class in just 5 seconds. She scanned her surroundings, and those who met her gaze quickly lowered their heads or turned their faces away, pretending as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zhou Bai, the supervising teacher of Class 5, Year 1 of the fire department, walked over. He looked at Bai Jiu with a puzzled expression and asked, Bai Jiu, who was that just now? As a lecturer in the fire department building, he wasn't very familiar with the students from the ice department. Moreover, he rarely visited the forums, so he had no idea what the recently renowned Mo Chang looked like. If it had been other students chatting and laughing with someone from another class, he wouldn't have found it strange. But Bai Jiu, standing before him, had a rather introverted personality, which made him uneasy. After observing her over the past few days, he had a general understanding of her character. She disliked interacting with strangers, especially boys, toward whom she was particularly cold. Occasionally, she would exchange a few words with girls, but there were very few she could truly connect with. Not long ago, Bai Jiu's various actions surprised him, which was why he asked this question. Bai Jiu thought for a moment, saw the teacher's puzzled expression, and said cheerfully, "His name is Mo Chang, he's my friend, a first-year student in Class 3 of the Ice Department, right next to our arena." Upon hearing the word friend, the heavy weight in the hearts of the surrounding male classmates seemed to vanish instantly, and their breathing became much easier. It seemed their goddess Bai Jiu had not been claimed by Mo Chang, which was truly a relief. Although they all felt unworthy of Bai Jiu, they also didn't want her to be close to anyone else. In their hearts, Bai Jiu was a pure and flawless goddess, absolutely untouchable by anyone, even someone as outstanding as Mo Chang. Thinking about the events on the forum last night, their hearts felt as if they had consumed dozens of pounds of lemons, so sour their teeth were about to shatter. Meanwhile, some girls nearby stared at Bai Jiu with faces full of jealousy, their attitudes completely opposite to those of the boys. "I see, this student named Mo Chang left the stage so early, it seems his skills still need improvement," Zhou Bai nodded and speculated. He initially wanted to bluntly state that Mo Chang was weak, but, considering his friendship with Bai Jiu, he slightly softened his wording, fearing it might upset her. Although the phrasing changed, the meaning wasn't much different, and it sounded more agreeable. Sure enough, Bai Jiu frowned slightly upon hearing this, her expression turning somewhat displeased. The surrounding students immediately stepped back a few paces, afraid of being caught in Bai Jiu's anger. At the same time, a question arose in their minds. Mo Chang was already very powerful, so who could possibly defeat him? Could there be a hidden master in the class? Zhou Bai noticed Bai Jiu's displeasure and quickly raised both hands, explaining, "Bai Jiu, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand." He was a bit flustered. If Bai Jiu got upset and transferred to another class because of this, he would suffer a great loss. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Zhou Bai was at a loss, unsure how to salvage the situation. Bai Jiu stood in place, pondering for a moment, then suddenly looked Zhou Bai straight in the eyes, slightly bowed, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhou Bai. I didn't manage my emotions well earlier. Please forgive me." She understood that her teacher was unaware of Mo Chang's strength, and it was reasonable for him to make such a comment. After all, anyone who saw how quickly Mo Chang resolved the match would think along those lines. It wasn't their fault. This matter couldn't be blamed on Zhou Bai, it was her own failure to explain things clearly. Zhou Bai was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly supported Bai Jiu's shoulders, indicating that he didn't mind and there was no need for such concern. He thought to himself, this is a treasure for his promotion and salary raise, and he must cherish it. Bai Jiu straightened up, feeling it necessary to clarify the situation, otherwise, she would continue to feel uneasy. Even though Zhou Bai said it was fine, he probably wouldn't feel good about it deep down. "Actually, Teacher Zhou Bai, you misunderstood my earlier words. The reason Mo Chang exited so quickly wasn't because he was too weak, but because he defeated everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, all the students present, and even the teachers on both sides, were stunned. The scene fell silent for a moment, and even the intermittent chirping of birds in the air could be heard clearly. One person defeating all the students, while possible, was hard to believe, especially given Bai Jiu's example, as the speed was astonishing. Bai Jiu did not reveal Mo Chang's act of feigning weakness to make his classmates forfeit. She absolutely couldn't betray his trust and had to keep this secret. A little secret between the two of them. "Are you serious? You're not joking, right?" Zhou Bai looked utterly shocked, his voice trembling unnaturally. One Bai Jiu had already amazed him. And now there was Mo Chang, who was even faster than the former. Moreover, the two were friends. This kind of connection was truly extraordinary. "Mr. Zhou Bai, what good would it do me to lie to you?" Bai Jiu responded calmly. Zhou Bai scratched his head, thinking it over. Indeed, Bai Jiu had no reason to deceive him. The surrounding students, however, were silently complaining in their hearts. The more outstanding Mo Chang was, the greater his appeal to Bai Jiu. It was only a matter of time before the two got together. The teacher leading Class 5 of the first-year Ice Department clenched his fists upon hearing that Mo Chang was a student from Class 3. His nails were on the verge of piercing his skin, but he paid no attention. If only Mo Chang were a student in his class, how wonderful that would be. For a moment, a wave of desolation surged in his heart. Looking at his own class's students, he resolved to implement hell-level training when they returned, and even apply for extra lessons. If things continued like this, during future missions outside, encountering beasts stronger than themselves, the number of survivors might not exceed a handful. Zhou Bai glanced at the time on his wristband and softly said to Bai Jiu, "I was too quick to judge about Mo Chang's matter. As your teacher, I apologize, it was my mistake. However, you still have a match to compete in, so focus on resolving this matter first. After the competition, you can go find your friend. If Teacher Muyu asks, I'll cover for you." As Zhou Bai spoke, he winked his left eye at Bai Jiu, signaling her not to worry and that he would handle everything. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou Bai." "Bye," Jiu said gratefully, lightly tapping the ground with her toes. She leapt gracefully onto the arena, standing poised as she awaited her opponent's arrival. In the upcoming matches, Bai Jiu resolved to give her all, aiming for swift victories and defeating her opponents in the shortest time possible. For her, expending source energy wasn't a major concern. The spatial ring her father had given her contained enough source energy crystals to support her cultivation up to the 5th tier. She had no need to worry about source energy depletion, no matter how much she used. She could simply find a shady spot later and absorb the energy from a few source energy crystals to fully recover. When her opponent stepped onto the stage, Baijiu's slender, fair hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. The silver-white blade gleamed dazzlingly under the sunlight. The match begins. The voice echoed through the air as Baijiu shot forward like a taut arrow, swiftly charging at her opponent. Boom! Flames spread along her right arm, with the fire in her palm climbing upward like ivy, enveloping the entire longsword. The sword, glowing red like molten lava, swung through the air, accompanied by the sound of it slicing through space, slashing horizontally. A crescent-shaped fiery sword aura roared toward her opponent. Wherever the fiery sword aura passed, waves of heat rolled forth, and the surrounding air seemed to grow scorching hot. Her opponent was not to be outdone. Facing Baijiu's sword aura, they raised their weapon and struck, releasing a red sword aura strikingly similar to Baijiu's. Observant onlookers would notice that Baijiu's sword aura was a terrifying crimson red, while her opponent's was a lighter shade of red. Bang! The two sword auras collided, producing a deafening explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. The shockwave from the blast swept toward both combatants. Baijiu plunged her sword blade into the ground, her legs slightly bent, head slightly lowered, and her snow-white hair scattered in the air, revealing her delicate pink earlobes and swan-like neck. The surrounding boys fell into two categories. The first simply admired the beauty of the moment, thinking that if they missed this chance, they'd have to rely on luck to see it again. The second had eyes filled with greed and desire, their Adam's apples unconsciously bobbing up and down. Baijiu frowned slightly. As the shockwave subsided, she forcefully pulled out her long sword, bringing up some soil that fell to the ground. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the miserable state of Baijiu's opponent was revealed to everyone. His face was deathly pale, his breathing rapid, and the upper half of his clothing was completely torn, exposing large areas of skin. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he half-knelt on the arena, teetering on the edge of collapse. Baijiu showed no mercy. She knew full well that with the teacher present, there was no danger to life, so all she needed to do was keep attacking. She opened her palm, and fire elements gathered in her hand, instantly forming a blazing fireball. She didn't rush to throw it but instead fully activated the vortex of her internal powers. The fire elements surged into the fireball like a tide. The fireball visibly expanded, growing from the size of a cup to that of a basketball. The fiery glow illuminated Baijiu's face, making her look like a sorceress of flames. Baijiu, stop it now. This is just a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Zhou Bai shouted loudly. Baijiu turned her head and gave a playful smile, sticking out her pink tongue as she mischievously said, "But you're here, teacher Zhou Bai. I trust you so much, so don't deduct my credits, okay?" Despite her words, her hands didn't stop. She aimed carefully and hurled the fireball with force. The fireball shot out like a cannonball, its terrifying heat seemingly capable of melting the air. Always causing trouble for me. Can't even catch a break, Zhou Bai muttered under his breath. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing instantly in front of Baijiu's opponent. Seeing the student still coughing up blood, Zhou Bai sighed, turned to face the incoming fireball, and extended a single finger, lightly touching it. Whoosh! That heart-stopping fireball vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. The elevated temperature caused by the fireball quickly dropped at that moment, returning to the normal summer heat. Grade 1, Class 5, Baijiu wins, Zhou Bai announced. A few of you, help him to the nearby infirmary for treatment. He called over 2 students from the class. An infirmary was set up near the arena to ensure students could receive timely medical attention in case of injuries. Baijiu calmly watched as the man was helped away, her grip on the sword unwavering, waiting silently for her next opponent. Time passed quietly, and after nearly half an hour, Baijiu finally defeated everyone who had yet to challenge her, earning herself ample rest. The afternoon matches wouldn't start until 2 o'clock, and it was currently only 12:30. An hour and a half of recovery time was more than enough for her. She paid no attention to the gazes around her, walking over to Mo Chang with small strides, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "So, how was it? Impressive, right? If you're drawn as my opponent this afternoon, I'll definitely crush you." Mo Chang was somewhat skeptical about where Baijiu's confidence came from. If he hadn't deliberately held back, defeating her would have been almost effortless. Looking at the spirited Baijiu, Mo Chang responded bluntly, "People who like to boast are usually the ones who mess up the most." Although Baijiu could be a bit silly at times, her intelligence was usually intact, so she naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Mo Chang was blatantly saying that she loved to brag and would end up being humiliated by him in public. "If you keep badmouthing me, believe it or not, I'll use my powers to burn you." Baijiu refused to back down. "My mouth is on my face, I can say whatever I want. I can say it sitting down, standing up, or even while doing a handstand. You can't control me." Mo Chang's words seemed harmless, but they were actually a mental attack, striking directly at her self-esteem. Baijiu couldn't take it anymore, snorted, puffed up her cheeks, and ignited a small flame in her palm, moving it toward Mo Chang's face. Since she couldn't win the argument, she decided to act. What are you trying to do? I advise you not to mess around, Mo Chang warned in a deep voice as he saw the approaching flame. His right hand gathered tiny ice crystals, ready to counterattack at any moment. Oomph, messing around it is. Let's see what you can do about it. Bai Jiu finished speaking and suddenly thrust her hand forward. The flame darted toward Mo Chang at lightning speed. The two were so close that Mo Chang had no time to dodge. He quickly resorted to his backup plan, his right hand flashing out like lightning to slap Bai Jiu's delicate hand. Smack! Their palms collided, producing a crisp sound at the point of contact. The flame in Bai Jiu's palm instantly extinguished, and wisps of mist rose from between their hands. Such a petty trick, I can handle it effortlessly. If you want to hurt me, you'll have to wait 100 years. Mo Chang lowered his hand, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the dazed Bai Jiu. Seeing that Bai Jiu had not responded for a long time, a faint blue energy appeared at the tip of Mo Chang's finger, ready to poke the back of her hand. Just as it was only a few centimeters away, he suddenly stopped his action. He recalled what Bai Jiu had mentioned earlier. She said that if she spaced out again, he should tap her hand a few times and absolutely avoid using ice-type abilities to stimulate her. Mo Chang withdrew his frosty fingertip, focusing his gaze on that finger. His eyes narrowed, and the ice crystals quickly merged into his body and disappeared. You were the one who told me to tap you, so don't blame me for touching you without permission, Mo Chang said. If you don't say anything, it means you're agreeing. Seeing Bai Jiu remain silent, Mo Chang slowly moved his palm to the back of her hand and gently tapped it a few times. Clap, clap, clap. After clapping 10 times, Bai Jiu finally snapped out of her daze. Her eyes were misty, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she seemed a bit